Hey there, everybody. Welcome to Noir Bar Live from the Chase District in Noir City in the year of our Lord 1942. As you can all see from our brand new Vitaray technology trademark powered hyper-accurate mana clock, it's exactly 11:30 p.m. Eastern on the dot. Lights. So, come on in. Grab a seat, get your drink orders in, and get comfortable for a late night, laid back time of banter, booze, broads, and bullets. And joining me in the room behind the graphite clock tonight, fresh from her return from the East Coast, is Far. How you doing, Far?
I'm sorry to have to do this to you. I have to go vote right now.
And now you all understand why mandatory voting is bad.
Yep.
This is not a bit.
Far's gonna go fill her governmentally mandated requirement now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless one of you wants to pay her fine.
And I watched Baring's video.
It's $20 dues.
Who are you gonna vote for, Far? I know who the candidates are. I just watched a review of the.
Oh, I'm going to vote in a way that's probably not even going to fucking matter. So.
Far, bring your D20. Bring your D20.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! It's D20 that shit.
When you step into the ballot booth, people will be like, "Is she rolling dice in there?" And when you walk out, have a look on your face like, "Yeah."
Yeah. You just saw that. It's nice.
I brought them bones.
I will be back though. Sorry, it shouldn't take too long.
No, you aforementioned it. Where's mic volumes?
Nothing. Not a damn thing.
And joining us also is Sam. Sam, how you doing?
Hello. I am not voting today.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm better than I have been, Holly, but not as good as I put. Jesus Christ, not as good as I could be. Chat, this is your fault.
Yeah, Far's not here. There's only other one logical conclusion.
Right, exactly. How you doing, Polly?
I'm actually a little mystified here. Like, I mean, you guys' volume is fine. There's no with the volume on my mic.
Is it actually adhering to that lower setting that you set it to that it usually reverts from, by any chance?
Oh, I hear what you're talking about. No. Is that the same gain level? That hasn't changed. Oh,
that's lame.
Weird. Chat loves listening to technical behind-the-scenes talk.
I'm sure they do.
No,
I'm sure they do.
I've gotten DMs about it. More tech talk. No. We got a bunch of geniuses and shit in chat. Like, what might one have done to lower their audio input volume? And let me check the window. How about that?
Well, this.
I remember when I used to get copyright hit for that all the time. And then it just stopped.
Oh man, fucking talking of copyright hits and all that kind of, it's not a strike, obviously, it's just content ID claim. I played a wonderful little cover of Bonnie Tyler's I Need a Hero for a fucking stream I did earlier on this week. I just thought it was so fun, and I found it, and I was like, you know what, I've got to run this on the stream. It's too good. It's too topically related, you know. It's too contextually apropos. Fucking got content claimed for it. I was so mad. I was like, oh come on! It's clearly a parody, clearly, but no. Apparently, re-instrumentation is considered a cover under content ID claim policy. Blah 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 blah.
I don't get it.
So I've got to basically let it stand. So, a re-instrumentation of a song, right? Even if it's done in the instrumentation in and of itself is using an old game sound font, right? Which is basically just a sound bank for like MIDI devices and such, to use.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't fall under parody. That falls under cover, and covers are not fair use. So yes, I've got to let that fucking content claim stand or remove the audio. And you know what? I'm not removing the audio. They can claim their 0.002 of a shekel. They can have it. They can poke it.
For all I care.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope, Bonnie Tyler and her fucking record label, feel real good about the, the loss in algorithmic promotion in exchange for, fragments of shavings of a penny. I don't know, Polly. I'm running out of things to fill time with.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm just looking in.
Oh, you sound better. That's better. You sound louder now.
I do?
Yes.
Check. Well, okay, that's weird. I don't know why that would have made any difference. Oh, I'm just fucking confused. Okay, you know what? When all else fails, you turn down everything and turn yourself up. It's gonna. This is where the fight starts. Fuck you.
Holly with his technology.
Yeah. That was one of the funniest jokes I ever heard Dennis Miller tell. Just a picture of a guy at a gun range and said, Barry was asked to stop returning to the gun club when he refused to not yell, "Bang, motherfucker, you're dead," after every shot. Like, why are the assholes at ranges that I go to not funny like that? They're assholes like, waving their guns everywhere, flashing people. Yeah, FUDs, doing dangerous shit. Not immediately dangerous, but just stupid. That's just not safe practice. You don't have people doing fun shit like that. Okay, maybe that fixed it. Maybe it didn't. I doubt it. But, everything's equalized now. Or should be. Boom. Okay, here we go. Before we went live, Goddamn Dingle. Oh, shit, here we go. Speaking of guns.
You can get hit with the fifth, twisted with the biscuit, blasted with the ratchet, jack with the mac, body with the shotty, dump with the pump, rock with the clock, sprayed with the K, dome with the chrome, down with the pound, tap with the strap, whack with the gat, duster with the musket, tag with the mag, wet with the Intratec, bled with the lead.
What we talking about? Like, if I was streaming and I had a camera on, we'll reference that. If you could see me right now, I swear that donation would do so much better. Like, do people realize I get up and dance and start jamming when that shit comes on?
I just sit here doing rolling finger guns, man.
Like, it's not dancing; it's jumping up at the excitement of the violence. You know what I mean? It's just it's kind of moshing, I guess, if anything. And people are like, I'll pay to see Polly jump around like an idiot.
Otter mosh pit. Otter mosh pit. Now there's a good name for a band.
Otter mosh pit.
Otter mosh pit.
I could see.
It kind of sounds like some sort of Indian deity, doesn't it?
Estonia.
And today we celebrate the sacred.
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, sorry. Goddamn Dingle, thank you very much for the $25. Polly, how's it going? Dropping in to say hi down at the ocean for a car show. So I'll catch the stream later. Cheers, Otter. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you stopped by. Always good to see you. I know that you're out there. So have fun listening in the future. I actually brought you up earlier on the AAA stream where I talk about mini painting and whatnot, and some of the really good painters that show up in the Noir Bar chat and get to see samples of their stuff and whatnot. And it's like, so now she's like, are they any good? I'm like, it makes me not in a rush to show my own work. If that's what you're asking, yes, they are rather good.
They're simply the best. Better than all the rest.
Now I got 80 something.
Yeah, immediately.
Mm-hmm. Retired veteran shell shock. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for the $11. Hey, Polly. Started my retirement job yesterday. Nice. Congratulations. Very cool. I'm a groundskeeper at a local park. So I get to mow grass, pick up trash, and set up for events 3 days a week. And my wife says hi. She loves the show. Awesome. Hello, retired veteran shell shock's wife. That's awesome, man. That is living your best life right there, Sam. Retiring to a job outside, light work 3 days a week. That is winning.
Oh, absolutely.
That's winning. Congratulations.
That's not just the American dream. That's the global dream is what that is.
Yeah, it is.
Everyone wants that.
People who don't have a lawn or a garden or whatever, rent one that they have to drive an hour to get to just to touch grass. And you get to do it for light work 3 times a week. That's sweet, man.
I enjoy upsetting those people by telling them that I don't have grass in my garden, only gravel and pots with flowers in.
You and
It's
Valine
good fun.
growing gravel.
Yeah,
Oh, speaking of
it
Valine,
doesn't require much watering.
Gamer Valine, thank you for the $18. This is for blaming me for your absence from Mean Girls last week. To be fair, I did try and call you on Discord. Your memory is so short, I can make fun of it.
It's about time you could tower over something, Valine. Holy shit.
That was good. That wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Munchkin humor. Munchkin mirth.
Also a good name for a band.
See,
Oh, man.
I got this headcanon thing that I like doing where if somebody is like an actor has really embodied a character where I just kind of think of them as that character.
Yeah.
When I see them in a different role, my headcanon tells me that this was them before or after the film.
Yeah.
So I was watching this movie. Remember before we went live, I said I got something I want to complain about. It's this movie I watched called State of Play with Russell Crowe and Rachel McAdams. And I'm like, this is Regina George shortly after she graduated high school.
How would you know? You haven't watched the movie.
Yeah, I know. On my impression from cultural osmosis as to who that character is, this is her, because she works for a fictional Washington, D.C. newspaper. It's supposed to be the Washington Post, basically. And she writes the gossip rag column. I'm like, yeah.
That tracks.
Yeah.
That tracks. That's right in line.
That movie was okay. First of all, no one believes that young, skinny Ben Affleck is a war hero, much less a senator war hero. No one.
Good morning, Liquid Grade. Good to see you. Frankie Dell says, I had a job interview day before yesterday. I really hope I get it. I'm skint. Well, we hope so too.
Don't
Do
be
keep us in
fooled
the
by
loop.
that question that they asked. That where do you picture yourself in 5 years? Not sitting here with you.
Hiring your replacement is also not an acceptable answer. Apparently.
Counseling the efficiency expert on firing people who ask questions like that. I mean, you're honestly look up canned responses to common interview questions online. They're asking canned questions. Why can't you respond with canned responses? I mean, they're designed to put you in an awkward position to give you something to think about just to see what you say. And I was like, what? Really? How would you answer that, HR guy? Fuck.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Sat in this very room. Asking that very question.
Hopefully not on trial for embezzlement again. You know what I mean?
Anyway, that's how I lost my medical license.
I hate that HR shit, man, so much.
Oh, right.
I got the one job that I got the job where I was kind of a fucker in that interview with those types of questions, because I didn't really. I was in a spot where I didn't really feel like I needed that job. I was looking for a job from the position of already being employed to see if I could find something better. And it's true. That is the best place to find a job from, because you're
everyone should be doing it all the time.
The tension is turned way down for you. And so I did end up getting that job, and I did move over there, and it was an okay job. It wasn't bad. Nothing important to exciting to report. But they were. I remember when he asked what do you consider your worst quality to be, and what have you done to mitigate it? That second part actually makes that question answer.
That much. He's good. Better than that.
Gamer Verlaine, thank you for the 650. I used a Mean Girls quote when they announced that GTA 6 delay. It's like I have ESPN or something. See, I've seen this movie, it feels like. Cultural osmosis.
Yeah.
It's like that with Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Such an incredibly quotable movie that I felt like I had seen it before I saw it. Sort of.
Yeah, I've never seen The Big Lebowski, actually. I don't think. Or even very many fragments thereof. I have seen Mean Girls though, or as I like to call it, Lilo and the Bitch.
Nice. Very nice.
You can have that one. That's free.
So then Frank went on to ask, what do you consider your worst quality to be, and what have you done to mitigate it? And so it was an over-reliance on the detail of organization. And it's like,
sorry, yes.
Which sounds like, what's your worst quality? Oh, I'm a workaholic. You got to kick me out of the building. I insist on working for free for the greater good of the corporation and those immediately over my head in employment.
By the way, would you like your dick sucked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The second part of it makes it you can answer in that way, and it doesn't sound so ridiculous. What have you done to, it's like, be flexible according to the dynamic needs of the situation.
Oh, God.
Claptrap nonsense laced together. Hello.
Yeah. I appreciate it, but at the same time, I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's everything that is wrong with corporate everywhere.
But I told you about this interview before. This is the one where the guy asked me, what do you want out of life? And I said, a sharper cheddar. He thought it was funny.
Yeah,
it was probably the only laugh he got in like 3 days of interviews. So,
right. But that's how you land the fucking job, frankly.
For all I know, that's why I got the job. Well, hire that cheddar guy. He was hilarious. Like,
his jokes are a little cheesy, but we appreciate them. Speaking of jobs, Frankentel says, let's see, it's a job at a cafe. I'm not doing it because it's my dream. It doesn't fucking matter. Job is a job is a job. Yeah, they get a job that pays, or you get a job that you enjoy doing. Very rarely do you find one that's both, and if you do, hold on to that shit for dear life. Let's see. Valine says, my last job interview was me talking my way back into quality assurance. Ugh. I never want to work another QA.
After that QC fuck up that I was responsible for last time, I can't believe they let me back in.
What is your worst quality, and what have you done to fix it or mitigate it? I think I'd look him dead in the eye and go, well, I'm here, aren't I?
Yeah.
Just kind of leave it open-ended.
Oh, that's okay. Engineer, that's good. To be able to buy a really nice piece of glass. That was quality. That was good.
And if they get it, you know that you're in.
You know where they've been spending their nights.
Sorry, go ahead.
I clipped that out of a move. I just remembered something I was going to turn into a donation. I clipped it, set it up, did the editing, almost all of it, and I just didn't render it out. And then went and did something, totally forgot about it till right now.
Well, quick, make a note.
You're right. I've got an app for this.
Flatty said, if only I could get to the interview portion. Oh, and that the fucking truth. I remember when I was growing up.
I don't.
It was a long time ago, and it didn't last long. And whether or not it was successful, I would leave it to chat to decide. But I know what they're like, so I won't. Yeah, the idea of just taking instruction from somebody who's probably not as good at the job as me, in exchange for pay never really appealed to me, and then there's the whole interview process, and despite my my blooming personality now, I've never been really good with people.
Get out. Well, I find that hard to believe.
The idea of sitting in a room one-on-one, having to look somebody in the eye and put up with their bullshit. Yeah. Sorry, bullshit questions. Bullshit questions. That's the thing. Yeah, did not appeal to me at all. Oh, but no, I'm very good on the interviewing side of things. I find because your job in that position is to try and catch the person off guard. That's all you're there to do. All this notion of like canned questions and all that kind of thing, fuck that. Put them ill at ease and see how they respond. That's what's important. Anybody can do the day-to-day 9-to-5 bullshit of a job. Anyone can learn to do it. All these people that go to college for 3 years or 4 years or whatever to go and work like a 9-to-5 fucking office job, they can all do the job. You're not there asking them questions about that. They're going to spend the next 6 months learning how to do the job anyway, right?
Yeah.
It's just that's just pretty much the standard anywhere you go. So yeah, the whole notion of canned questions. What a fucking waste of everybody's fucking time, Polly. What a waste.
Oh, it is. But how much of HR work is really just justification for them being there? The continued ongoing self-licking ice cream cone that is the HR department.
Oh, yeah. The HR department has expanded to meet the growing needs of the HR department, yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason that, excuse me, outsourcing your HR needs is an actual viable, booming business where you farm out the responsibilities as needed. Because if you start an HR department, you're going to have to give them things to do because there's whole swaths of time where they'll just be sitting there. And then it comes to payroll and they're busy as hell for 3 or 4 days approaching payroll. And then the lull happens again. Invariably, they will spearhead their own initiatives to justify them continue to being employed, especially the most useless of persons, the management staff in the HR department.
Oh, right.
But you're an HR administration administrator? Yes, I am. Oh, God.
So you manage the managers who manage the HR people who are responsible for managing people.
Yeah, what they do is attend meetings and schedule meetings and then set up more meetings for what's going to be met about later at a different meeting.
You see, when you said that, immediately I had up in the back of my mind. Did you ever watch the Venom movie, Polly? The recent one. You know that one line? It's a narrated line of the Venom symbiote where he just says, "Parasite." Just immediately what came to mind.
Oops.
Oh, Polly, we can't do gun talk while Far's not here.
Yeah, no, I think it's the perfect time to do it, actually. Okay, what the fuck was that? Trying to just get this gun in the center of the frame, and my web browser's like, no. That's great. No.
Liquid Grade asks, did that clock just move? Well, yes. It's always moving.
Yeah.
It's powered
That's
by
how it
Victory
works.
technology. Yeah. Yeah, it makes one full revolution, every 12 hours, like clockwork. You have been off the internet for a week, I can tell. You're laughing at my shit jokes. Oh, dear.
What a giant piss off that is. Okay, hold on here. I'll skin this cat differently. There we go.
Message retracted. Oh, it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun.
So here it is. This gun that I was looking at. This is a Sig Legion 220, single action only, compact. Now, okay.
It is a small boy.
Yeah, okay, now technically, or somebody gets on my case.
Nobody's worth that much.
He's good.
Better than that.
Better than that.
I bring up a Sig Legion and nobody's worth that. Yeah, they are, Valine. Shut up. These are Sig and Pretty Boy clothes.
Stan asks, but is it drop safe?
Oh no, this is the yes they are. This is not a 320 series gun. These are the venerable 200 series, and they're fascinatingly safe. Oh, okay, hold on. Gamerly, thank you for the 650. To be fair, I was quality assurance. Excuse me. I was quality assurance on planes, and now I'm quality assurance for chemistry. My worst is documentation. My worst quality is documentation. Okay.
All right, and what have you done to ameliorate that?
Write more notes. It's the hill I want to die on. If somebody tells me that something funky isn't on spec, I start digging and I find it. That's a... Wow.
Sorry, I'm looking at the gun.
I just got...
kind of
Yeah,
taken
I
by it.
also just went 1,000-yard stare moment there. Where Valine's like, oh, I just dig through and I got to find the... That summarizes pretty much all of the contract research work that I've ever done for pay. People are like, okay, this conclusion was made on this policy, but how do they know that? I don't know. Yeah, I know you don't know. I'm paying you to find out. Oh.
Okay. I don't know. That's a shame, buddy, because that's your fucking job.
Yeah. See, if I was the boss, that's exactly the kind of line I would tell. Well, you better find out. Why? Because you'll be fired if you don't.
That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. I suck at being an employee. I'm very good at being an employer. I'm not exactly one to suggest that people are necessarily born to be one thing or another. I'm not really, much a fan of the notion of that. But at the same time, man, I am not made to be on the bottom of the corporate ladder. I'm really not.
I was talking a couple weeks ago with somebody about Ross, the character in Glengarry Glen Ross that played that Alec Baldwin played in the film version. And yeah, it just pocketing half the things that guy said and just bringing them out at the most awkward time for the employee, coffees for closers, etc. Right? Those are his lines.
Whiskey and whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
Why would I want to find that out? Because first prize is a set of steak knives. Second prize is you're fired.
That's good.
Gearly, thank you for the 450. Okay, but how did I react to the 220? Specifically the 10 millimeter. Oh yeah. I like my guns like I like my bitches. Thick. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What, thick and painted black?
Yeah. Well, considering the coating and the way that it's held up because of the quality control at Sig when Legions first came out, yeah, their coatings don't do a good job of staying on. I like my guns like I like my bitches. Thick, black, and flaky.
Thick and coated in an expensive dusting of powder. This ain't that kind of bar, people.
A fascinating thing to me about, I call them 200 series SIGs, which is funny because I made that up. I mean, that's the number sequence that they go by. I mean, like the original, the 220, there it is in 45. Later in other chamberings, but the 226, 225, 229, but they all fall in that 200 range. So I just call them 200 series SIGs off of 70 series and 80 series Colts, 1911s. Is where that
so it's like graphics cards, isn't it? It's like, what do the numbers even fucking mean, really?
Yeah, I'm sure the Swiss Germans, I mean, it wasn't Swiss Germans, it was Swiss designed, German manufactured originally, anyway. I'm sure they had a reason for it. Well, even if it's just an industrial fabrication reason, like Like Gaston Glocks, why G this, G that, like the G17, the G18, and so on. His design numbers in sequence, that's it. They're just and it's like, oh, okay, well, that's straightforward enough.
The head of German manufacturing just, bends down, whispers in your ear. Actually, it was just a flight of whimsy. But
they
no
say
one
we
will
Germans
ever
don't
believe
have
you.
the humor.
Why do you think that there is not a big comedy scene in Germany? Did you ever think that you maybe killed all the funny people? Nine.
I mean, I have questions about SIGs. I mean, so you get what I like about them is so many variations on the central frame slide design.
Yeah,
it's and so basically all the 220 design, because it's significantly different enough from the previous, SIG guns, that when Sig Sauer came out with this design, the 200 series, everything looked different it looked different than everything else. But standard 4.4 inch barrel, the short one is 3.9 inches. I had always assumed that there was a nice round number metric equivalent to that made that make sense. 4.4 inches, 3.9 inches. Why those numbers? Why not 4 inches and 4.5 inches? Like what's with the 1/10 of an inch? And so I figured, it must be metric. Because Germany, right? I just thought, Switzerland, metric. It must go to a nice even number of like 400 or whatever in millimeters and centimeters or whatever. No, there isn't. When you look at the metric equivalent, it's not a nice, perfectly round number. It's just a very German way of doing things.
Would it be perhaps something to do with the amount of rotations or that the bullet does in the barrel before it exits?
I'm just thinking about what you said. I mean, I get what you mean. Like, and it would be the rifling, the amount of rotations you'd get out of a round would have a lot to do with the specific diameter, the caliber involved. So for the 45, because that was the first one, the interior diameter gives you a single rotation at 4.4 inches. So therefore, there we go.
Therefore, it has an effective range with this particular round of X, Y, Z, and then, shorter barrel, so on and so forth. That would be my assumption. Again, it could just be a case of, mythological German whimsy.
Yeah, but do you see what I mean? Like, okay, take a look at 1911s. I mean, there's a perfect example.
Okay, I will.
What is the dead standard? Is it because inches is the standard unit of measurement for John Moses Browning? So the government model is what? 5 inches on the dot. Okay, so the abbreviated one, the shorter, the more compact one, was it 4 1/4? And the ultra compact, 3 1/2. And now they've gone much more simple than that's just Colt that did that. Standard, or everyone else's 1911s are 5, 4, and 3. That's it. As they get shorter, they didn't go 4 1/4, 3 1/2 for the officers. There's about 5, 4, 3, and then there's Germany, and for some reason, 4.4, 3.9. I mean, I'm not complaining at all. It's just kind of like, okay. So those two different barrel lengths, frame size, frame shape, all the same. It's just its length and its the length of the slide, length of the frame. Those are the two big variations that happen. And then let's talk beaver tails. Because they really love changing the size and shape of a beaver tail. Oh, a Sig Sauer 1911, as soon as you see that beaver tail. If it's ugly and looks like that, it's a Sig.
I suppose it piques you. La bola más grande.
I'm so glad I turned the volume up on his choking when I was editing that. It makes all the difference. You tell him, Steve Dave, thanks for the $4. Well, I'm hopped up on caffeine, scheduling a show. I'd love to have Polly on sometime. And I see a fucking shit ratio. You want new DPSS? You want a new DPSS record? This is how it happens. Smash the like button. What the hell's a DPSS record? That's some 80s synth pop wave band.
DPSS.
Steve Dave's out there, man. It could mean anything. I might have just made fun of myself and not realized.
Right.
He's out there.
DPSS record. No, that one's escaping me.
Not
Double
complaining. Are you sure about that?
penetration,
Oh,
something,
that-
something.
Leave me alone. Look how lazy this person is. Would you put some more stuff on your gun or fuck? What the hell?
Oh God, Brad, why are you half-assing it like this, man? Come on. Thank you very much. You tell Steve Dave for the 2 smackaroos. I knew he'd ask. DPSS stands for dipshit per shotgun shell. And I bought me a new
Wow.
box today.
Now I know.
Mhm.
You know what is, and Sam, you got one of them fancy scandium framed guns.
I had one. Yeah,
Oh, you yeeted it?
I had to sell it.
Aw. I've had to sell guns. It's always a sad time in life.
It really, really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
One of the very few times I've ever realized return on investment, like the concept of that, was with firearms.
Yeah.
Massive depreciation set in on pretty much everything else that I've ever tried to get rid of when the rough times hit. You know what I mean? Firearms are the only time that I got, wow, that's pretty much what I paid for it, but that gun is far less available now than it was. So yeah, that actually balanced out, meaning, of course, it was used, right? But cared for and maintenance run on it, never roughly treated, but it is used. So it's sold for a little bit under the new price, but you can't get them anymore. Holy shit, that was actually fair market value. I didn't get ripped off. That's crazy. How did this, how did the sale go? Reasonably?
Yeah, I didn't do too bad, actually. All in all, I lost just shy of 3 figures from what I paid, which is really not bad. But yeah, I needed to move it fairly quickly, because yeah, one of the things about gun restrictions here, when you move, like move house or what have you, yeah, you have to re-register, and it was coming up to the point where I was like, okay, I can relicense, because you have to do that periodically anyway. I can relicense or and pay out all the administrative costs and yada 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 yada. But the plan is to move to the States, and I'm not taking this with me.
Right.
So should I just get rid of it now? Yeah, that was what was behind the decision making process. And look, it's one of them. For the first month, I felt very fucking vulnerable.
I'll bet you did. Yeah.
It's like just knowing it's not where it's not within reach, and it's like, well, what am I going to do if someone breaks it? I mean, obviously, I'm going to kill them, but how?
The only thing I knew for sure was this:
to think
every
about
son of a bitch that worked for her, they were all going to be better off dead.
I gotta
I come
simplify
back
my
and you're just
layout.
talking about guns.
Oh, hello.
I shouldn't be
Yeah, we
surprised.
only just started.
This is
We
why you
only just started.
exercise your voting rights far, so you can actually keep your gun rights.
Well, that happened literally around the time I was born, so
Yeah, I know.
I don't know
Well,
what to do about that.
You know what? I was born once far, and I have managed to overcome my disability. So maybe think about that.
Born once. Didn't you know
No.
you need to be born again, Sam? I'm kidding.
fuck
You
that.
don't. That's just... Gamer Valine, thank you for
I
the
don't want to be
$9.
born again.
The first 2
Once was
was
traumatic enough. Sorry,
what's that?
I don't want to be born again. Once was traumatic enough.
You remember it?
No.
Oh. Okay.
No. What the fuck?
I remember it.
Yes, Polly. I totally remember when I was born. Yeah. Huh.
There's a reason I was
I remember.
asking.
Yeah.
I remember when Far was born.
Yeah, I
The dark
remember that.
clouds.
Yeah, okay.
What were you doing? Standing there in the delivery room? What the fuck, Sam?
He didn't say the delivery itself, the day thereof, Far.
No, I was the hall
I
porter.
see.
Oh. Oh. Huh. Gamer Valine, thank you for the $9. The first 2 was the code for handgun when they made the 210. When they made the 320, They use the previously retired SMG 3XX 300 series code for the modular system. Look, thank you. There's the answer.
Now we know.
For years and years, I kind of just assumed it was a manufacturer's, thing. And it was, but I had no idea. I thought it was just internal to the company. No one would ever know. And the first...
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Would you believe I need to log into Streamlabs?
Yeah, actually, it keeps logging me out every time. Not even when I restart my computer, but just logging off the browser, closing the browsers, not to get me logged out. It didn't used to be that way. But thank you for
That
being
explains that.
Like the first two numbers of the code
Relaxes
for
in
handgun.
Linux.
That's when they made the 210. Yeah, the 210. Man, that gun gets a lot of hate online as being super fancy and not worth the money. I don't know. I've never fired one. I know they're quite expensive, but I'm more of a robust 200 series guy myself.
Isn't it amazing the amount of things that we continue to allow ourselves to not know, despite the fact that we've had access to high-speed internet?
What does he say for? Tertiary?
Why? Which one did you get? Yeah, tertiary.
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 Okay.
I just want to point out, I've got...
You got to point out, or do we read off these donations?
No, I was just...
I've got two waiting.
I was going to say, I should point out, I've got Obis, right, cut down to less than half volume overall, and I've got FAR's donations at minus 38 fucking decibels, all right, and it still hits the old eardrums. Proceed.
You're welcome. Thank you, you tell him Steve Dave for the $2 dues. Don't be born again, Far. We like you the way you are, drawing weird Ottoman cartoons in the corner of the bar and commentating from the down under. Well, thank you for liking me for what I am, but
that was almost
not
poetry,
it, right? But it was also like, wow, almost a compliment. Thank you. I was not planning on being born again. I do not wish for that.
Far,
and
you're
thank you, CTP,
ineligible.
for $2.
Don't worry about it.
Alphabetti spaghetti.
Just tell them you were
Wait,
baptized
what do you mean
Catholic.
I'm ineligible?
It's fine.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. I'm baptized, so I'm fine.
Yep. And they'll start telling you how you're not, and
I'm
just kind of
getting
space
into
out. And
heaven,
don't listen.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it works, right? Get baptized, and that's like your get into heaven free card, right?
That's what it said in the brochure.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be some exceptions made there.
They said it was only guaranteed after my check cleared, but that made sense to me.
Right?
It wasn't a donation, it was a tithe.
So this is the untalked about gun, in my opinion. The 220 Compact. Look how slick and flat that fucker is. It's a 220. It's been cut down both in barrel length and frame size. So it holds 7 rounds instead of the classic 8 in a single stack. Look how rounded it is, because that's part of the SAS design. So it's all been dehorned and everything for smooth drawing and stuff like that. And there it is on the 220 SAS. Fuck, what a badass little gun.
Did you still have one to read out for? Or did
No.
you get them all? Okay.
No, that was the two, yeah.
In that case, thank you very much, Luna, for the 350. I'll challenge you to a duel with your SIG any day. My FNP TAC 45 will smile your ass. I don't own a SIG. I wouldn't own a SIG. You know why? Because I'm just a poor boy. And no Siggy loves me.
Everybody loves me. He's just a poor boy from a poor family.
Spare him his life from the Sigstrosity. Anyway, before we get too deep into that...
Oh, will you let the SIG go?
Oh, that's weird. Weird things are happening with my mouse, Sam. There it is.
Right.
I also want an FN.
45 tactical, does the devil put aside for me?
FN 45 tactical. One day, Sam. Well, don't look too long at its whole kitted up version. I mean, there it is, like all unkitted.
Yeah.
it shouldn't be underestimated because it is so interchangeable back strap. So if you don't like the rounded back, there's a whole series of different shapes for it, right? Considering its round count, that is it's got a pretty slim profile on it. 15 fuck off rounds of 45. Yes. That's
a goodly amount.
Yeah. And single action, double action, as God intended.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a safety only on the side. It's also a decocker. Nice.
The whole thing's a decocker if you think about it.
Yeah.
That's right. We don't aim for center of mass. We shoot you in the dick.
I pulled this up.
Don't try and mug me.
There's certain things that get innovated and never really kind of, wait, that should be huge. Why isn't that a thing more widespread? That's a polymer frame that weighs more than a steel frame.
But why?
They infused it with antimony? Some dense metal in some proprietary process that the SIG people came up with, probably in concert with DuPont or something. Who the fuck knows? They fucked around with materials, and it's like, we can mold this material that's like a polymer, but it's infused with this dense metal. And the result is a very rigid, moldable frame that ends up that's heavier than steel. And it has an embedded chassis in it. So it runs on steel rails, even though it's a polymer frame that's heavier overall than metal. Wow. Can more companies do this? And currently it's only being made for this frame, the X5 SIG, their competition gun, to plug your 320 top onto.
Is this a candidate for Durasteel?
As in the Star Trek material?
Yeah.
No, they got plastisteel, as they call it in Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I didn't think of that. Yeah.
Base gun.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, that's why when you owned a scandium frame gun, like the idea, like there's better materials than aluminum alloys or just straight aluminum. It's like, yeah, but you can go titanium. Certain Smith & Wesson revolvers have titanium used sparingly here and there because it's quite expensive. The scandium was never expensive. It just wasn't available. And when it became available, SIG was the only company who fucked around with the alloys. I don't know why. It doesn't have any of the galling problems that aluminum does. You don't have to go like the extra mile to not have the slide and frame gall each other, whatever the fuck. I was reading about it, and there's like special considerations you got to take into.
Well, I mean, Russia had very, very recently re-entered sort of like global markets, and they got all of the shit kicking around that they were itching to sell.
Yeah.
As well. So it was going for like, peanuts compared to what it was worth in the rest of the world. Absolutely.
The world's entire supply of scandium far is basically found in Russia. And the only time it had ever been used for manufacturing on a large scale was in Soviet MiG jets.
Of course.
Yeah.
Which was shocking because, most of them suck.
Yeah. You have this incredibly rare, super cool material and your jets totally suck. So, lesson to you. Communism doesn't produce good anything, even Warcraft. It's really cool.
Yeah.
It's materials. It's there on the periodic table right beside titanium, but it gives aluminum alloys certain properties where it ends up being stronger and lighter than a titanium alloy. And it's like, cool, let's work with this. And nobody wants to. I don't get it. It's like, here's space age metal polymer plastisteel, like you said, Sam. It's like SIG's the only one who's got it, and it's for a competition gun, and that's it. What am I missing? It's like, because we can cut metal better. Like, yeah, but if we had that line of thinking, we'd still be using smoothbore muskets. My Brown Bess works just fine, thank you.
It's true. It's true.
And
look, when you got the
okay,
kind of
tungsten.
Look, when you've got like SIG money as well, like that's you can afford to splash out on a bit of innovation here and there.
Yeah,
you can afford to make some bad decisions.
Yeah,
I mean, not P320 decisions, but bad decisions.
Oh, there's. It's as compared to like SIG ends up being the anti-Glock. Like, what does Glock do? come out with one successful model and then never stop.
Yeah.
Every generation of Sig, like, tell me how it's significantly different than the previous one. Significantly. And people are like, well, I don't want it significantly different. I'm like, okay. So you guys love what's innovative about that gun and then wanted all innovation to come to a screeching halt at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. If you love these specific aspects of a Glock, why don't you like how they were incorporated by other companies into their pistols to produce an equally or better designed gun? I mean, I don't think anybody would accept, well, the tilting barrel design. I mean, John Moses Browning is an amazing designer, and it's that the tilting barrel design for a semi-automatic handgun was best realized in a 1911. But it shouldn't be innovated. So a Glock incorporates a tilted barrel design. So yeah, but it's not a 1911, so therefore. Why stop at one point? And I don't get that.
I mean, there is also the element of if it ain't broke, don't fucking fix it.
You know, yeah. See, there's a couple of things. They say that about certain things that are on 1911's now standard, that old school guys say that they shouldn't be there. Full-length guide rods, for example. External extractors. It's like those things are not part of the original 1911 design and shouldn't be there. It was fixing a problem that wasn't. You know what? Maybe.
Yeah,
but I want my full-length guide rod. But there's no reason for it. I said I want it.
Right. Look at the Second Amendment. Does it say anything about fucking need?
Yeah, right.
It's too, I don't know. It's like a lot of people who buy polymer framed handguns, right? A lot of the time, durability is one thing, wear is another thing. Lightness. I don't want a light handgun. I don't.
Can't pistol whip somebody with that.
Well, it's not even so much that. It's a case of if I'm going to shoot it with my offhand, which is not something I ideally want to do, but it is something I have practiced doing, and I think everybody should.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you never know. Look, you might get shot in the fucking shoulder sometime, and you might only have your offhand available.
I've seen action movies.
Both. Mm-hmm.
Action shooting protagonist man is often carrying something in his strong hand and needs to shoot people with his left.
You might have a woman over your shoulder.
Right. You could be carrying a child, your own or someone else's. You never know.
Absolutely. So practice. But one of the advantages that I've found with having a good weighty gun is, yeah, your recoil mitigation in your offhand is not as good as it is in your main hand. It just isn't.
No, it's not.
So having a heavier gun, yes, okay, it's more of a pain to actually carry it and all that kind of fucking thing. Damn side easier to stay on target with a heavier gun because of the natural recoil mitigation.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my sort of mentality behind it.
With a heavier gun, longer barrel, thicker barrel, so
Mhm.
it's heavier. Mostly I'm talking about like with carbines and rifles and shit. It settles down a lot faster when
Yes.
you're looking over the sights. And I don't hear people say that's true with that.
You
They
see
go, no,
drugs,
not
you ain't
really.
Nothing. You're probably seeing double.
I have 2 guns, one for each of you.
Now, speaking of light guns, you don't want a heavy gun doing that. You just don't.
Right.
Spinning guns on your fingers, they're a lot heavier than you think they are.
I mean, to be honest with you, the problems of a lighter gun in your offhand can be solved by training. They can. And the drawbacks of a heavier gun can also be solved by training. They absolutely can.
You know what can't be solved by training? A heavier gun pulling your pants down when you run downstairs too fast and didn't tighten your belt.
Well, that's more of a case of, training yourself not to wear ridiculous pants. Wear proper pants.
That sounds oddly specific, Polly.
It's not far.
Are you sure about that? You sound oddly defensive.
I don't know what you mean.
Hmm.
I remember putting my 19.
550. The Glock suckers on Twitter still try to argue for their chew toys met the modular requirement that the government had. Seems weird to fanboy over a horse sperm dealer that also makes cheap guns. Yeah. And a bullet thief at that. Did you ever hear that story about Gaston and stealing the bullets?
I did not. I did not. Doesn't sound like my kind of bullet thief.
That's a funny. Hey, that's hilarious. Glock suckers. Yeah, that is more so than. There's an irony to that whole thing. Okay, so there were two guns left in the modular handgun competition, the Glock and the 320. And the 320 ends up winning because, well, hey, man, it was the only modular gun. Glock's version of the modular was whatever you want us to do to the gun, we'll do at the factory. We'll do it at the factory. So if you want it short, we'll make it short for you. If you want it long, that's not what modular means. It is when we do it. Because, and I do get it, they have gotten so good at making the same gun over and over again that they can actually offer that service. Basically on-demand gun manufacturing. And so I kind of got the point that they were making. We're just redefining modular. It's like you didn't produce it where it was end user modular. And that was the point.
That was the fucking intent.
Yeah. Explicitly stated too.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. And well, is that even really important? Okay, argue that out with the government, not with other people on Twitter. It's like Sig just managed to pull it off. And I swear the deficiency and defective, if you want to call it that, nature of what's going on with the trigger, where it will fire on its own, supposedly, is a dangerous trigger setup, the 320. I don't actually, hey man, if it actually is dangerous, that sucks. I have no experience with it. I can't comment. Yeah, I've heard the rumors. Sure, I've seen the lawsuits. The lawsuits don't impress me because they're reporting on the lawsuits in the same way that they're reporting on the Remington rifle lawsuits, the 700 trigger lawsuits, because there was money to be made there. So they're reporting what's going on in civil court. In every industry, civil court is, the dockets are absolutely backed up with people suing manufacturers for a whole range of things. It's not like people are just being shot dead every day by SIGs. There's too many of them distributed of 320s all over the fucking world that if it were, a 50-50 chance on shooting yourself, that it wouldn't be widely known as that those things are suicide machines in your pocket. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're not that dangerous. The question is, are they statistically dangerous? Like, I've seen a video where, don't start with the video thing. Come on. How many Glock kabooms do you need to see before you accept that previous edition Glock barrels were dangerous? Just type in Glock kaboom and you'll see what I mean. Would somebody accept that as proof? No, you don't know what led to the circumstances that happening. Well, I saw the video of the guy dropping the SIG gun and it went off. Okay. Let's talk about that time SIG recalled an entire series of firearms. Not some of them. They released the Gen 4 Glock and had to recall literally all of them for safety issues. There's something SIG didn't have to do. But I don't believe in this fighting on behalf of a fucking company you happen to like.
It's always been a little bit odd. I mean, if you want to talk like technicalities or debate the technicalities, that's fine. That's fine. But like fanboyish fervor for company, that doesn't make an awful lot of sense with me.
Yeah.
Neither does shitting on a company just because you don't fucking like them either.
Yeah.
It's like
you're allowed to have Glock is the same thing. It's not the gun; it's the people that are. There is no other gun but this. That's you're just wrong. Well, what's better than it? Like, okay, just stop. I don't even want to have the conversation again. It's like talking to a wall. There's no point.
You see, the reason why I don't like Glocks, Polly, is because they kind of insist upon themselves.
Is that why? Really?
No, that's what I'm gonna start saying to the Glock suckers. I really am.
Nice.
Ron Corbs brings up something interesting in chat. Actually, I should have tried shooting my H&K MK23 left-handed when I was last at the range. You know what? You should. But do it safely. Rotten Corpse has got quite a fucking fine selection of firearms. He really does.
I'm not going to lie. If I had one, HK Mark 23, I think I would try and sell it for maximum value and purchase other guns, because there's someone who's going to love owning it a lot more than me, and I know the price that some of them command when they're in great condition. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I can give this a loving home and then go buy lots and lots of ammunition with it, or something. I'm not a huge H&K fan. I don't hate Heckler and Koch. I'm not a fan.
I've become more of a fan as time has gone by, but I wouldn't say that I am a fan outright. They do produce some pretty sweet stuff.
Oh,
like I really want a 416, dude.
Oh my God,
really
I know.
want a 416.
I would not sell that shit. No.
No.
I mean, I don't have any criticisms for HK, especially now on 416. And I know some people think that they're overrated, but it's like somebody gave me one. That's when I would be happy.
Oh, dude, if someone gifted me a fucking 416, I'd be over the moon.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be over the moon. You'd never find me at home. I'd always be at the range. Always. Damn, you've put fucking 3,000 rounds through that thing today. Yeah, I know.
You put your kid's college fund through that. What?
I have kids?
Yeah.
Penguins!
God, that's what you don't want. Did you spend your kid's college money? Oh, yeah. You forgot about the college fund? No, the kids.
Yeah, I'd just be repeating generational trauma at that point, wouldn't I?
Mm-hmm. So I saw this movie, State of Play, right?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, hippie-ass Russell Crowe is not something you want to watch for 2 hours.
No. Sean Bean could pull it off. Russell Crowe, not so much.
He's likable in this role. It's really the role, not him, if you know what I mean. But it's supposed to be a psychological political thriller. Basically, Russell Crowe is a journalist who starts investigating the death of a staffer, a senator's political staffer. This young woman dies on a platform, on a train platform, and something seems off about it and suspicious about it too. So he keeps looking in after it, and the trail of that death leads to this whole, wending of political corruption. But it is such a classic Hollywood myth, the presentation of journalists in this movie, where Republicans are from the South. They're all neocons and want endless wars. Democrats are all extremely well-meaning, good-hearted people that get corrupted by an intolerant system. Journalists are all dogged investigators that are better researchers than the police, who are just trying to stop them from doing the good job of speaking truth to power. Like, these are the assumptions that entire movie is based on. Now, that's where we begin.
Man.
Let's go. And here's the story. If you don't mind, every time you run into a Republican politician, they speak with a Southern accent and are corrupt as fuck. Every Democrat has been forced to do something they didn't want to do that was against their moral compass, but they had to because the system is at fault here, not me. And the journalists, oh my God, they work so hard and they're so selfless.
That was 25 fucking... See, this is the thing. The state of journalism today, the state of politics today, in general... We've been primed for their delusions, right? Not to get too much into the politics of it, but seriously, for the past 30 years of Hollywood, this is how how this shit's been portrayed, and they think that we still believe it.
Yeah, they do. The journalists, in terms of drinking their own Kool-Aid, yeah, like the President of the United States calling journalists like, okay, you're the press is the enemy of the people. They're just shocked that somebody would speak against the clergy. I mean, journalists this way. No, you're right. I think about like movies that are, okay, you know what? Presenting All the President's Men, Robert Redford film about Woodward and Bernstein investigating, Watergate, as they did. They broke Watergate in terms of the story. What they didn't do is break the information in terms of putting the president, in this case Nixon, in a place where he felt he needed to resign before, look, I'm just not viable in the office anymore. All the time from this point on will be spent about this ongoing thing, possible impeachment, etc. I'm just going to resign. And then boom.
Yeah.
Now the myth has become nobody knew nothing until Woodward and Bernstein at the Washington Post, intrepid gumshoe reporters that they are, started looking into it, and they were the ones who took Nixon down. And it's no, they found out about an ongoing investigation that was already underway into untoward things that the committee to reelect the president for Richard Nixon had been involved in. It's
But Polly, that's not exciting.
no, it's not. And the movie is exciting, and Robert Redford's a great actor. His politics suck, but whatever. It's a really cool movie, but it's like they made that movie and never stopped making it. The core of myth making. When you see journalists, this is who they are. The Good Night and Good Luck. It's a good example of that. It's a movie about Edward R. Murrow, the original reporter's reporter, out there doing the good work of journalism. The Edward R. Murrow Award that's still given out to journalists till today. Guess Who's On? And it's a famous play and then movie. Good Night and Good Luck is what Edward R. Murrow would say is his sign-off signature line at the end of the night. Good night and good luck. That kind of thing. So hence the name of the play. The play, a really well-known Broadway thing, was... You want to take a guess who's starring in the role of Murrow right now? Giving speeches at the end of it on the proper role of journalism against political corruption, especially in today's heated environment.
Is it Joy Reid?
George Clooney. Seriously, he is playing Edward R. Murrow in Good Night and Good Luck. And at the end of the stage play, he walks out. Well, a 5-minute presentation happens of different media images flashing by to show you, see, the stories we told you tonight are more relevant today than ever. And all of the imagery is about like fake news people. And so it's like Fox News prominently featuring Megyn Kelly. Should have heard her response to that. It's like, Clooney, you're showing pictures of me at the end of the night of you playing Edward R. Murrow while you give speeches how so-called journalists like me are ruining the field. I think she told him to go fuck himself 5 times over the next few minutes. But yeah, I would.
And rightly so.
Well, yeah.
Rightly so. And look, I mean, George Clooney can go fuck himself in general.
Sure he can. I'm trying to think of something I really enjoyed George Clooney in, like a movie. Something.
What's that one where he gets shot?
Where he gets
You
shot?
enjoy seeing him get shot?
I'm sorry?
I don't know if they've made that movie yet, but they should.
I'm trying to go with this idea that not everyone's universally bad. Come on, or some things. I mean, he's fun he has some fun lines in the remake of Ocean's 11, but he's written too. If you know what I mean, like he's.
But this is the thing, like I've never been able to rate him particularly as an actor because it's kind of like Will Smith, right?
Mm-hmm.
Always plays himself, always, every role.
I can name roles that I really liked Will Smith in, and he was playing Will Smith. Like, meaning like, oh wow, he was perfect for that. His character, who he is perfect for that. Like he was great in Independence Day.
Absolutely.
As the joking hotshot pilot, et cetera, et cetera. Oh man, he was really memorable.
That was one of the many lives of Will Smith.
Yeah. The many lives of Will Smith. That sounds like your loving biography tribute to Will Smith.
dude, before fucking Jada Pinkett, that whole shebang, and shabazz. Anyway, before all of that, like, he was kind of hype. He was kind of all right. Just, Jesus, man. Oh, what has she got on him? What has she got on him that keeps him where the fuck? Wow.
I think the same thing that Scientology has on John Travolta. Lots and lots of proof of excessively gay activities.
Must be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, she's ruined his kids, right? They're fucked up.
Except the one
and beyond
that
weird.
she didn't raise.
Well, that's true. That's very true.
The forgotten son. Imagine how he feels about life.
Honestly, I imagine he's
Dodged a
probably
bullet?
very
He
happy.
dodged a bullet for her.
Right.
He felt so bad for so long and was in therapy, and then he saw how Jaden turned out and was like, whoa, life is good.
Oh, wow, I think I'm
Life
actually doing
could
pretty
be
good
a
for myself.
drum.
Huh.
Right. Dude, if Jaden Smith was my fucking half brother and I thought I'd got problems prior to, man, I'd be on a cloud. What's his fucking name? That's the terrible part. Like, I don't even know the guy's name.
Oh, I have no idea.
Right?
I mean, I think that's exactly why one of the reasons he's happy. Will Smith's other
Yeah, no,
kid.
we don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just don't know
Right.
who he is.
Trey. Yeah, Trey Smith.
It's short and memorable. You think you would remember, but it's not repeated, associated with retarded activities online. So why would you? You know, good kid, keep living your best life, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Wasn't he a football player?
Did he? Was he
Like high school,
like college
high
ball?
school or college? I think so. Yeah, I think
don't know.
so.
Did not know he even
Well, look it up.
existed. I'm sure he's happy to hear that, man, or would be. To me, I picture that as Jada's doing. I really do. Like, I don't know, I'm not trying to get into their marriage or whatever, but just you hear the rumors about what a controlling bitch she is, and it's like, yeah, I could see that.
Oh, no, absolutely.
I'm not having your kid from another marriage break up my vision of, like, I picture she constructs her fucking family like she can, like, decorates a room according to a vision that she has, you know?
Oh, fucking absolutely. Absolutely. The woman is the walking embodiment of chlamydia.
What?
What?
Just irritating for no good goddamn reason. Shouldn't really exist and yet somehow persists.
Huh.
She insists upon herself.
Oh, she doesn't just insist upon herself, she insists upon a whole room simply by being within it. She will not be a person that I miss
A pain in
when
the
she
dick.
expires. Yeah, pain in the dick, quite exactly.
Oh, I did. I forgot to mention in his movie, like State of Play, Rachel McAdams is playing kind of a ditz, so it's hard to take. You know, she'll always be fucking edgy ass, anxiety ridden Detective Bezarides to me, so it's kind of hard to see her playing like a fucking ditz. But you know who's like is actually really great in that role? Helen Mirren in that movie.
Oh, dude, I don't think I've seen anything. I don't think I've seen her play a bad role. Yet.
She is the editor-in-chief at the newspaper. The grizzled, been awake too long. I'm gonna curse, but I'm doing so with boarding school English. And would you?
Yep.
I told you this was the deadline. You want to tell me why you're fucking me over? Like, and it just somehow it comes across. Listen to Helen Mirren say that. See, people get so offended when I say this actress, she is not credible in that role. Is it because she's a woman? No, it's because she's not credible in that role. That has a meaning. You know what I mean? When you have like a 20-year-old girl that's like kicking the shit out of, 300-pound muscle men, that's not a credible person to have doing that. Not every woman can play somebody in authority or a badass. And you can't have a big, fat, ugly woman stripping. She's not credible in that role. Like, that's what I mean by that. And Helen Mirren comes across as legitimately a boss, not, she can exude authority, and it's not easy. And she does it in that role really well.
He has charisma.
Yeah. It
Always
looks like
has-
somebody
always
would be
has had.
willing to accept her judgment and put her in a position of power to have judgment over others, where it's like, why would you ever hire some, model to put in a position? Like, why this person would never be the boss over anybody. It doesn't make sense that they're even doing this,
Yeah, this is one of the things. Like when you mentioned about like the skinny little chick taking on like a fucking 300-pound dude. It's like it's not just a women thing either. It's when you see like these scrawny little dudes winning fights against guys that have clearly got much larger reach much better fucking like muscle tone and all that kind of thing. And it's like, and the protagonist is a guy that I could take apart. It's like, nah, I'm out. I'm checked out. The suspension of disbelief has been, lost. Yeah. And I tell you, it's not necessarily the actor or the physicality that's the problem. It's the direction. There are ways for small people to deal with large people when it comes to a fight. It's called a gun. There's things you can do. There's ways that you can direct fight scenes. Like take Spider-Man, right?
Yeah.
Not supposed to be a big guy. Not
no,
at
he's
all.
not. You're right.
He's skinny teenager. I mean, like he is actually incredibly strong due to his mutations, but that's not the point. When he's fighting off against like Venom, a lot of the time in the comics and in the cartoon as well, cartoons plural. Yeah, he spends most of his time dodging, weaving, staying out the fucking way.
Mm-hmm.
As indeed a smaller guy would do against an opponent who is larger, stronger, with a greater reach. It makes an awful lot of sense. It's much more compelling. And then when he does get the upper hand on Venom or Rhino or whoever, it's satisfying because there's been that payoff, that display of superior skill. Just having the small person effortlessly defeat the large person, it's not compelling. It's not compelling. There's not enough tension, suspense for the payoff. What I'm saying is Hollywood do better.
Yeah.
I'm better than you. Much better. You're human garbage.
Holy shit. Hell of a callback.
Look, as much as I approve of the strides that she's been making, let us not forget. Let us not forget, and especially do not let her forget that she said that and did that.
Well, I mean, she made great strides. Okay. But from where? From how far away she was from where she is now. So let's talk about that.
Yes. Yeah. It's important to remember how deep you fell.
How many times has fucking physics.org done this story far?
I don't know.
They've been pursuing it, and it's
probably
trying
was.
to hide.
This thing that... Yeah, this story just keeps going round and round.
Oh.
like a
Oh,
planet.
fuck off, Polly. That was good. Come on, man.
So here we are at physics.org. Well, I'm assuming phys is physics. I don't know. Maybe it's phys ed.
Physed.org.
Yeah.
Sports teachers have hobbies too,
Likely the only place you'll ever play cricket.
Chasing a ball around the solar system. Sorry, Polly.
I'd say it was a good hobby. Just as a hobby.
God, so this artistic rendering of possible Planet 9 came from Caltech. Hail.
Because of course it did.
Well, I'd like to think you'd be doing better work than this at Caltech.
But Polly, can't you see the Milky Way in the background? Look at those astral pathways.
Yeah. I mean, that's a bad place for it to hide, honestly. It's like, and not Planet 9's running out of places to hide. How about not in front of one of the brightest things in the sky?
Right.
We have a pretty good idea of what lurks within our solar system. Even though we're constantly claiming to find new dark crevices where life is probably residing, but totally isn't.
Mm-hmm.
We know there isn't a Mars-sized planet orbiting between Jupiter and Saturn, nor a brown dwarf nemesis heading our way. Well, you have yet to disprove tiny moon theory. Anything large and fairly close to the sun would be easily spotted. Easily?
What?
Yeah,
I mean,
comparatively, yeah, but
Yeah, comparatively, that's what I'm thinking. It's like actually most of that space you just described is a hell of a lot of space, man. Like it easily? No, it's
Yeah, like that's not nothing.
yeah.
That's not nothing amount of space, you know? Like that's quite a
There's a whole lot of shit in between us and the sun. I mean, like, you know,
yeah.
Mercury's fairly small as planets go, but it's still a big old chunk of rock, and it's right the fuck there.
Yeah, and are they still aware that we're still finding new asteroids like between us and the sun?
Really?
Yeah,
That are currently in the solar system, not like on their trek back.
pretty sure. Yeah.
Wow.
Because
okay.
they're you know yeah.
Oh, it's
It's a rock.
part of the Trans-Venusian belt or something like that, isn't it?
Something like that, I think.
I didn't think significant sized
But yeah, it's like
asteroids that
it's
were
still-
in the solar system were still being detected. I thought ones that were way the hell out on their orbital path. Sure, of course. Yeah. But oh, okay.
Yeah, but like I mean that and ones that are just kind of chilling, just vibing here.
Mhm.
Yeah. Because I mean, there's so fucking many of them. Of course they are.
Rocks aplenty. Anything with large oh no, I already read that sentence. Fuck, I didn't get very far into this at all before we started bitching. Huh. But we can't rule out another, smaller, more distant moon hiding behind the larger one in front of it. See? Tiny moon theory.
Let's do this.
Yeah. Keep it lean. Thank you for the 1050. Caltech isn't far from Arizona. They could just ask the Pope to borrow his telescope. Oh, wait. Damn it. They will be able to soon enough. Did you know the Vatican has a telescope in Arizona far?
No, I did not.
They do.
Yeah, there's only one problem with it. It can't look at things on diagonals. Only cardinal directions.
Dear God, man.
Holy shit.
Do you want proof that Bill Maher is a fucking jackass?
Do we need?
I mean, I don't need it, but sure, I'll add it to the pile.
Okay, what? Fair enough. I'll just soundly reject it. No, I don't need, no.
Correction, I don't need any more. But I'll add it to the pile.
That was great. I was just both of you. I was like, no, not really. No. I walked right into that. I should have seen that come. That was great.
Oh, just before we're off the subject of popes and such, though, my vote, should I ever be called on to make it, is absolutely with Cardinal Sarah.
Seen a whole bunch of the candidates. Which one is he?
He's the black fella from Guinea.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Everyone that I see come up with is the one's really digging the traditionalist guy from Hungary who speaks 9 languages. Him? Do you know what I mean? Remember his name?
Yeah.
Ertz. It's a really short name. It's only like 5 letters in it because of the E. I'm trying to remember. It's like, holy shit, is that guy accomplished in life? Like the amount of languages he speaks. PhD.
Erdoa.
Wow. Hey, I want to feel like you haven't accomplished much. My God. Think about Sam, this is what all men could do if they weren't encumbered by women. Think about it. I'm kidding. Dems was jokes. 9 languages, a PhD, top of the world's oldest organization. Sam. Could be yours too.
Polly, there's
forgo
just
women.
one slight problem with that.
I think I could guess what it might be.
Yeah.
What? He's
Yeah.
French?
Sorry?
Well, that you French?
Yeah, no
It's
one's
okay,
going
we
to
don't know
respect
what it
French.
is.
I mean, technically, yes, that is kind of part of it when you think about it. Yeah. I don't know, man. I hit puberty and my priorities changed.
I mean, Sam, I recognize the central problem that is a problem for you, and with Catholicism or Orthodoxy. Remember we were watching that one video where the guy's going over, here's these various pastors of these various small churches, and they're all atheists, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
You think that would have disqualified? You think they wouldn't want the job? That was my takeaway. How do you want the job at that point? But they did. Okay.
I mean,
I had a book once where it involved like a woman that became a priest, like that, right? But she was an atheist. I thought that was only a thing that people wrote fictionally,
Yeah.
not actual truth to that.
Like I get pretty cynical at that point. It's sort of like, give me a reason to think you're doing it other than you don't want to give up the position and power of it. You know what I mean? Like you like being
Yeah.
at the head of like this group, because it's always like, when I say smaller churches, I don't mean like 5 people in it, or 100-person congregation in total. I just mean not like a Catholic church or Greek Orthodox church, not a cathedral. What I mean by, I think, I don't know. Like I said, I get really cynical. Like it's just, you don't want to give up like unfettered authority over this group of people, because when you have your own denomination like that, there's no one over you to tell you you're wrong. It's just you. Why not stay here as an atheist?
Well,
I'm like, well, I don't know.
well.
Basic integrity, maybe.
I mean, there is someone over you to tell you you're wrong. At least as far as the flock's concerned, eh? What? Nothing, Polly?
What? No, I'm sorry. I was just reading chat.
Okay.
I saw my name highlighted like 5 times. I was like, what?
Oh, yeah, what's broken?
Oh, it's just BG showed up and blah, blah, blah. You know how it is with him. So Bill Maher. He's sitting down with the director of the Vatican Telescope program. This clip that I saw is from his movie Religious. And that clip was enough to convince me I want nothing to do with that movie. Well, 2 clips that were from it. Anyway, I don't know. I just picture that somebody who was the outtakes from it. Because it's just weird sitting down with a priest and you run a telescope. I just don't associate religion with, facts or exploring the universe.
Dude.
Okay, real quick. He fucking knows better. He fucking knows so much better than that.
That's the smarm he's willing to do.
Yeah.
He's willing to run with.
Yeah. He's being extremely disingenuous there.
That's what I said. He's not an idiot. That's why I said you want proof he's a jackass. There it is. It would serve no purpose to start pointing out like various things. Like here's this, here's that. I think who you're thinking of is maybe this one church or whatever in popular culture or whatever. You're appealing to a stereotype and fuck you for that and blah, 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 blah. But none of those points would serve any purpose. He's making his jerk off point and great.
Nobody's worth that much.
He's good.
Better than that.
Gamer Valine, I think 650. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, Pizza Bala. Yeah, you hear that name a lot because that's pretty memorable. Or he's got the word pizza in his name.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sick of hearing about the people from Jerusalem as of late.
Moving on. I don't know where you're going.
Random American says, would not checking for atheism be a clerical error?
You would think so.
Patriarch of Jerusalem, Pizza Bala. I was already down with the name. Then I found out he tried to offer himself as a hostage to Hamas so they'd release the hostages that were the children and the sick adults.
Oh, dude.
One of them dudes, huh? A guy that's like, oh, shit. Okay.
I mean, on the one hand, like, okay. Okay. Good. Not a great suggestion, but, like, glad that you're kind of willing to do it. But is this because, fair exchange and all that kind of thing? The whole, oh no, take me instead. Was it one of those? Or do you just want to be martyred so fucking hard? Because there are some people, right, Polly? They seem to be a little too enthused by the idea of becoming a martyr. Mostly, funnily enough, on Hamas's side of the fence. But
well, you know what? I didn't even.
But we don't do politics here.
No, we don't.
This is religion, so it's fine.
Okay. Why distract me off of space, Sam? Look, space.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's not an artist's conception. Holy shit.
Wait, is that actually
Space.
Oh.
God, this is.
I thought it was
That's it?
Look how
Galactus.
small this picture is. Gay.
Yeah, that's wow.
In the words of Candace Owen, space isn't real. It's fake and gay. That's a direct quote. I didn't tell you that far. I saw that interview with, or that clip from her. She actually argued people need to understand.
Yeah, you
space
did
isn't
say that.
real.
I think you did tell me that, like,
Did I? Okay.
as well.
I-
What the fuck?
I told so many people. Sorry, I forgot that I told you too, because I want everyone to know.
No, and that's fair. I totally get it. If that would look, if I was in your position, right, and I heard that or something like that, I would be doing the exact same thing.
I think like
Just telling everyone I know that I knew would find it.
she was
bizarre.
arguing that she's doubled down on it. It's clear she made a mistake. She misspoke because it was live, right? And she's on camera doing like what we're doing right now. And she was arguing that the moon landing wasn't real. And then when she got talking too fast towards the end and kept saying fake and gay, it's not real, she said space isn't real. That's the only time in that whole clip that she said that. And I mean, it's like 8-10 minute video where she's arguing why the moon landing isn't real. The only time she said space isn't real was right at the end when she said it. She obviously just misspoke. Okay. Did she back off of it or say that? No, she's doubled down on it and is now arguing space indeed is not real.
God, what a dumb bitch.
That's,
Just say you misspoke. It's not that hard. I do it all the time.
it's like Mustafa said over an Eve server. Rage bait used to be believable.
Yeah? Yeah, I agree with that.
You're so clearly were hoping to enrage people with this, and you're like, holy shit! I stepped on the most rage-filled thing. People are freaking out. I said space isn't real. Well, fuck, I'm gonna pretend that is what I meant. I only looked up the arguments for the moon landing not being real on Wikipedia 5 minutes before I started recording. I don't think she cares about any of this stuff, man, honestly. Okay, so they're looking for Planet 9. It's out there.
Okay.
And it's trying to hide from us. To look for distant planets, we team... Okay, hold on. I jumped over to this story because you had this... No, not this one. No, not that one. No, not that one. Not that one. It's in here somewhere, damn it. No. What the fuck? Okay. It's running out of places to hide, which I opened from here. But this is the photograph that I opened. What the hell? I'll tell you what's hiding. That article.
It's doing a good job of it.
Okay. Yeah.
Hiding among taxidermy and pig skulls.
All sorts of shit. Just going to reload the article from Discord. In your face, hiding article. Yeah. Is this the first hint of Planet 9? Spoilers, it's a big black ball.
Great.
Okay. If I had made this, I wouldn't want credit. The credit's going to Tom Ruin. Artistic impression of proposed Planet 9. This is your art. The black circle on the page. Well done. The solar system consists of our star, the sun, and everything bound to it by gravity. The planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, along with the dwarf planets, unlike Pluto. Dozens of moons and millions of asteroids, Luna, and tiny moon. The planets orbit the sun in elliptical paths, with the inner four being rocky terrestrial worlds, and the outer four being as gas giants, ice giants, that seem many times larger than Earth. They're not really, though. It's just the way they apparently look. I want to kind of start spreading disinformation about basic knowledge facts online. Jupiter's not really that big.
Why?
I don't know. I'm weird.
Just to see how far it spreads?
Yeah.
Jupiter's not really that big. It's just because it's considered a gas giant. You know, its atmosphere lenses it.
Yeah. There's a planet inside that gas. Its atmosphere is just huge. What do you think they mean by gas giant?
That's actually true.
What they don't tell you is there's alien fish swimming under that atmosphere.
Fish swimming?
I'm going to give people like Neil deGrasse Tyson something to do on Twitter other than criticize movies. You can refute my actual nonsense.
You know what we need to do? We need to start bringing attention to the alien fish men, because the alien fish women can't just be on their own.
They could be. Could be a race of lesbians.
They could also engage in fucking parthenogenesis.
Yeah, yeah, but there's be alien fish men from there, you know? There'd sometimes be an alien fish man, sometimes be an alien fish woman. There's still alien fish men in that case.
Look, I don't want to give the space feminists anything to fucking complain about, alright?
Huh.
They're going to complain about the alien fish women no matter what, Sam.
I'm sure they are, but, you know, I can tune that out.
Hold on, I want to
I had a golden opportunity to say. Sorry?
Engineer MK here. It's like, did you know that a glass of water, in every glass of water, every molecule has more atoms of hydrogen than stars in our solar system? Now, did you misspeak when you said? Because there's one star in our solar system.
No, I don't think he misspoke.
No, I don't think he did.
Okay, so I was overthinking it then. Yes, I did know that.
Yes.
The answer is yeah. I'm 3 drinks deep. How drinker? Leave me alone. Fuck. Friends like this who need gaping gunshot wounds. Our fascination with hunting down more planets in the solar system.
Oh boy.
With Pluto having been classified as the 9th planet for many years, the hunt was on for Planet X. With the demotion of Pluto in 2000.
The demolition of Pluto. Oh, fuck.
Oh, no!
Oh, I can't believe I missed that.
Oh, fuck. That's great.
Now we know where the Soviet nuclear stockpile went. I blew it the fuck up.
Yeah, Platty, I know. I said, how drink are you? Leave me alone. That's going to end up in Eve's quote room. I got to feel it.
Dad, where is Pluto? It's gone, son. It's gone.
Fuck you. It was scheduled
Just
for
a
demolition.
picture like a
Accidentally,
fucking...
you know.
I'm just picturing like a fucking Death Star incident, and it's just Pluto getting hit by a beam of green light, and
They Alderonned it. I didn't even think of
right.
that angle. An evil galactic empire used it as a demonstration of their nefarious power.
They blew up the smallest planet in the solar system.
Yeah.
And then were pelted by billions of tons of razor-sharp, highly destructive rock, and it battered their weapon into 1,000,000 pieces. They never really covered that.
Oh wait, is that why? Is that why they call Pluto a dwarf planet though? Because they blew it up and they just don't want anyone to, you know, look too deeply into that. So they're like, yeah, it still exists as a dwarf planet. Don't just trust me, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Pluto isn't real.
It's like one of those really disappointing pomelos that you get every now and again, the ones with the really ridiculously thick skin, and then on the inside you got like less fruit than you get in a fucking tangerine. That's what happened. Then they blew the outer shell of Pluto off.
Oh, I'm just reading the article. I should actually just read this out loud, shouldn't
Yeah.
Streaming. In a study led by Terry Longfan, posted to the RX cap, or excuse me, AR capital XIV.
Arxive.
How would you say it?
I would say Arxive. I think that's what they're going for there.
I thought, is the IV supposed to be Roman numerals, so it's like ARX 4?
Could be.
The team searches for Planet 9 candidates by using 2 infrared all-sky surveys, IRAS, and Akari, whose 23-year separation allows detection of Planet 9's expected orbital motion of around 3 orbits per year. I'm assuming they mean 3 Earth
3
orbits.
in here?
I'm assuming they mean like 3.
And that's 3 feet.
Its orbital motion is 3 feet a year?
Yeah, it's 3
Well,
feet
if
per
it's
Earth.
way
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
Okay. The search uses Akari far inframonthly what the fuck?
Our infrared monthly
I have an
unconfirmed source
infrared.
list.
You do at Akari Musings.
Holy shit! Fuck yeah, I love having infrared.
Apparently,
I mean-
you're better suited for identifying faint-moving objects in the standard Akari Bright Source catalog.
Well, she is a moon elf.
Give it up for me!
Woo!
I'm very talented.
Donate below. It's an expensive program.
Exactly, yeah. Look,
Yeah.
look. I'll put
Join.
Look, the links in chat. Donate to my space program today, guys, where I detect things using infrared. I'm very talented.
Yeah, the Moon Elf Preservation Society's plan for the extension of moon elf proliferation is an organization near and dear to my heart, and it should be to yours too. Click the links below to
They
sponsor.
do call
a
us fleshless beings moon elves sometimes. We do come from strange and unusual places, I'll have you know.
like Australia and
Yeah,
Australia
and
and Western
Space Australia.
Australia.
did you know Mars could be considered Space Australia? I'm not saying I'm from Mars. I'm from Western Australia, but you know.
Is it because
You
of all
know.
the Is it because of all of the space kangaroos just below the surface?
How did you know?
I have a telescope. I'm basically the Pope. Okay, this is the weirdest ad read I think we've ever done. Back to you, Polly.
Okay.
Oh.
It started
no,
giving
Platy,
actual
you don't- you-
numbers
you
there.
did
and
not
it
become-
fascinated me.
You did not become a fleshless being, Platy. You know, you're still a platypus. It's fine.
So using FAR's infrared system, they've detected 13 candidate pairs with angular separations corresponding to heliocentric distances of 500, 700 astronomical units and masses of 7 to 17 Earth masses. Okay, that 250. Yeah, that's huge. An AU, an astronomical unit, Earth's orbit.
Mhm.
That is out there. I wonder how many AUs Pluto's orbit was. I'm going off of solar system models that correspond to those foam balls them kids had, like, you know, that aren't to scale at all. Because have you ever heard those comparisons? If Earth were a golf ball,
Yeah,
Pluto,
yeah, I've
in the
heard-
center
yeah.
of town, you'd have to drive like a mile to get to where you would need to put Jupiter. It would be the size of a basketball, you know, that kind of jazz, right? It's like the scale
Yeah.
is way the fuck off. Yeah, because of that, I have no sense of scale, just how big our solar system is. It's like, I think the inner planets, it's very poorly understood how close they are to each other relative to how far away the outer gas giants are from each other. If that makes sense, what I just said.
Yeah.
To give you an idea, Pluto's orbit's about 50 astronomical units at its maximum.
Oh, really? So they're looking way
Yeah.
out there at 500 to 700 AUs.
Yeah.
They think Planet
Yeah.
9's that fucking far out? Holy shit. Okay.
Well, if they haven't found it within that area, yeah, and they're very determined to be finding that ninth planet, then yeah, they're gonna start looking way the fuck out there, just so they can prove they're not wrong.
I do wonder, like, what is the of the planets that we are currently aware of, and I mean specifically like exoplanets, which one actually is the closest? Because I mean, there's a bunch around. There's a bunch in the Glycer systems, right? That are like fucking 60 light years away. Is there anything closer that we really know about
okay.
that's of any
Like
particular
exoplanets,
interest?
Like, as in, like, not around Sol at all. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
just
yeah.
what I was-
Yeah, that's going outside my expertise quotation marks around that one.
that's beyond your sphere of knowledge, is
Yeah.
it?
I
Yes.
see what you did there. That was good. I like that.
Good, simple, plain jokes, Polly.
Okay, boom. Places to hide, or places that it could be, and like Far
Yeah, I
just said,
just
it's like they're
straight up
trying to prove
don't
they're not wrong. It kind of feels like that, at this
It
point.
does. I just don't think that it really is a Planet 9 in the way they're thinking.
They are going to be holding the fattest L at the end of this.
Right. I mean, at least with the way we classify planets now, because technically speaking, Planet 9 should be Neptune.
I spy
Oh, hell yeah.
Or Pluto, really.
Okay.
wrapped up in white.
Shucks, I wouldn't put it on unless I was good at it.
We should name a planet Laredo. It's a good name for a planet.
Are you sure it's not an asteroid named that? Because there could
No,
be.
no,
There's
planet.
one named after Aunt. There's one
Just
named
think
after
about it.
Anne Frank.
We could.
That's right.
Is
That's
it
right.
hiding in another planet's atmosphere? Because if not, it should be. But no, if it was a planet.
Being
right,
followed
that-
relentlessly by Planet Gestapo. Yeah.
right?
They thought they were being clever. I just think it's in bad taste.
No, the Gestapo is the name of its moon. It's
Oh,
getting
God.
closer and closer and closer.
Yeah, it's on a collision course. Yeah, that's right.
We are messed up people.
Yeah. Far's fault.
Far, how could you do this?
Yeah. Gamer Valine, thanks for the
Sorry?
950. Oh, I forgot. Lucifer should be out of the cone on Monday. Oh, man, he's still in the cone? The surgery cone around his poor little neck,
Yeah.
Mm.
Bad part is that he had a second different type of tumor in that spot that we didn't know about until the biopsy. They got all of it by pure chance. Okay, cool. So there was no
Ooh.
second surgery. That's good.
That's very good.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh
sure
no.
it'll be like a brave new world for him being out of that damn cone. I know I'd be happy about it.
Right?
I adapted to the cast of my arm pretty quick, where it wasn't really that big of a relief, except for the itching, of course, getting it off.
Mm.
But the one on my leg, oh man, yeah, I felt footloose and fancy free when I got that thing off. Whew.
I bet. Random American, to answer your question, no, I believe it's actually a comet. Cold and dead.
Like my
Jesus
dreams.
Christ. But also, Mort does bring up the good point of they predicted Neptune was there mathematically before they actually spotted it 200 years ago. There was another planet, we would know about it, and he's not really wrong. Because, fun fact about how they found Neptune, right? Because this is within my sphere of knowledge, I guess. They found Uranus,
within the
right?
orbit of your framework. The one.
Yeah. To put it that way, I guess. When they found Uranus, right, they kind of went, oh, well, if that's there, wouldn't there be another planet there, mathematically speaking? And they did the math on it of where it would be, generally speaking, and they found Neptune.
Yeah, damn impressive.
So, yeah, like, that's how they were kind of found around-ish the same time, though. So, if there was another big planet out there, right, and they were doing these calculations like they seem to be trying to, desperately, they probably would have found it already if it actually did exist. And that's not even getting into the whole, something that big on the edges of the system, as they seem to think it is big, judging by all the images they get artists to render for this hypothetical planet line,
Yeah.
right?
I know. So I
Like,
think there's more. I think
it's-
there's
I
more
don't
renditions
think
of it
there
than there
would
are
be-
actual photographs of real planet.
Right? But, like, I don't think, just knowing of what tends to be more on the outer edges that we actually do know of. I just don't see it being a thing because it's all small shit. It's all small shit, you know? Like you will find a shit ton of dwarf planets out there. And like odds and ends as well. Like that one oh god, I forget exactly what it is, but it's a outer Neptunian object, and I forget like what it's actually classified as. It's probably just an asteroid or some shit, right? But they use the image of that for like everything that's a bit odd out there. So I've seen the image of it a bunch of times. I forget what it's actually called though, but it looks really funky. Shit like that though, right? There's a shit ton of like just tiny little things like that. It's but nothing that's like big, like a gas giant or an ice giant. You get what I mean? Like just nothing of that nature exists that far out. And I don't think they're gonna find what they're looking for.
More to the point, there's no secret oceans under there.
Yeah.
Sick of that shit.
Only under Europa, Enceladus, things like that.
I like that name, Enceladus. It just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it's Enceladus. I'm pretty sure. I just find it funny that it's like Enceladus,
No, come on, let's roll with it. Enceladus is rotund.
Yeah. Enceladus.
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 I love that there are actual photographic pictures of Eris and Dysnomia. There it is.
Yeah.
I mean, there it is. It's quite distant.
Yeah,
so,
they are.
What are you gonna do? You know, but there it is, nonetheless.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Send a camera out that way?
Yeah, it's.
See you in 20 years.
Yeah, what it is and what it be do. There it is. Eris and Dysnomia. Yeah. I mean, we can look at like artist conceptions all day if we want, but you know, what good is that?
Yeah, I mean, although we can like get an idea of what they're colored, based on like, you know, other images like that. I guess like they have ways of determining the color at least.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
how reflective they are.
But the spectrographical things.
Yeah, spectroscopy.
Thank you.
You are infecting me, Polly. What the fuck?
See?
Spectroscopy, spectrography. Yeah. I mean, there's things like, you know, albedo rating and, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, all that. All the big word shit, because I'm not...
You know, I was the only guy in the fucking registrar's office that could say psychopharmacology.
Psychopharmacology?
Yeah.
Why can I say that?
I don't know.
Why can I say that?
Does it keep you on the straight and narrow?
What the heck?
And you said it really fast too.
I did.
In all credit, you said it quick too. I just people different problems, different words. Got me. I just found out right now that there's a transnewtonian object called Waywat.
Oh yeah, Waywat.
Well, a little Waywat.
Yeah,
right
it's
there.
the moon of Quawar. Quawar.
How do you say that? I was looking at that.
Quawar. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I'm pretty sure those are both named after Native American gods or something.
Native American, okay.
Because yeah, I did look into these too for my moon shit. You're welcome, guys. I went weirdly far out with that shit.
I don't know. I just started when you guys were talking, I'm like making shit up about all these planets. You know what I mean? I'm like, Maki. That's where the tuna comes from. And
well, that's Hawaiian as well. I'm pretty sure. So is Haumea.
And Sardinia.
Yeah, Sedna.
It'll always be Sardinia.
Right.
A lot of crap floating around out there. And Orcus.
Yeah, no, there is a lot of stuff, which is again why I find it very hard to believe that the Planet 9 thing, right? Because it's just we know a lot of what's out there. It's not that big.
Do you think that they're just trying to make it so that the search continues until after they've died, so that they don't have to?
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah, the answer though, Sam, is yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Game of Valine, for the $7. Yeah, we get it. Some people can remember calculus and shit. Can I just fail college algebra with its imaginary numbers bullshit in peace? I mean,
All numbers are imaginary.
I don't. Why? I can't do math. Why are you calling me out?
Look,
I can do
algebra
calculus.
is not hard.
Well,
Valine,
algebra.
alright? It's as simple as ABC.
God,
Fuck
you
you,
suck
Sam.
sometimes, Sam.
At least I can say Enceladus.
Enceladus.
But that doesn't
Oh.
sound like a delicious Tex-Mex dish.
Yeah, it doesn't
Enchiladas
sound like it's
does.
got a salad in it at
Yeah,
all.
I'd love
right?
some enchiladas for lunch.
Right? Oh,
No.
hold the coriander on that, because I
Yeah.
don't think I just can't do that. It tastes like soap.
I am one of the soapy people too.
Yeah. Hey. Soap gang rise up.
See, now, okay, look. It's not about racism. I just don't think the Chinese should be allowed to name planets because they call them gong gong.
To be fair, though, Jianglu is apparently related to a snake or some shit. So, again, this is within the realm of what I looked up back in the day.
Eris
It
has
has
the
a
best
dumb
story of
name,
them
but like
all.
it's kind
It's
of
the winner.
eh.
There's a reason. I mean,
What?
Far's
Because
had
Eris is new.
Yeah, it's my favorite. I mean, after Earth and
I like
Luna,
the
of
way
course. You know,
I just like the way Haumea looks. Like it's just an egg. Like you want egg planet, you get egg planet. Welcome to Haumea.
I like to think that there's something really weird going on there, something very Star Trekky. You know, and they're like, the rules of physics don't apply in this region, Captain. That kind of thing. I'd like to think that there's some kind of weird gravitational fuckery going on there. That planet is a sphere.
Oh yeah, there is. It's spinning. Yeah, it's spinning. But it's like it is egg shaped though. But like there's some weird spinny shit going on with it from
It's
what I remember.
probably rotating on two axes, right?
I forget.
Wait a fucking minute. Mackie Mackie's moon is called MK2.
Yeah, some of them, while their planet is named, their moon is not. And the further out you get, the more you see cases like that.
Okay. So it's a placeholder, not a name.
Yes and no. After a certain... As far as I understand, after a certain point, they just kind of stopped naming every single fucking moon they came across. And planets too, for that matter, and asteroids. But asteroids, it's understandable because there's so fucking many of them. But you see similar things going on with like moons of Jupiter and Saturn, right? Because there's just so fucking many of them that after a certain point, if it is under a certain size, they just don't bother. Even if before they started doing that, they did give names to moons that were under that size, they keep their names. But after a certain point, yeah, they just don't. Some of these moons might get named someday for these outer ones, but I would not hold my breath, to be honest.
Yeah. Otherwise, my ego would have to have its own name. Thank you very much, Game Over Lean, for the $10. She says, "Come down here and say that to my face. Make AZ your first stop in the US." See, those are 4 numbers you've got right there. Good job.
Or do you want to read 2?
No, that was you.
Okay. I thought you had one before me. So never mind.
No, that was you.
Ren
I
Hoek,
didn't
thank you
get
for
one.
Ren Hoek, I'm assuming it said that way. Thank you for the $3. No.
Ren Hook.
Red Hook. Okay.
Mhm.
Our private conversations have not been such that I am anxious to continue them. Forgive me for speaking so bluntly, but it's the truth. Anyone?
No.
Quotes from?
Not off the top of my head.
Neither do I. Hold on. Like, I mean, it's, you know, it's like, oh my God, that's. Oh, fuck. That's, shit. What the. God, what's the character's name? It's Peter Lorre playing, a little scumbag in fucking, in Maltese Falcon. He's talking to Detective Sam Spade, played by Humphrey Bogart. Ha! See? I knew I'd remember.
No idea what you're talking about.
These are all words, Polly, and I congratulate you on
them. Shut up. So there's this movie. See, if you take one image at a time and show them rapidly, on the order of around 24 of them in a second, it looks like they're in motion. Now, this is referred to as a movie because it's a moving image. Okay?
Actually, that's a film.
Oh my God.
In industry, we call them motion pictures, Sam.
Motion pictures are 6 frames per second. I'll have you know.
Is that true? Is that real?
I don't remember. There was an arbitrary number in the earliest moving pictures. The 24 FPS was much later on.
The Maltese Falcon is a great film for the back and forth, especially for the dialogue. Dashiell Hammett, the guy who wrote the book Maltese Falcon, that the movie was developed into. Classic material in terms of rapid fire, clever dialogue between people trying to outwit each other constantly. And that's what's going on in the film. People come to San Francisco where Sam Spade is a detective, and they're trying to find this bejeweled statue, the titular Maltese Falcon. And so it's all of them vying against each other to get a hold of this thing, and the detective caught in the middle of all of their machinations. It's fascinating to see them control strange characters doing weird things, and one of them is this little short weirdo, played very memorably by actor Peter Lorre. He says, it's like, hey, why don't you come over and we'll talk about it? And he's like, no, our private conversations have not been such that I'm anxious to repeat them. Forgive me for speaking so bluntly, but it's the truth. Like, well, okay, things didn't go well last time. Basically, Sam Spade left him to be arrested on his own, stuck in a lurch. And it's like, well, you know, you kind of left me out to dry. He goes, hey, I had to tell the police that. Otherwise, we would have been both in the cooler and nobody would have gotten the Falcon. Because you always have a very smooth explanation ready for everything, don't you, Mr. Spade? What do you want me to do? Learn to stutter?
Brilliant chat says, don't worry, I'll make sure there are straps on that 5-gallon water jug when I leave your ass in the fucking desert, Sam. I trained for that.
Specifically that?
I'm going to make so many friends in the Arizona desert with all those trees called Joshua.
You will not make friends in Arizona if you start talking to trees, Sam. What
are you talking about?
Do you know the trees talk back?
Yeah.
Okay.
See a tree, eat a leaf, make a friend.
Mm-hmm.
One of the funniest things I ever heard a psychologist say. My girlfriend has like 20 stuffed animals. Huh. She's still got plushies from when she was a kid, and every now and then buys a new one. Is it a problem? Like, I don't think that should be a problem. It's just when she talks to them sometime. And a psychologist, like who was just in training at the time, but is now a psychologist, she leans in and goes, "Did they ever talk back?" And he goes, "No." Then it's not a problem.
Oh my God. Do they ever talk back?
God, that was funny as hell. Like, is it a problem that my girlfriend talks to her pet animals?
Just,
no.
Did they ever
if they talk back, is it a problem? I thought that was hilarious. That's a good rule. It was the way she got all deadly serious when she leads in. Do they talk back? No, then it's not a problem. Leave the poor woman alone. She owns some plushies. Big fucking deal. Okay, I want to talk about some pictures that Far sent from her travels over in small opera house land.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Like, okay, it was a decent sized building. I just thought it would be bigger.
Yeah. Or you know what? You don't have to apologize to me. when you see things that have been promoted again and again, like especially in movies and shit, and they like, why do they always show this in the Opera House? To show you the other side of the earth when they're going through a sequence of images. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
and it's recognizable. So that's why. I'm not saying it's bad, and it is an interesting design. It is going to change your life to be there, unless you're an architecture student or something, you know. Right? Oh, so I don't. Hey, you know what my thoughts were the first time I saw the Statue of Liberty as a kid? Why is it facing the wrong way?
See, you know what I'm fucking talking about when it comes to the Opera House thing and the bridge.
That's stupid.
Yeah, and the bridge too, where we're just like looking at it like, yeah, that's certainly a bridge.
Polly, I'm not gonna lie,
yeah, that's
mate.
certainly an Opera House.
My first thought about what your first thought upon seeing the Statue of Liberty was going to be, oh my God, is that real?
Reaches out to touch the Statue of Liberty.
You can do that. That's allowed.
Yeah, he started off young.
I've never actually been to Liberty Island. Statue of Liberty's on, I think.
I don't remember.
No idea.
Yeah,
that's one of those trivia things.
But if I ever go out there, I'll touch it. I'll do it.
That's not a threat; it's a promise.
Mm-hmm. I'm dedicated to my artistic vision, Var.
Are you going to be dressed up as Carmen Sandiego as you touch the Statue of Liberty?
And cackle incessantly? Yes. I have,
for you.
But we were not allowed to go in the statue. 2006.
5.
There's one. There's one for you.
5.
Hold on, I already minimum. Oh, yeah, it is 5. My fault. If you ever do get a chance to go up into the Washington Monument, it's worth it. I didn't think it was.
Is it?
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be worth it. Because you can see the tiny little windows that are up there at the top. You're like, what could you possibly see out of those? Is there a point? And once you get up inside there, it's like, oh shit. Yeah,
there is a point. It's above your head.
Yeah.
Did you know you could actually do a walk along the Sydney Harbour Bridge underneath it?
What is there to see when you do that?
The underneath the bridge. Honestly, that. But like, you're walking along it, and you're like, you have like a harness on you because it's like a long way down.
Okay.
And you're like walking along like railing shit. Like it's
really far. I thought it was fucking 5 foot off the water.
yeah, I thought it'd be taller. No, like only reason I know that is because when we walked under the bridge,
I wanted that cake.
When we walked under the bridge, right, I saw a tour group doing it, and I'm like, I didn't realize you could do that. And my mom just looks at me and goes, do you want to do that? And I just look at her and go, no. And she just breathes out this massive sigh of relief going, oh, thank God, yeah, I don't want to do that either. Why would I want to do that? It's like, how much is it? It's like a couple $100 to do it as well. It's like, yeah,
holy shit.
I don't fucking want to do it. Are you kidding me? Why the fuck? One, it's walking underneath a bridge where I'm looking at it kind of unimpressed, just like, yeah, that certainly is a bridge. And 2, it's like, I'm not paying that fucking much for that. Fuck that.
I already hate it here.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't hate it there. It was just, you know, underwhelming. It was a fucking bridge, you know? I'm not gonna get excited over a fucking bridge.
Even if you
thank you, Serpent21, for the $3. Yeah. Thank you, Serpent21, for the $3. You know what I thought of when I first saw the Statue of Liberty? We had to leave when we filled the statue up with garbage. The end. Is that a Simpsons quote?
Oh man.
From the story of Abe Simpson living at the Statue of Liberty? Is that what that is?
I completely forget what happened in that episode entirely. I don't even remember it at all. Huh. I have watch that episode again.
I need to check this just to see, like, did I actually fucking remember this?
There's the tiny little windows at the top. Especially when you're down on the ground, they look extra small. By the time you get up there, it's like, oh, come on, is there? Yeah, I thought it was going to, the walls were going to be quite thin, relatively. No, they're not. There's barely enough space in the center of it. Reasonably get up and down like that.
Thank you, Game of Valine, for the $5. Polly has a new hands-on history goal. Did he tell you about the dick tapestry? No? No?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll touch it. Touch it. So it's a long
You're gonna
tapestry.
touch it.
Like yards and yards. It just keeps going of the Norman invasion in the UK.
Okay.
Oh, the Bayeux?
Yeah, that's how do you say it? The
Bayeux.
So this famous tapestry that's quite long, and so get this, it's kind of clever like from an artistic perspective, right? It's like a giant sequential art piece. As you walk along it, it tells the story.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of cool, man.
Yeah,
it's a
comic. It's a comic strip.
Yeah. So of course my idea was to stand at one end and put out a finger and run all the way down it.
Of course. Of course.
I touched the whole thing.
You know, that might upset me a little bit, Polly, actually. Like, man, that thing's like 1,000 years old.
I'll do it with care.
Sure.
I can hear the sound. It's just gonna, you know when you go like coarse cloth and you run something down coarse cloth, like sailcloth material. Yeah. It's gonna make a noise like that.
You know what bugs me about a lot of these pictures is that it's like, okay, so this, right? They go out of their way to blow out the image on purpose. The Washington Monument seems one solid piece of marble or stone or what have you. But when you're there and you're looking at it, there is a realistic picture of it. Look at the different color of stone. That's a famous part of it. And you kind of ruin that famous part of it when you blow the picture out so one doesn't look like a bunch of pieces and built, which it was, and took a long time to do, and that's part of it. And that construction stopped. Where did it stop? Well, take a guess. Right here. And where they pulled the quarry stone from when they continued on was obviously from a different quarry, and it was, and that's why the stone is slightly different colored. And you could see it plainly to the naked eye when you look at it, because the stone isn't gleaming white like that, and that's part of the cool thing of it. Why did it stop right there? That was when the Civil War started. I couldn't afford to keep going. They were in the middle of a fucking great Civil War, and that brought construction to an end, and it took them a while to get the impetus and the desire for, are we going to finish that damn thing or what? After the conclusion of the war. So it's this interesting timeline in the history of America, literally, where it stops at a certain point.
The Washington Monument project has been truncated.
It's a tiny little guy now.
Yeah, see, now that's a geometry joke I think we can all get behind. Thank you, Jim Beamy McJim Beamy Face, for the $3. If you're going to drink a cheap mass market booze, don't be getting Kessler like George Clooney, like I know you would. What? No. I drink real whiskey.
Little whiskey? Little whiskey? That's when you need an Aussie bartender working in Vegas for some reason. A little what? Like just absolute consternation.
A whiskey? A little whiskey? Get fucked, cunt.
You know what? This picture just reminded me of something that Bar was talking about the other. See, I didn't want to tell her she was right, but she was right. Where it's like, Americans with your flags, like everywhere you go, it's on bumpers. People will have like 30 flags around a gas station, and I'm like, yeah. And she's like, you have to understand how weird that looks. And I'm like, well, it's patriotism far. And I just leaned into it.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
No, I don't think.
Did I ever say it was a bad thing? It was just, it's
defensive.
very strange.
I was saying you were right. Fuck.
Okay.
But even around the Washington Monument, yeah, there's a giant ring of flags, and it should, when you stand beside one, to give it a little perspective, those flags are fucking huge. Those flagpoles will give you an idea how big the monument is. It's crazy town.
Are there 50 flags by any chance?
No, I'm just looking and thinking. I think there would be more than 50, but maybe there are.
Just
Oh, it's
thinking.
aerial
One
shots.
for each state.
Whiskey and a whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
Boom. Kimberly, thank you for the 450. I was just trying to make a joke about touching the dick, not congratulate you on learning the point of tapestries being historical picture books. Okay, I didn't want to talk about the dicks, but fine. One of the great points of conjecture between historians, and apparently British historians aren't whiling away their time with footable points. They've counted the dicks far in the tapestry, and are in disagreement as to how many peni there are indeed present on this ancient 1,000-year-old work of art. Because as we all know, the British fought as naked blue men.
Right.
Right. And there's this debate over whether this guy's got a scabbard or a schlong.
This is the time of the fucking Saxons that we're talking about here.
Yeah, it wasn't even close to Roman invasion time, but I'll never let the naked blue men go.
Well, closer to Roman invasion than the modern day, I think. When was the second Roman invasion of Britain?
Under Trajan, I believe, was the next time they went back. Over 100. Well, okay. According to the Fighting Rectangles guy, it was over a century from the time that Caesar went in there, and he went in there in 52 BC. To spectacular effect, let me tell you. They left with barges full of goods. They totally didn't. It was a complete waste of time.
Let's see. So the last Roman invasion of Britain was in AD 43 under Claudius. Ouch. Punched the desk casually.
Claudius, ouch.
And it was completed in the year 87 AD, which would mean no, it's actually approximately equidistant.
Oh.
Battle of Hastings was 1066.
Right in the middle. That movie I was talking about there, with Russell Crowe and them. Yeah, these with this fake newspaper in Washington, D.C. I will give that movie credit for one thing, like powerful credit for one thing. They actually filmed it in D.C. And you can tell. There were points where it was like, really? Like when he walks into Ben's Chili Bowl and orders a half smoke, I'm like, that wasn't necessary, guys. I believed you were in Ben's Chili Bowl is a famous restaurant in D.C. And their hot dogs are called half smokes. It's like, you didn't need to do that. That was pretty sad, actually. They're looking for this one guy, and he turns out to have an office where? Well, the Watergate Hotel, of course. We're here, man. We paid the money to get the fucking zoning permits and filming agreements and so on. We're going to fucking film the shit out this place. Unlike Captain America, the Winter Soldier. We're in Washington, D.C. No, you're not. How do you know? The skyscrapers behind you? You look at this photograph, you tell me how skyscrapers you see. You can't build over 5 stories in D.C. It's a dead giveaway when they're not actually there. That you're in Toronto, aren't you?
Or Vancouver.
Yeah. I guess that won't be the case. A positive thing about tariffs. No more passing off industrial-ass Toronto's New York. And stop making films about happenings in New York. It's not that exciting of a place. Fuck. You ever been there, Fawn?
Yeah.
No.
Don't.
I flew over it.
Well, I mean, you can if you want. I shouldn't offer you commands, but I just think you're going to find out what most people find out. Wow, this place is grimy.
Well, then it's just okay.
Yeah, it's
like the Sydney Opera House. It's just okay.
It's really not even just okay. It's a bit of a shithole. Let's be honest.
There's a lot of it that's just grimy and industrial, and then you get to certain places like Fifth Avenue and so on that have like nice apartment buildings, like very nice apartment buildings, and huge like streets and traffic, and it's like, why do people never shut up about this place? I don't get it.
Because it's where a lot of the elites live.
Yeah. Tim, that's why. Why do they never shut up about LA? Because that's where they do a lot of the media creation. That's why.
Oh, right.
Not really any reason.
LA is a fucking scum hive, man. The absolute majority of LA is shit. It's an awful place to be.
Gamer Fleet, thank you for the 1050. 1066 was the Norman Conquest. I did try to give you my theory on it being a cross grave marker, but you were too busy on Wednesday. I got no flying boats, no payback for Drunkle's snide comment. Holy shit, how much lore did I miss out by being sick on Wednesday? Look, I was sick on Wednesday, guys, and apparently I missed out like on all kinds of shit. You guys told me you wouldn't have any fun if I wasn't here.
Speaking of fun, BG and Chaz said to me, I could also see the joke about having to finish it since Washington wasn't Jewish.
No. Okay. You know where the best views are to be found, honestly? The George Washington Masonic Museum on the other side of the Potomac.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little known thing. No, obviously not as visited as any one of the Smithsonian museums and shit. But if you're at the Smithsonian, man, it's a few metro stops away. Just get on the fucking train and go there. It's got like a little tower and everything. Once you go up in the little tower, you can look back across the Potomac to where you just were, and you can see the whole layout of the city. Looks fucking good. Alexandria, Virginia. Very cool. And because it's a Masonic museum, there's no shortage of assholes going there thinking that they're going to uncover some deep, dark Templar secret or something. It's like, you guys are idiots.
Oh, right. It's like, guys, it's a museum and it's publicly available.
I know. They're intrepid researchers, though, these guys. Fuck off.
Oh, yeah, journalists, right?
Yeah. Payback for when you just ask me. British history. Oh, yeah. You guys want to see a boat that flies? That video if you want.
Oh, okay.
So this guy was going for the, what called it a land speed record, which is funny considering.
I mean, he was going pretty fast when he landed.
Yeah, he was. The dude, bro, has got this power boat, and it's around a whole bunch of other boats. And he's trying to break this speed record and becomes airborne. That's not normal, Far.
Oh.
Boats are supposed to be on the water.
Well, they can be atop the water.
They can be right atop the water and be a hovercraft.
Or a hydrofoil.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about hydrofoils.
Wait. Does this mean that he was aquaplaning? You ever do that, Polly? Hit like a fucking patch of water on a long straight road?
Yeah.
Right before a corner. Realize that you no longer have traction and go, oh shit, I might die.
Not right before corner, no. But I have felt that absolute sense of panic. You're going down the highway, and then all of a sudden you feel the seat of the pants feeling disappear for you. Because, you just lift it up and you're on a thin layer of water skating now along or sailing along. And it's to me, the thing that really scares the shit out of me is when the car starts to turn.
Mm-hmm.
Like not turn the way your front wheels turn, but the whole thing is just rotating on the axis point around you, and you're like,
and then you hit tarmac again, and it snatches back.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, that's a.
Oh. Yeah, this is one of those things. They're like driverless cars that they're trying to come up with EVs and Tesla. Yeah, all that. Okay. I don't want to be in a driverless car by fucking hydroplaning. I really, really don't.
God,
as jarring as it is. Sorry?
That sounds fucking terrifying.
It really is. It really is.
Head back to
I'd rather
for the latest on
I'd rather hit a patch of black ice, frankly. At least I know there's something I can do there.
Holy woo!
Yeah, I'm trying to.
It's a jet boat.
And tonight we're going to get on to some news where we see the thing with the shut up and show the clip. Nobody wants to hear you makeup guy with a wig. Okay. There's whoa.
Holy shit.
BG says that's actually pretty common in boat races. I'm like, fuck, really? Good God.
Yeah.
What this?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, with jet boats like these, yeah, very common.
Trying
Yeah.
to break the record
What,
of
like
200.
acting like an IRL physics engine going on? Like, what the fuck?
This is what I meant by like the obvious bewigged guy in makeup. Like, shut up, dude. And would you get your fucking coat fixed? Look how I was pinching him in
Yeah.
this. I mean, I thought it was.
That really does look like it's from a game, like a game engine, right? Like they're just testing out the physics.
Like when it gets up, I figure that's as high as it's going to go, and then it keeps going.
Shape of the boat, right? The aerodynamics is this.
Whoa,
Way. That's a lot of speed to dump that quickly there.
Yeah.
Did they survive?
Yes.
Yeah, it says at the bottom there.
Oh.
Although I guess it doesn't say that on stream, so.
I would be very upset by that if I could read.
I mean, not knowing much about boat races at all, I am impressed with the speeds that they were. I mean, the speed record of 256 miles an hour. Really, holy shit! And that's
that's a multiple of 8.
When you're pushing the extremes like that, you can end up floating.
Oh, that's a
possibly.
perfect shot. Look at that. It's like right above the play button.
Nice and angled.
Perfectly.
Parallel. Well, no, not quite perfectly parallel, but not far off. No, far, that's not parallel parking.
Are you?
Oh.
Are they full on strapped in the way a Formula One driver would be strapped in them boats?
Beyond that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I didn't think they were just sitting there with a seatbelt. I thought they would be strapped, but like, is it extreme sort? Like in a car, you're saying even more than that. Okay. Speaking of shit of that sort, I was looking at the flight suits, or watching a video, I should say, on the flight suits for jet fighter setups that the pilots wear. You know, the ones that squeeze you at different amounts according to the software that runs it as you're doing different maneuvers to force the blood back up into your head so it won't pool and you'll pass out. And extremely impressive shit. And I don't know, to me, it tells you something about pilots that you've never been able to scare these people off. So what we've got here is this flight suit for you. Oh, it looks pretty cool. Well, hold on. You need to wear this because if you don't, like, they start talking.
You're gonna fucking die. Yeah, it'll squeeze your legs. It'll squeeze your thighs. It'll crush your dick just to make sure you're alive.
And the same guys that pathologically feel no fear when they, diffuse bombs in the field are also the same kind of people that have the defects that allow them to fly those planes without being panicked to the point of projectile vomiting.
They're just normal men.
Innocent normal men, Sam.
No, it's two separate lines, Polly. Just normal men. They're just innocent men. What do you mean, normal men? Fucking love that.
They're G seats. I worked on them. I thought if I got something wrong there, I'd be all over it. Actually.
Feeling so fly like a G seat.
Somebody came into my comments section and tried actualing me, and Valine responded to the comments, but didn't actually them. Like, but why? You could have just. Well, it was a squandered opportunity.
It was a what do you call it? It was an actually to the power of -2.
I had like 3 or 4 follow-up questions for Valine. I still am not quite sure what the person was saying. Like, it sounded like they were being critical. Yeah, it did. But I wasn't sure of what. Okay.
Wasn't it regarding the prince?
Yeah. He wasn't, okay, like, as it Machiavelli's the prince. He says, well, actually, it would translate as the sovereign. And began it with no, like, a refusal, an objection. I'm like, so let's say you're right. I just don't get it. Because let's say you're right. Take it up with the translators, bro. What are you telling me for? I don't read Italian.
I mean, I can, but I choose to avoid it.
Don't wanna.
Yeah. In group chat.
I did actually. You use the word actually? Really? The hell was I complaining about? I ask myself multiple times every week. Okay.
Now, if only the women in my life would do that, Polly, I'd just be so much happier.
What they were complaining about?
If they actually asked themselves what they were complaining about.
Well, I'm feeling some kind of way. Let me look around the room and find something that must be the source of my feelings.
Yeah, no, I know how Jupiter feels in that moment. I seem to have so much fucking gravity.
Okay, so Far sent me some pictures here. Posted some pictures in our chat of her trips out east. This one caught my attention as being particularly awesome. Okay, I'm a fan.
Yeehaw.
I mean, I really like that a lot. I'm normally not a skeleton guy. I know some people think they're like cool and metal. I just don't think that way. Okay, but this rocks.
And here we have the preserved remains of the last man to win an argument with a woman. Look how happy he is.
What's really missing is a cowboy hat.
Right. This this is Lucky Luke's cousin, Unlucky Jebediah. I
mean, I see their glass sneeze guard here. Wouldn't hold me back.
Mm-hmm. You'll just vault over that thing.
Well, I think a quick, fast lean would get me in there.
Huh?
If I was going to vault, do like a running leap up in the air to, give that guy 5. Woo! As the whole thing shatters and falls to pieces on the ground. I high five the skeleton. So you know what this made me immediately think of course?
What?
Dark Knight Returns and Batman riding a horse.
Oh, Polly, that's a fucking stretch, man. Come on.
No, it is. I mean, that's why.
That's like autism levels of connection.
No, because this is the famous picture of Batman rearing on the back of a horse, man.
Holy shit, he looks fat there.
Yeah,
he does.
Frank Miller drew him really thick.
He's a thick boy.
Yeah, well, he is supposed to be 55 years old at this point. And that horse isn't rearing as much as it is. Get off me.
I like my guns like I like my Batman. Thick, dark, and serious.
It got me looking at all of the wishing I had that statue money because I ain't got that statue money. Look at all of the fucking detailed shit.
Do you think that Frank Miller just wanted to draw a fucking horse?
No.
But like a cool horse?
A horse, but like a cool horse. I mean, look,
yeah, because
done in his.
Because there's a lot of.
I want something like that. I wouldn't buy many statues and whatnot, the expensive detailed ones, but that one I would. It's such a legendary moment of Batman. Come on, if you're a fan of Batman, and I am, always wanted to see him ride a horse, even if you didn't consciously know it. I mean, at that scene in Dark Knight Returns, it's him. Power goes out in Gotham, and the gang that's taken over the town has now literally taken over it. And so Batman in this moment that people misunderstand, it's like Batman really is an authoritarian. Look at the climactic moment in Dark Knight Returns. What does he do? He takes Robin to the stables and they ride out on horses again because there's, EMP, there's no power, right? It's nothing electronic work. So we're fine, going to ride on there on horses. And he is going to be the sheriff in town, literally, for that night. I am enforcing my own law. And when he rears back on the horse, that's what he's screaming out. Tonight, I am the law. And he's not trying to be a dictator for life. He's forcing law on a chaotic situation and then going home. It's epic.
Yeah, there is a decidedly cowboy-esque motif at play here, isn't there?
Oh, yeah. And that was Miller's point. There is that he's got a lot of John Wayne in him. He sees a lot of High Noon in Batman. And I'm like, so do I. I hear you. In the same way that there's a lot of cowboy in Dirty Harry. Yes, that was Miller's observation. He goes, I think that there is. And it's like, yeah, of course there is. You're not wrong at all. Linkar's pot stash. If only he smoked pot, he might be a little more mellow. Linkar's porn stash, thank you for the $3. Hey, it's Miller time. Oh, I still say his jokes about Frank Miller, a lot of them were funny. He got a little petulant at times, but I watched everything in his Miller Time series. Linkara is making fun of Frank Miller because he really hates him. But at least he kept his jokes funny, hating on him. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Instead of just ranting about how much you despise the guy, actually make fun of stuff that's worthy to make. Oh my God, it's Bat Horse.
Okay, I guess that answers the question about where a horse would wear a tie.
I like this more than I should. It's so stupid, but
but how do you ride the horse so the cape is on its back?
I know.
You
And
get
what's the
under
utility belt for?
Well, for storing emergency carrots in, obviously.
How do you put a saddle on then?
Oh, you don't. Yeah, you know what you can say when you ride on that horse, though, don't you?
Think about bareback, Sam.
No, don't be so childish. I am the knight.
It's the mask that's so stupid. The horse face sticking on it. That's the part I can. And of course, the little boots on his feet.
You know what? I'm kind of disappointed by that. There's only one set of ears. I want there to be two sets of ears.
Yeah, that's not a bad point. He's got his horse ears. Batman still has his human ears. You know.
I wanted that cake.
Did you want that cake for?
Oh, she's muted.
Oh, okay.
I was just gonna let the awkward silence continue.
Here's a McFarlane Toys Batman. Yeah, Frank Miller Batman was chunky boy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Like he's rocking the bat bod.
Yeah. Yeah, and every one of these. It's thick, bro.
With a tiny head.
The Bat Hound. That's what everyone says about Miller's Batman, is that the ears are really, really tiny and the bat symbol is fucking huge. Yeah, pretty much. And pay attention, Liefeld. This is as many pouches as one man ever needs.
One for tobacco, one for shells, one to contain your flask.
Several to contain his flask. At this point, he's basically an alcoholic.
Hmm.
Boom. Now.
Holy shit.
What I was told about this particular photograph. Like, do you see anything odd about that photograph? I'm like, well, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they walk like that. But apparently they do. And that wasn't
what, on their fucking tiptoes?
Yeah.
Maybe on the catwalk.
Do they do the little turn? On that catwalk?
They turn and look at you.
You think maybe he's rearing up like that because there's like a snake at his feet?
Something like that. Either that or he's just seen a wallaby in a tree and he really wants to kick it.
Yeah. But apparently it's its uniball that's the weird thing.
Oh, I couldn't even fucking see that at this distance.
If we zoom in, tell me it doesn't look like that's been stapled on.
It looks like a chicken drumstick.
Oh yeah, it does. They just bought fucking fake fur from a local hobby shop and wrapped it around a drumstick, didn't they?
Yeah.
But apparently the
I'm even
uniball
more
is not realistic for ruse, and this is what I was supposed to notice, but yeah.
We've been hoodwinked by a ruse.
Yeah. Oh, holy shit.
Ah!
That could hardly
Oh,
be
colours!
higher res.
The thing that's getting me is what's with the smaller uniball behind it?
There was a smaller uniball?
Yeah. What's going on there?
I was about to say, that's its tail. And I'm like, no, wait. They don't have a cottontail puffball tail. They got famously a big long one. What the hell is that?
Yeah. Is that some weird reflection? Is that stuffing coming out? Do they have a telescopic butthole? What's happening there?
Its legs so thin. And look at these little things. Why's it got deer feet? They have single claws? Is that what kangaroos are?
I don't believe so. I think they've got a full complement of claws.
Have its others been stolen by like museum goers? All right, have a good night, Rock Corpse.
Good night, Rock Corpse. I always feel weird talking about taxidermy with rotten corpse around.
Really?
No.
No. Now, what was... What am I supposed to...
On the
oh,
bottom
the
right.
pig money.
Mm-hmm.
This is the pig money. Pig jaw used as guinea pig money.
A general pig. Although, all things considering, you could probably buy a lot of, guinea pigs with that. Back in the day.
So, a general pig is a kind of pig. Is that what I'm getting?
Well, it's not capitalized, so I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on here.
Pig jaw used as general pig money Vanuatu. Oh, Vanuatu looks to be like a supposed to be subscript there. Is that a people?
I mean, there's Latin genus names throughout this, so I don't think it's like subscript. I think it's a general pig money creature.
Republic of Vanuatu is... Earlier, thank you, Valine, for the $5. She says, earlier you said you hate QA. I hate working QA. Counterpoint, I sent you my reply to the comment about Machiavelli. Tell me I didn't QA that victim in a comical way. I don't know if that was QA, more so corrections. Okay, so the Vanuatu is it's a small republic that we used to own, apparently. It's an island country in Melanesia.
What?
In the South Pacific Ocean.
Melanesia.
Yeah.
I take it that's a collective of different islands?
It certainly is. Yeah, it's the a bunch of the can you picture in your mind where Papua New Guinea is?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, all the little islands off to the south, off to the east and southeast of there.
Okay.
Including the Solomon Islands. And New Caledonia.
Thank God. The old one was getting a little threadbare.
Oh, right. They haven't planted any new trees there in years.
So the person commented, it's not the prince, it's il principale, meaning the sovereign. Gamer Valine responds, and yeah, okay, I stand corrected. Actually, you did actually. He even has numbered points. 1. Italy was a collective of principalities in the time of Machiavelli, so their sovereign would be a prince. 2. if Il Servano be the translation, Il Servano would be the translation for the sovereign. 3, Italy wasn't a united kingdom until 1861. Before you argue about that. Then went away and didn't comment again. I'd call that a win. I don't even get it. I'm not really sure what he was. If he wasn't even complaining.
No, I'm not entirely sure either. Like William says, Il Sovrano is, yeah.
Oh. Ancient metabolic process recreated iron and sulfur reactions in a simulated black smoke. Okay. In simulated black smokers shed light on early life.
I love this title.
Why are you only caring about African Americans' lung health?
Now, see, here's the thing. Everything that they just said there is explained in the article.
Oh, I believe that it is.
Like all of the terms. They define all of their terms and then talk about how it relates one to another. It's like, holy shit. This is how articles used to be written. And for some reason, we just stopped doing it. Like, it's a fairly, it's not an especially short article. But, origin of life stuff, I thought it might be interesting.
The very first cells obtain their energy from biochemical reactions. Researchers recreate this ancient process. Most likely, the earliest ancestor of all life on Earth was, like worm conditions, lived off hydrogen and produced methane. LMU's have come to this conclusion based on fossil evidence and reconstructions, analyses. This relatively simple primordial metabolic pathway has survived in many microorganisms today. Discover more about the metabolism of what were probably among the very first living organisms on Earth. A team of LMU researchers led by Guybro from the Department of Earth and other place. Simulations and conditions on young Earth between some 4 to 3.6 billion years ago. These conditions and strong growth about... Holy shit, Sam. Is this what you do late at night?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I can't complain. I started using DuckDuckGo's new AI assistant.
Oh, yeah.
And I started trying to hunt down this research regarding the two-slit experiment that was going on in California at the time, like in the 70s.
Right.
And yeah, that was yeah. So late at night, there I am using DuckDuckGo's AI assistant to help me through academic articles that I couldn't comprehend because I'm not a fucking physicist. To help me grasp what they were up to. It's like, okay, I get what you're up to and why you're trying to do it. I don't understand how this experiment gets you there at all. That was the disconnect for me. And holy shit, man, DuckDuckGo's AI assistant rocks.
Hey, man, honestly, like, you know what my fields of study have been, and yet so many of my fucking search results, over the course of the past 10 years, contain the word etymology. Because you can just search etymology and then the word you want the, etymology of, and it will tell you. It's good shit.
Yeah. I love how it's like cracked open the dark magic as one might see it. In how, let's say, ChatGPT-4 is functioning. It cites its sources directly and limits its range of sources in such a way that it can cite them all simply at the bottom of whatever answer it gives you. So it's telling you what's in the sausage when they're selling it to you right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
which is all you want.
And they're all clickable. And when you go to that web page, it takes you to that part and highlights it. You're reading an article or a ChatGPT response, let's say, off of the poor Palestinians in their homeland forced off of their native soil by what is your source? Oh, the Council on American Islamic Relations. It's kind of important to know shit like that. And when it's not obvious, like what I just said, it's subtle, and you don't know the area, and you don't realize you're getting an extremely warped perspective, or somebody's guesswork, or an experimental design that hasn't been proven at all, but it's saying it like it's old hat information that everybody knows, when it's actually cutting edge stuff that nobody is certain of yet. You know, it could be all kinds of different things, but if it doesn't tell you your sources, you won't be able to find that shit out.
That is the thing, because Brave Search does the same thing, right? And yeah, it's. Would I do I trust its conclusions? No, absolutely not. Do I use it as a tool to condense a fairly broad scope of information from a plurality of sources? Absolutely. It would. How long would it take you, Polly, to sit down and go through, I don't know, 50 search results and pick out the relevant paragraphs in each?
You shut up about how I spent the last 10 years of my life, Sam.
Right? This is what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
A long time. Well, you've heard me talk about the 99 and 1 rule.
Oh, absolutely.
For every 99 pages of material you'll go over, you might get a total of 1 page. Welcome to research.
Man, the fucking tech sector right now, that's being generous. Welcome back, Fa. Don't worry, you haven't missed a thing. We've just been killing time till you got back.
That's too bad. I was hoping that a schematic of the delayed decision experiment could be just simply shown, because the experiment itself is pretty complex. You know, what it is basically doing is, and basically, everyone, I'll appreciate your patient indulgence on this. Let's not be corrective to each other. We're just trying to get a point out. Two-slit experiment demonstrates that if you observe or observe a particle in motion, you'll find out that it has both the properties of a wave and a particle. Okay, and its waveform will collapse, to use the language of interpretation of what's going on there. It won't become a wave or a particle, so to speak, until you observe it or measure it. So what is the experimenters, in this case, wanted to get at the question of what is it that's causing the waveform to collapse? Is it your decision to observe it? In which case, that would be weird. Like, how could that possibly? Your decision, what does that even mean? Or is it the act of measurement that causes the waveform to collapse? Well, it would be the measurement, right? Because that's something real in the world, so to speak, that you're doing that could
it's an action.
Yeah,
you're enacting upon. Yeah, you're subjecting it.
That's the go-to answer, I would think, that instinct would tell you. At least it's what mine tells me. But I already knew the outcome of the experiment because I had heard before. So I was like, I was waiting to see how. I want to know how. Well, that's why it's called the delayed decision experiment. Through this complex experimental design, they demonstrated that, no, it's your decision. What? How? How did you demonstrate that? Because the particles will go through their motion, and you have the ability to measure the thing, but you can delay your decision until after the particle has gone through one of those two slits, and then go back and decide afterwards, after it's already traveled, what you want to do. Do you want to measure it or not? And if you decide, yes, I do want to measure it, after it's gone through the slit, it will change its behavior as if it went back in time and re-went through the slit again and start acting like a wave.
Okay, so the conclusion that I immediately jump to then is that this is the same. That this is the difference between 4 and 2 squared.
You want to help me with that?
Well, 2 squared is 4, right? And 4 is 2 squared.
Okay.
It's just 2 different fucking ways of expressing the exact same fucking thing.
What are the 2 things that are synonymous? The decision and the measurement are in fact the same thing?
No, particle and wave, they're necessarily the same thing. It's just 2 different ways of expressing it.
Possibly. I mean,
that would be my instinctual
as much
leap.
as I can inform you, because again, not a physicist.
Yeah.
And one of the things I find fascinating about, why am I bothering with this? Because I find this fascinating as far as not going deep math can take you, which isn't all that far. But you can at least understand the experiments people have done. Okay, what are the conclusions of that experiment? You know, stuff that's gleanable for a non-physicist to have of interest. Like, we demonstrated it actually is your decision that makes the difference, because the measurements already happened. But what hasn't happened is your decision to look at it or not. If you don't look at it, it will continue to be a wave. If you look at it, meaning it, I'm going to use some loose language here. The particle now knows that you've looked at it, and it collapses its waveform to behave as a particle as if you had always looked at it.
Dare ye not into the fucking abyss, am I right?
Well, yeah, and that's a little weird, and it is. I mean, I can tell you what the Niels Bohr, head of the Copenhagen team that came up with that explanation said. Is as far as the math can take us, all we can talk about is probabilities. But what does that say of like the actual nature of the particle? It says this experiment and everything we've come up with, nothing. We don't know. They made an absolute appeal to ignorance on it. Well, non-claiming anything. The only claim that we're making is the only thing that you can understand is probabilities. It has a probability to collapse. And so you're saying it's what? The particle before you look at it.
Whiskey.
It's both a wave of particle,
Whiskey.
both in ether.
Son of a bitch.
This does answer an important question, though, Polly, which I will,
Get to after
I
the
will
whiskey
state.
drop here?
Exactly.
Okay. Kimberly, thank you for the poor 50. My life was changed when I discovered DOI citation. Oh, yeah? You like the short form click and paste? I did my nuclear paper research in my baggy of sweats and that one shirt I stole from my boyfriend. Libraries are only for Sopranos cookbook now. Ouch. I didn't tell them to ship it from Hawaii. They just did.
Was it worth it though, Polly? Was it worth it being shipped from Hawaii?
Well, I showed you some of the recipes in there. They were pretty good. Was it worth it that it was already it already happened and God knows how much fuel was expended? Yeah, it was.
Well, if you observe it from Polly's point of view, then the waveform collapses and it was totally worth it.
Okay. So what have you gleaned from this, Sam? You were saying?
Well, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one around to hear it, does it make a sound? Well, not until you decide to measure it, no. But yes, both and neither.
I think
we have an answer, Polly.
What?
We have an answer.
That
the
was
tree,
your big answer?
Yeah, the tree both makes a sound, doesn't make a sound, and neither makes a sound or doesn't make a sound.
The point of a Zen koan is not to have an answer proper, right? That's the whole point of it.
What's the fun in that, though?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't help but feel that a traditional meditation method is fighting your autism here.
Good.
You know what
Polly,
I just flashed to when you said that? I was like, you know what? This is like that moment in Independence Day when they're trying to hack the alien computer and the operating system on his laptop says negotiating system. Like it just doesn't get it. That's what, yeah. It's like, this is just, foreign programmer trying to access your mainframe. Like, no.
And you know what, Polly? It fucking worked, didn't it?
Actually, speaking of programming languages, I saw something the other day and I'm like, wow, I think Sam would be happy to see that. PewDiePie video. I finally
the Linux one.
Yeah, I finally installed Linux and you should too.
Yeah. And you know what? I actually took something away from that. It reminded me that I needed to go and mask a bunch of processes that start when Linux starts that I hadn't masked yet. So I've masked them now, and I've gained like 10 seconds on my boot time. Fuck yeah.
Other than
That's
being
like shaving
a hot dog for performance, is there a practical reason to run Linux? Not saying that being a performance hound isn't a justifiable thing. It totally is. You'll have fast cars or fast computers or powerful firearms. Hey, more power to you. But just other than that, what are the reasons?
Getting away from Microsoft's grip on the software economy is one of them. Yeah. There's a lot of software that's available for Linux that has been ported to Windows. There's a lot that hasn't. Just being able to take the approach towards software or computing that you want to take in the way that you want to take it without having to deal with Microsoft bullshit, basically. You know, if there's a way to do so, if there exists a way to do something, it will be done, you know, first through Linux and then through Windows. Yeah, you can be on the bleeding edge of software with Linux if there's enough interest in doing it. Like a lot of the quote unquote new features that they add to Windows with each fucking big release,
Yeah.
A lot of that's been done for sometimes for years on Linux. Mm-hmm.
Will I still be able to find hot local singles in my area?
Debatably, yes.
Okay. With a concern. Boom. Police standoff with driver after car driven onto Claremont Jetty. The public has been told to avoid the area.
I totally misread the headline there and thought that it said jelly for a second.
Jetty.
Man has driven a Jeep off a jetty during a lengthy standoff with police in Perth. Okay.
Happy birthday to me. I come back to car chases times 3.
Woo!
Seriously, I came back, right? And like on the news, it was just like car chase, airport is being evacuated. Like all the shit was just happening. It's like, yes, I feel at home. I have come home.
Okay, see? Sam, take note. This is how you appeal to me. Customizable security to meet my paranoia level. That's marketing. Now I'm interested.
Yeah, but you kind of need less security on Linux anyway, because, you know, smaller market share, so less interest, and frankly, the way software deploys across the fucking system means that you don't got to worry so much about things like viruses, even if you do get one.
But
If
Linux became popular like you seem to be suggesting that it should, wouldn't it fundamentally undermine one of the reasons that you suggest it?
One of the reasons, yeah. Yeah, it would, yeah, to a degree. To a degree.
So its lack of popularity is actually a feature.
It works in its favor. I wouldn't say that's necessarily a feature. It's a nice side effect. It's an emergent property, not a design feature.
Okay.
But there are design features that do support that. Yeah.
Why'd this guy stand off for?
I don't actually know.
Let's find out.
Ooh.
At about 11:50 a.m., 7 News captured the car reversing further down the jetty away from the shore, but it was put back into drive. It then accelerated into the Swan River in front of the police boat. That's it doing it right there.
Yeah. There is video footage of it up there, apparently.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, intense. Wow.
Fuck.
Oh.
Click to unmute.
Some...
I can't handle the visuals. What do you mean?
Oh, right. Yeah, that's a...
Quite intense.
Yeah, the scene is practically throbbing with excitement.
The driver escaped the car before climbing back onto its undercarriage, where he sat for some time, talking with police. You're probably wondering how I got here.
Hey, I just picture a police officer going, "Hey there, buddy. You want to come down?"
Well, at 12:15, the man jumped back into the water, where he was quickly surrounded by police divers and lifted back onto the jetty. He was then carried into a waiting ambulance and taken for assessment. It is understood he escaped injury. Aww. I saw the word escape there, and I was like, the adventure was going to continue.
But no.
Like that one article from a few years back where that one guy fights off like 7 police officers while masturbating. You ever see that one? He was on meth, to clarify.
Oh.
Or was it PCP?
But that somehow
One of them.
explains everything.
I would have thought
Yeah.
PCP.
Mhm.
The forgotten drug. If somebody was eating your face in the 70s, it was PCP.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Reaper. Witnesses in the area had heard a loud commotion and saw police vehicles everywhere. They saw a Jeep on the jetty and was like, wow, what's going on there? Angus Fraser said. Thanks, Angus.
Yeah, he certainly phrased that well.
His
In the
colleague,
car,
Callum
getting out
Richardson,
of the
said it was
car,
dramatic.
yelling at the police. A lot of commotion. Yeah, thank you, Fraser. Very cool.
Yeah, we need more angry mothers yelling at their children. Get away from that journalist. You don't know anything.
Yes.
He saw his colleague Callum Richardson said it was dramatic when the car was ditched into the water. He just slapped it in reverse and switched to drive and took it off the edge. Yeah. We didn't think he teleported there, Richardson said. Richardson said police definitely did a good job. They took their time. They made sure no one was hurt. The public were told to avoid the area. I'm just spellbinded by this narrative, Far. It's over.
Oh.
Well, we laughed, we cried. It became a part of us.
Yeah, it truly did. Yeah. I will never forget this man driving into the Swan River in a Jeep.
I need that video.
He was afraid to go out in the water.
Maybe my overly secured browser won't run it there. Chat, you can add it. If you want to see that video, there you go. There's the link, and maybe the video will run for you. And if you know what? We'll consider this a litmus test. If that video runs for you, would you turn your security features on? For God's sake. Hey, Far, do you want to run an election stream?
No. My God, no.
But less than 1% of the votes have been counted. This is the exciting time.
I did click on the election thing, right? I have that up for myself. Just because I want to see that. But I want to do a stream of it? No. Because it just... How the fuck does the Labour Party have 20 seats already when 1% of the votes have been counted? How does that happen?
Less than 1%, yeah.
Yeah, like I am continuously confused about how they call seats in Australia because of this shit. Like this is what happened in the Western Australian election where they just voting closed and they just immediately went, yeah, they've got 20 seats already. It's like, how the fuck does that happen?
Do they run first past the post in Oz?
Oh, that probably is it. Oh, never mind. I'm just an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I could explain how that happens here, but there, I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're right. Early voting. I am, yeah, okay. That's how that happens. But even still, though, with early voting,
how
many people voted early for that?
Well, it's early voting, and there are such districts there that the amount of voters are compressed into a given area. And while all these other polls and all these other places just closed, enough polls in the main population concentration area have closed such that if every other polling station in this district votes a different way, it won't change the results of the election. So yes, we can say that unless there is no mathematical probability that anyone other than this person can win, therefore we can award the seat to this person just by the certain amount of votes that have been counted from the population concentration center.
Right.
Which is a reason why republics are awesome.
I'm personally of the opinion that we shouldn't be displaying any results until the votes are all counted.
On the plus side, though, I am very happy that currently the Greens have no seats. So,
but they make the best speeches.
Yeah, is this auto serious?
She's Labor, though, right? That woman?
She... I forget. No, she was a part of a party, and then because of the Israel-Palestine stuff, and she sided with Palestine, because of course she fucking did, she ended up becoming independent. So she's not actually a part of a party anymore because she yeeted herself from her party.
sorry. There's just something so ironic to me about a woman of her caliber being labeled independent. It's funny.
I know there is an irony to that, but yeah, that's basically what happened there. Though I forget what party she was a part of. It would have either had to have been Labour or Greens. I forget though, and that's sad considering she's my state senator. So, oh boy.
Holy shit. Where did that window just go? I moved a window and it's like, I could see it on my taskbar, but it's not physically located on either screen here. Where did it go?
Yeah, where's the window? Do you have a secret monitor somewhere? Because that's sometimes what happened to me.
Is it still on the taskbar, Polly? Because you should be able to right-click on it to pull up the context menu, and there should be a move option, and that should pass the cursor over to wherever the heck it is, and then you can click and drag it from there.
I'm hovered over it, and it's okay. Well, hold on. Simpler way to skin this cat. I'm just right-clicking on it and maximizing it. There. Fuck. That was easy. Had I thought to do that. I shouldn't narrate these things out loud because I feel like there's people watching this stream and will be watching it in the future going, "Holy shit, he's dumb." You know.
That's okay. They can leave a comment down below, and then Valine can correct them.
I'm not dumb. Drunk. It's different. Remember when the governor of New York said that far? I'm not a molester. I'm just Italian.
Yeah.
Fucking classic. How do you say things like that? Well, being recorded in a deposition.
I think it's gonna go well for you.
Yeah, I think it's gonna go well.
And then there was the rise of the people that still were supporting him and such, and they were labeled the Cuomo-sexuals.
Right, yeah, the women that were all huge fans of him were the Cuomo-sexuals, yeah.
Like, Jesus
that was
Christ.
Governor Cuomo, for those that forget.
Oh, man.
He's trying to say that he's like, hot-blooded Italian guy. And so, yeah, sure, I hug women and I might hold the embrace a little bit longer than I should.
I might smell their hair more than I should, but yeah, I'm just Italian.
Yeah.
Like,
man, you are leaning really heavily into some bizarre, transparent justifications right now, man. You know what I mean? It's
Berlusconi, you are not.
Yeah, right. Right. Good reference. I forgot all about Berlusconi. That was a spectacular.
Polly, the world will never forget Silvio Berlusconi.
You want to be a criminal, in elected office? Go full Berlusconi or stay home.
Right?
I wanted to.
Or as they call him in America, Berlus Biscuity.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's way better. Berlus Biscuit.
Yeah, Berlus Biscuity. As opposed to Berlusconi.
Yeah.
Nothing far, nothing, not a damn thing. Okay. Scone, biscuit.
Oh.
Oh, that's what. I didn't get it either. I don't blame you, Far. I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was a stretch.
Okay, so it was this article I was reading.
Oh, okay.
And inside, a look inside Inclusion's Cosmos Hub Validator architecture. Here at Inclusion.
Oh, this is going to be nothing about space, is it?
What the fuck is this sentence, Polly?
Let's just find out what it means. It reveals itself. The narrative just flows.
Does it insist upon itself as well? Because I'm getting the impression that it does.
Here at Inclusion, we have taken our past professional experiences from infrastructure and security teams at notable Silicon Valley companies and applied them in building what we believe is one of the most sophisticated proof-of-stake validators in existence today. In this post, we'd like to provide a deep dive into how we built our Cosmos Validator, the experiences that shaped our decisions, and hopefully offer some great insights into how we build a high-availability data center network and hybrid clouds in general. Rather than keep information a trade secret, we prefer to share it and promote the security of the overall proof-of-stake validator ecosystem. And through sharing it, might slightly reduce our defense in depth. We are firm believers in Kitchoff's principle that our infrastructure is designed in such a way that its security ultimately lies with cryptographic keys that control its operation. Well, that and proper configuration and software updates. Without further ado, here's a diagram of our validator network infrastructure architecture. Straightforward.
Yeah. Oh, Polly, I feel like I'm back at work.
Oh my god.
What does a proof of stake validator do? My very question. The core of the Cosmos Hub consists of a federation of validators which collectively run a Byzantine fault-tolerant consensus algorithm, and in doing so, function as a single logical computer whose compute resources can be purchased for a fee. The security of any BFT system ultimately relies on the ability to set validators comprising the network to resist the influence of an outside attacker. If an attacker can gain control of more than a third of a network by voting power, or in the case of Cosmos stake, the security guarantees of the BFT breakdown. Holy shit, guys, I read this whole fucking article just to find out what the fuck they were talking about. And it is just so jargon heavy that I was actually unable to discern whether or not there was something that underlay this or whether it was all nonsense.
Yeah, I've got nothing. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm kind of just glazing over here. Like, holy shit.
From what they've said so far, right, this is for computations to be run through a blockchain, and a system of validation to prevent the perversion of the results of that computation that come out of the blockchain again. Through the use of encrypted keys. Imagine checking checksums on individual processes within a large computational event or computational sequence. Just to show that they've not been tampered with by, outside sources.
See, what I find that is concerning about this presentation of material is that when you're putting together a research grant application, this is exactly the style that you write in. To sound, have the sound of clarity in your writing and present it as straightforwardly described, as plain speaking. But to actually conceal what you're doing within jargon, to make it impenetrable to understanding, but present it as if it's clear. That, I know that sounds bad. It's like, wait a minute, but you're asking for money. I know. Because if you try and explain what you're doing, like in a really, actually clear, not just pretend clear way, you're going to be competing with all of the people that don't care to do that. Don't get the people that are reviewing your applications thinking. Most of them are not from your field. They will not understand it. So therefore, make the information absolutely impenetrable and describe it as if it's eminently clear, and the conclusions are going to change the very edifice of the field. They'll be that critical. And when knowing that and having written those things many a time and redraft it to make it sound better and better, that's what this reads like. At least that's the closest thing I can compare it to. Because they are talking about something that they themselves are doing. So it sounds like it's bullshit. And I don't mean like bullshit, like none of this exists. No, I think that it does, but it leads like it's deliberately obfuscated.
Well, obfuscation's the name of the game, Polly.
Justin Wilson used multimodal reflection sorting.
Son of a bitch, even I know that's a trackism.
Yeah, it is. The infamous one where Data's talking about parsing out Borg signals, and it's how did you do that? I used multimodal reflection sorting. I'm like, and the ramostram and the inverse recapitulator is not working well, Captain. It was great.
Yeah, it's for picking up what was it? Borg communication matrices through subspace, something like that.
The communications were between a single Borg, and because up until that point they thought all the Borg were controlled as automatons, like marionettes on wires. And what Data had found out was like, no, it's actually this complex back and forth between them. So
yeah, it's not like a hive of ants being controlled by a single thinking queen. It's the entire Borg collective is one big brain.
Yeah.
With a central
And they let
with
that
the central
idea
core.
go and never revisit it. And I thought that was a really clever fictional inclusion. Like, wait a minute.
It's kind of a shame,
You've
really.
written an interesting weakness into this incredibly powerful villain in the series. So you want to write some kind of vulnerability. Otherwise, you know, how would anybody ever win? What's the threat? How would you ever get out of it if they have no weaknesses? I like the analogy. One says like one of them jumps off a cliff, they all jump off. Meaning they can't just separate themselves like that. It doesn't work that way. So if you get one of them, you've got the entire collective by the balls. That's an interesting idea. Their collectivity is their power, but in this way, it's their weakness. You can take the whole collective hostage by taking one of them hostage, for example. You know.
Yeah, and if you do succeed in isolating one of them from the rest of the collective by for want of a better word, scrambling their subspace communication, basically you have reduced the intellectual capacity down to basically subhuman levels, which indeed they do. With that, I forget what episode it was with the bald kid.
Oh, Hugh. Yeah.
Yeah, Hugh, yeah.
So they didn't write that. I mean, I was actually just thinking about that. They didn't write that idea entirely out because that's how they planted a bug on him, right? We're going to put this fucking piece of malware in him. And then when he plugs back into the collective, they have no choice but to absorb it because they're all connected in this way. And thus the whole system will shut down. Okay.
Did I miss a donation?
I don't know. Possibly.
Because I've got one here from 44 minutes ago, apparently from Serpent21 for $3.
I don't think you did read that one.
Telling me to please remind Polly that Judge Dredd is the law and not Batman. Batman is a scientist.
I am a scientist. I am a... Sorry.
He did
Sorry
say
about that
law,
if I
okay?
did miss that.
And besides, you're wrong. Batman's a detective. Huh. Remember the monorail episode of Simpsons?
Monorail.
Yeah.
Monorail.
Where Homer's the conductor of the monorail, and it's going faster and faster because it's defective. And he's stuck on it. Marge calls him when he's like, I got someone here who can help. Batman? No, it's a scientist. Batman's a scientist. It's not Batman. I did. That joke is so dumb. I find it so funny. He just became like fixated on his own suggestion instantaneously. That kills me for some.
Polly, that sounds like you're beginning to circle back towards American journalism, mate. Fixated upon their own suggestion.
Look at that shit.
Holy crap. Greek?
What is it?
Something that's unintentionally cryptography. They don't know. It's they didn't know for a while. It was written in some guy's own encryption or whatever, written in his own handwriting, whatever language or whatever the fuck this is. And it was I think he's got very nice penmanship, whatever the fuck nonsense this is.
Yeah?
Beautifully written nonsense.
Yeah, no, that is incredibly good penmanship.
Autismese, yeah. Because you see shades of letters and numbers, but then there's also like pyramids with eyes, and it's.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'm seeing like. I thought I saw a couple of lambdas there and a couple of deltas.
Yeah, certainly not just Roman letters.
Is that Saturn? Is that the Saturn symbol there? As well?
Where are we looking?
Top second line. Nearish the end-ish.
Left page.
Yeah. Next to the blotted out thing.
Look at it, there's a female symbol right here.
Venus, yeah. Yeah, it could be.
These are the kind of things I start looking into when it's like, well, not intentionally. Oh yeah, what's this?
This definitely looks to be Greek or a derivation thereof.
It's however you want to say that. A polycipher.
Opiali, I would say.
The languages, it's German,
Oh.
encrypted abstract symbols, Greek and Roman letters. The encrypted manuscript consisting of 75,000 handwritten characters filling 105 pages in a bound volume. Undeciphered for more than 260 years, the document was decrypted in 2011 with computer assistance. An international team consisting of Kevin Knight from the University of Southern California, Information Institute. Oh yeah, it's all a bunch of like stuff Stick, Sex, and Hammer would like. The manuscript is in a private collection. A parallel manuscript is kept in the... Whoa, I'm not even going to try.
Oh boy.
Oh, Stats Archive.
In the German building.
States Archive.
Oh, the States Archive. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The polycipher includes abstract symbols as well as those written in Greek and most from the Roman alphabet. The only plain text in the book is Bali's 3 at the end and Philippi 866 or Philip 866 on the flyleaf. Philip is thought to have been the owner of the manuscript. The plain text letters of the message were found to be coded by accented Roman letters, Greek letters, unaccented Roman letters, only to represent spaces. Huh. The researchers found that the initial 16 pages describe an occultist initiation ceremony. The manuscript portrays, among other things, an initiation ritual.
An oculist initiation ceremony. Something to do with the cult of the eye.
Oculist.
Yeah, oculist.
Okay. Oculist initiation ceremony. The manuscript portrays, among other things, an initiation ritual in which the candidate is asked to read a blank piece of paper and, on confessing the inability to do so, is given eyeglasses and asked to try it again, and then again after washing the eyes with a cloth, followed by a, quote, operation in which a single eyebrow hair is plucked. Yeah, it sounds like Victorian occult nonsense, man. Polycipher is a substitution cipher. It is not a one-for-one substitution, but rather a homophonic cipher. Each ciphertext character stands for a particular plaintext character, but several ciphertext characters may encode the same plaintext character. For example, all unaccented Roman characters encode a space. 7 ciphertext characters encode a single letter E. In addition, some ciphertext characters stand for several characters or even a word. One ciphertext character, across, stands for sh, and another encodes the secret society's name.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it was the Oculists, also known as the High Enlightened Oculist Order, or German words that I'm not going to try and pronounce. Were a secret society of ophthalmologists founded in the 1730s in Wolfenbüttel, Germany. They used sight as a metaphor for knowledge and were linked to Freemasonry. As the manuscript Copialis 3 suggests that the Oculists were a group of Freemasons who created the society to pass along Masonic rites which had been banned by Pope Clement XII.
I'm in for the win. And let's just face it, some dudes in certain areas of crusty society were they just dug it, man.
Mm-hmm.
They dug the repeated initiations and the handshakes and the details, and they were learned men.
They were a bunch of autists.
Yeah.
This was the you know, that time period's equivalent of D&D.
I like that. I like that. It's like, man, they were really into some deep stuff. They were trying to understand Hermeticism and the deep ritual. Egyptian mystery cults. Nah, bro. They're just playing D&D before
Yeah,
D&D.
just LARP.
Yeah. They have like grand high wizards and stuff. Like, come on.
And I don't even find that particularly insulting. It's just trying to ennoble what they were doing.
it's not.
I'm like D&D is interesting. What's the problem? You know what I mean?
Oh, it's not meant to be an insult at all. I enjoy both writing and playing D&D. It's It's fun. It's just, let's not pretend it's any more than it really is.
Yeah. Now we're unveiling the secret from. No, you're not.
Oh, here we go. Oh, the Oculus. It says right there. The Oculus were a group of ophthalmologists led by Count Friedrich August von what's that? Veltheim or Weitheim? Veltheim.
I think Velt.
Mhm.
I think it's an L.
He died in 1775. Very interesting year.
Sorry, I was just reading that article there. Anyway, that's what brought me along to this because I'm like, okay, what is that? It was a time before whiteout.
Let's just blot that out and pretend that's not there.
Yeah.
So it's all just
a couple mistakes here, but that's what they made. I don't know, large pen nibs for. We're just gonna black that out.
So it's ciphered German, and the unaccented Roman letters are space indicators. Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, I am surprised that they actually needed computer tech to pull off decrypting this. That leads me to believe or suspect that not many people were trying.
Would have guessed.
Or that they were just thinking wildly different things, which can happen.
I mean, that's the
pen
thing,
and
though.
paper cryptography experts are fucking amazing in their ability. To me, they are anyway. Where it's a lot of the decryption and encryption that they do doesn't require computers, or didn't. They just don't need to roll like that because they're hyper autists.
Oh, dude, the original crypto bros were cool.
They were autists before it was cool. Getting it never. Talk about cryptos. This is going to lead to what's wrong with Germany and their stop signs and clocks, man.
What you mean besides everything?
What?
Yeah, I know. Hear me out. What we have here is a sculpture, one of 3 sculptures.
Yeah.
This particular one's in courtyard at CIA headquarters at Langley, Virginia. The other ones that get around, they're part of the acrylic projector. The second one that's like publicly out there, called the acrylic projector because it's got a light in the middle, so it shines out like this. But again, through this sculpture, you see the letters. It's encryption for a secret message. What does it say? I do find it interesting that an artist was able to get this deep with encryption, that he is like some of the best people at encryption have tried cracking this and have only come up with bits and pieces. It's like this part has been this part, different things have been translated, and the entire text of it is available. Just the sculpture itself proper, one of those 3. Yeah, okay, it's at CIA headquarters, but the text of it in its entirety is available. So hobbyists, cryptography hobbyists and so on, retired NSA cryptologists and so on, they crack at it, and different pieces will get decrypted over time, but never the whole thing, which leads me to believe my suspicion is true. All artists are a little autistic.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, Far. So.
I'm not.
There's a cooler picture, actually. I should have went with this one. See, Far, some people would call this corporate art because it's metal and it's in the middle of a square. You know what I mean? This is so much better than ugly cactuses.
I mean, I'm not going to fight you on that.
Or giant green, better than fucking giant green butt plug.
Excuse me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Christmas tree.
The cactuses.
No, it's better than giant green butt plug. Yeah, it's a different thing. Never seen this?
No.
Oh.
I was talking to Sinatra today after the show, talking about being down at the hobby shop, and because he's getting into 40K and painting minis and shit. He's like, I really like the handle to hold the minis while you paint them. I got to get one. I said, oh, the butt plug. And he goes, oh yeah, it does look like one. I'm like, yeah, that's what everyone calls it that. I call this piece Autistic Nightlight. Oh, shit.
And here you go.
Oh. Oh, my.
Yeah, thanks, Paul McCarthy.
I don't see how I'm supposed to see that as anything other than that.
Right.
Yeah? Yeah?
Like, okay. He gets tasked with, or comes up with the idea, tasks himself with, I want a very, the way a smiley face is an extremely de-resolved face. I want an extremely de-resolved, simplistic Christmas tree. Okay. But as soon as you sketched out the design, why did you keep going when you realized you had just created a butt plug?
Oh, no, he knew. He knew.
Oh, he knew.
It was deliberate. Yeah, it was deliberate.
Fucking hell, really?
Yeah. From the article here on culturedmag.com. In 2014, the artist Paul McCarthy mistakenly pegged the French as a people with a sense of holiday humor, and was invited to participate in FIAC, a contemporary art fair in the French capital. McCarthy was asked to design a piece for the Place Vendôme, a sprawling plaza in the heart of Paris commissioned by Louis XIV. The square once housed a monument to Napoleon Bonaparte, and the French Ministry of Culture is situated just a stone's throw away. So yeah. He knew what he was doing. He was just an asshole.
What?
Ironically enough.
What is it?
A massive asshole.
Is that like is it big and inflatable, or is that like stone painted green? It's inflatable, okay.
I think it's inflatable, yeah.
I'm just
otherwise
you'd
like never get that
wires so it doesn't blow away in the wind or whatever. Okay. I see. Every time I don't assume the worst of people, I regret it. I assumed he just dropped the ball and had no idea until it was already up and went fuck afterwards. And it's like, no. He was just would assume the worst. Well, he was being a ridiculous troll with a shitty joke. Yep, that's what happened. Oh.
See, the thing that you got to remember is, yeah, like a goodly amount of artists are, a little autistic. Almost all of them are degenerates. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Wow. Wow. I thought what I said about artists was harsh. Okay, glad you're here, Sam. Most of them are degenerates.
Thank you, 721 for $3. He says, George Takei is really excited right now. Fucking perv. I almost feel ashamed I have his autograph. You could put it up on a charity auction, Serpent. Give it to the kids.
Would that work, though? Would anybody,
That's a good question. Maybe not anymore.
Miss George Takei.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like the characters. Jackass.
Yeah, but you're telling me they couldn't find another Asian fella to play Sulu?
Oh, they easily could have. George Takei was the indispensable man. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah. Star of the show.
Oh. So I left my Gatorade out in my fucking... Go grab it. I will be back. What? What's so funny about that?
I left my Gatorade in my car. I gotta get it.
Yeah.
Yeah?
What?
Wait, Sam.
Yeah.
You haven't done something similar to that, have you?
What? No, why? Why would you think that?
That's
I don't know,
something
the
similar
way
to what?
you reacted.
I was referencing Tron Legacy.
Sure, okay.
It's the way he says yeah
Yeah.
in the movie. Yeah.
Clearly, I'm not going to get an answer to whatever I did. It was so hilarious. I don't get this at all. I'm being maligned here.
You want to expand upon that, Far?
You gonna go get your Gatorade? Or...
Well, I was hoping to find out what was... All right. Yes, I am going to go get my Gatorade.
No, I don't get it, Far. What's he done?
And the Greens still have no seats. Get fucked. No,
I
just the idea of like you've left this presumably already opened Gatorade in your car, I guess. Probably should have asked that, shouldn't I? If it was opened or not.
Oh, it's a Saturday morning and we're like 6 hours into a noir bar. Of course he's left something
Are we
in his
6
car.
hours?
Something like that. No, it's not been that long.
No.
No, we're four and a half hours in.
Yeah.
See, I've been
My
here for
God.
6 hours.
My God, he wonders why I kept asking him. You know, are you sure you don't have ADHD? Are you sure about this? I know the signs.
I saw the sign. God damn it. All right, well, enough with my musical ADHD. That's totally a thing, by the way, guys. Constant jukebox in my mind. Now is a good time to remind you guys, if you've got any questions for us or anything along those lines, make sure that you do put them in the chat there. And if you're listening in the future and you didn't get a chance to take part in the best chat on the internet, no worries. You can do Polly a comment down below. He gets notifications when they come through. And, you know, possibly at some point he'll get around to responding to them. It's true. If you are interested in supporting the show, there are a multitude of ways that you can go about doing that. You can leave a like on the video. You can make sure that you are subscribed with the bell rung to Polly's channel. And if you are feeling particularly generous, you can click one of the many links that are frequently posted by Far in chat. And they're also
I'll do it.
and they're also down in the description. If you would like to pelt us with some pennies, you are under no obligation to do so. Of course, we appreciate you guys just showing up, but everything that does come our way is greatly appreciated because it goes towards keeping the lights on, the candles lit, the fire burning, and those goddamn dastardly cops paid off.
Hell yeah.
Ossan says, did Polly fall between his bed and nightstand again? Not in recent memory, no. No.
Stuck in the middle, what do?
That's probably one of my best musical contributions to the world so far.
Kind of is. It's definitely up there. Bed to the left of me, dresser to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle. What do? Man. So what have you been up to, Sam?
Well, recovering from my Wednesday incident, so that was fun. Streaming Escape and PoE on my channel. PoE, of course, being Path of Exile 1 with your lovely lady wife, Fat Platypus. So yeah, if RPGs are your bag, you know what, mine too. And you can see myself and Platty play those over on my channel. I will quickly say something in chat. I'm saying hi. That's me. So yeah, if you're interested in seeing that, you can jump over to my channel there. What about you, Far? What have you been up to?
I played Octopath on stream and I beat the boss and I had no idea what to do for the rest of the stream. Genuinely, that's all I've done this week, stream wise, because I've been in Sydney, you know, for the rest of the week. And then dealing with intense fucking neck pain. Oh my god. Still don't know what the fuck I did. Still don't know. But it's less. I'm not wanting to die every time I twinge my neck just the wrong way. So, you know, progress.
She's with this most recent birthday chat, she's hit that age, you know. That age that we all get there eventually when, you know, we go to bed one night just feeling absolutely fine, we wake up the next and just everything hurts, man. Chat knows what I'm talking about. Or a good amount of chat knows what I'm talking about.
I don't like that. Like, I always thought I would have back problems.
Nobody likes it, Far.
No, because both my parents have back problems, right? I always thought it would be my back that's like gonna be the thing that happens with, not my fucking neck. Not my neck. Of all the fucking things. Legs, I could understand. Arms, yeah, sure, why the fuck not? Back, that's just a probability at this point. Neck? Neck. Why? How?
Zach in chat says, "Hey, tell your relatives that just because it rained, it doesn't mean they can all just start screaming for sex all night, Sam." Well, it hasn't rained.
Well, it's just what the French do. Like, just don't live next to French people.
I'm a little lost on that one. Oh, it's a frog thing. Okay, no, I just put 2 and 2 together. Good job, Zach.
Yeah,
you got that one past me. Yeah, 10 points to you. Justin Wilson says, "I am familiar with the age. Yes, Sam. I never expected to get arthritis, but here we are."
Let's hope I don't get that.
You won't get arthritis. You'll get DW splasia.
The fuck is that?
Arthritis. DW splasia. You know the cartoon,
No.
Arthur?
Oh my god. Fuck's sake, Sam.
What? I had to turn that one down.
Not like that, though.
It just occurred to me that I said arthritis kind of weirdly.
Yeah, arthritis.
Annalyn says, "How is the insomnia?" Depending on your point of view, it's going really well.
Oh, fuck yeah, insomnia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it hasn't released me lately.
That's rough, buddy.
No, what's rough is the noise my dogs are making in the background right now, which is usually what's been keeping me awake. Little shits.
Just leave with headphones in. It's what I did when the motorbike frogs went crazy outside the window.
That's a fucking terrible idea. It's an absolutely terrible idea.
I wanted that cake.
Why? Thank you, David. Oh god, okay.
Careful there.
David Barnes. I want to know if I'm saying that right. Byrnes.
Yeah.
Burns. Okay, because I don't know who the fuck this is. Thank you, and it's obviously referring to an actual person. Thank you, David Burns. Dance moves for the $3.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, when you were a kid, you liked the song "Once in a Lifetime." When you're older, you've lived it, same as it ever was. Slap.
David Burns, the lead singer of a band called Talking Heads.
Okay.
Let's talk about that track again.
Mm-hmm. Zach says, "Okay, so Polly has to park his car in the next county over, I guess." Yeah, you wouldn't believe the crime rates where we are right now.
Not a lot of parking in my particular county.
Is there a kiss and drive?
I don't kiss and tell. Okay.
But do you kiss and drive?
All the time. No. Hard to watch the road when you're smooching. What the fuck?
No, it's a bad. There's a joke here about Roadhead, but I haven't quite worked it out yet. I'll get back to you on that one.
I don't think many people have worked that one out yet, but
Yeah.
hey.
Well, that's why accidents keep happening, for.
Same as it ever was.
Thank you for setting that one up. That was greatly appreciated.
Oh. Yeah, no script. I was trying to get the house up.
Call the Amish, they'll get it done quick.
Thank you, Game of Aline for the $5. Did you see that someone found Polly at amateur night? Is this the video you linked me?
What are you talking about? You're at amateur night.
I'm
here.
You are. You really are.
Buzzinga.
Oh my god.
Oh, tell me somebody brought their otter to like talent night or something.
No, it's an otter like scratching its back on what looks like a table leg, and someone's just put like a clip of someone going like somebody nasty girl, whatever the fuck, over the top of it, making it look like it's pole dancing or some shit.
Weird photo.
You don't sound as distressed as I would have thought you would be.
I know.
I'm more just confused. I'm just very deeply confused.
Odd about this house right off the bat.
I think I've noticed the same thing, right?
What we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. House that Sam located. Going for a mere $1.6 million, featuring 7 beds, 3 baths, 3,200 square feet in Lake Forest, California. It was built in 1974, and it could be yours. No, it can't. It could have been yours.
Yeah, don't give them hope.
Don't do that.
I'm the last one
Don't
they're
give
going to
me
get
hope.
from. Boom. There it is. What? Okay. I'll tell you what I was looking at, Far, and then you tell me if it was the same thing, okay? Like what?
All right.
What's up with the windows in the front of this house?
Yeah, no, that was the exact same thing.
Yeah? Okay. Just
Yeah, I didn't even register that there were windows at first. I thought they were like you know, the demountable house type things, right?
A what house?
Where they're like demountables, like temporary housing or temporary rooms, right? You usually see them at schools, right? If they're in the middle of like constructing a new area of the school, or like they need a you know, they need a different building for some reason. They just don't have it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, like the temporary
It
structures.
kind of looks a bit. Yeah, it kind of looks like that, where like they smush the two bits together, right? Because they have to be transported.
Mhm.
Except it's like a bit divided out. They're not quite smushed together properly. That's what it looked like to me. So I'm looking at it, going like, "What the fuck is going on there?" And then it's only once you said they were windows that it clicked me. I'm like, "Oh wow, yeah, there's some
I
tiny
think
fucking
they are.
windows."
What I
What
found
the
odd about
fuck?
this is it's like, okay, I thought these were, well, they got like floor to ceiling windows in the garage door, because some doors have those. I'm like, no, wait, that's a bay window.
There is no car hole here.
Yeah. And that's what made me think, is this a repurposed garage? No, wait, why is the driveway paved here then? The garage, oh wait, this is the garage door.
Yeah, that could be the garage door.
You have to turn
Yeah,
left to get into the
yeah.
garage. That's a thing that can happen. So they've got
I mean-
windows in the garage, I guess.
I mean, think about it. You know, if you just drove up the driveway there and didn't stop, you could make a car hole.
Yep.
You certainly could, as happens very frequently in Western Australia, apparently.
Yeah.
Just make your own car.
The amount of cars that make it into their own living room is oddly common there.
Yeah,
I mean, I know that sounds like
I
I'm
tell
bullshitting,
people
but no, it's
that,
actually
right?
fairly common.
No,
there.
it is fairly fucking common. It's like I tell people that, then I have to sit down and think about it. Like I haven't heard one of these stories in a while, and then a couple days later, I'll usually see another story about it. It's like, yeah, no, there it is. Yeah, no, it is very common. Like it's so fucking common.
I'm just
It's so
thinking,
common.
Maria, darling, when did you say your mother was coming over?
The question.
And the funniest part is, usually no one gets hurt. It's like sometimes people do, but very rarely. Usually no one gets hurt in these incidents. It's kind of funny.
One of them, like, one of your national treasures literally just was around crocodiles and alligators for pretty much his entire existence and never lost so much as a finger. Far. Australians are just made of different
is a
stuff.
fair
Yeah,
point.
they like Aussie rules
Yeah, I
football.
guess we're just built different.
No armor. Yeah, y'all are built to last.
Yeah, although in saying that, like, why the fuck is it that all other Australians are built different, and all I have to do to fracture a collarbone is land on my back on a trampoline and land back on my feet?
The weakness
I
all
am
gets
the brittle bone
concentrated
fuck.
in a few people. Yeah, there's a few brittle bone fucks that you're the sin eaters. You bear the weakness for the whole people.
Sin eater. That's the fucking word I was looking for. Yeah. Yeah. You are doing a public service.
That's right.
Simply by existing, Far.
And you deserve money.
Oh my god.
Where's your compensation?
Right.
Yeah, where's my compensation for being a brittle bone fuck? Come on.
Have you been have you been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? You may be entitled to compensation.
Tap into the brittle bone fuck today. Brittle bone fuck fund today. There you go. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
What do you guys think that this thing is beside the fire hydrant, this red deal? Is that like one of them old school
Another
like,
hydrant.
milk
Thinking that was a
canisters?
fire hydrant as well, but like no, then you pointed at the fire hydrant next to it. It's like, oh yeah, right, yeah, no, that's something else.
Well, this is
entirely.
California. It might be like, regular
Because
fire
you need a
hydrant.
hydrant
and-
for your
yeah.
hydrant.
Yeah. It's like salt water and regular water hydrant. Neither of them have water in it, but
I was going to say, I think one might
Well, that
be.
counts.
I think that might be what do you call it? A gasoline hydrant in case the people who live in this house turn out to be Republican voters.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an odd design, and Mort's not wrong. It's I didn't look through his house because if I'm the one who picks a house, I like to just look at the first few images. You want it to be surprising or disappointing, I guess would be.
Yeah.
But, you want to get a sense that it's terrible or interesting in one way or another. Okay. Nice wide street.
Well, like I said to my last girlfriend, baby, I'm gonna take you on a journey.
I too want to live on a football
Okay.
field.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They just have a football field.
Well, look, it says ET
nearby,
in the
and
middle,
and
so
a baseball field as well.
Diamond.
Diamond field. Diamond. I was like, I'm not like, which one? Which one do I go?
I
with?
feel like
don't
it
know.
should be called a pitch, really.
Yep. Bar, I'll tell you an inside baseball thing, okay? Call it a
Leave the shitty puns to me.
like, it's called a diamond because just like the way that it's angled, right? Call it a baseball
Right.
square with a straight face. Watch people's blood pressure shoot up. Okay, and when they say
The
diamond,
baseball square is quite near the house.
because they'll correct you immediately, right? Like and annoyed, and go, are not all four sides the same length? Well, yeah, but then it's a square. I mean, baseball's best ball as far as I'm concerned, but that joke's hilarious. I saw somebody fucking with people cracking out. I'm like, okay, that's
But
cool.
it's a baseball diamond, maybe from the seats you sit in.
Right. Yeah.
You have to be European to pull off that kind of snobbery, I think.
Four equal sides, all right angles. That's a square, bro. I mean,
Okay.
it might be a little musty, but it's not too bad.
That's a lot of cardboard boxes.
It is. Yeah, yes.
And you're going to need them.
Oh, that's not foreboding at all.
You like their crab shelves?
Where?
Along the top of the windows there.
Where?
Along the top of the windows.
I know.
On the right-hand side. There's a French doors to the left, Polly. There's only really one set of windows.
Crab shells.
Crap shelf.
Oh, crap shell.
Yeah, I thought you said crab as well. I'm not gonna lie.
Thank
I'm
you,
like,
Far.
what?
I feel so much better now. Okay.
Really? Really? You feel better because Far misheard me too?
Yes. And Justin too. Okay, you learn to enunciate your words, sir. I think you're getting some evidence for your gasoline tank out front. I mean, they have not one but two fire extinguishers by the door. Apparently, Republicans do live here. Oh, there's a low flow California toilet. That's nice.
Wow, that is short.
Is that actually one of those
seen
unattached
a
toilets?
Toilet that low. This is beginning to enter in the realm of squatty potty almost. Oh, okay. Okay.
I too keep my garbage can behind my monitor.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I like that there's just a guy in the on the right there.
Oh, there is. I didn't.
Get out
Be very, very quiet.
Yeah,
He's pretending to be a lampshade.
The otter's eye is only activated by motion. If we stay still, we Oh, look at that. They got a whole bunch of birdhouses on their crab shell shelf.
Ah.
I'm going to beat you.
Are they in the middle of moving? Or is just this the absolute
It's
state of
In
their
a
life?
manner of speaking.
Again,
Why
not
are you
foreboding at
being
all.
so ominous
Yeah.
about this, Sam?
You're being coy. I don't like coy.
Yeah. What are you hiding from us?
Polly, it's just an ethnic goldfish. Fucking hell.
An ethnic goldfish. We were talking about temporary structures, right? Like this looks like I'm wrong.
Yeah.
It looks repurposed. Like it doesn't look like that window was meant to be there. That looks like a door from somewhere else.
Yeah.
With a metal door with the mail slot in the center like that.
Yeah. Don't see those anymore.
I guess it is 74, but I don't know. This strikes me as like a one-time garage that had like an angled attic in it, and they tore all that out and just turned it into like a grandma room or whatever they call those. Mother-in-law suite or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can't say I disagree with you. It's very... It does have that repurposed vibe to it. This was something else.
Why does this look like it's... Is this person up on a ladder taking this picture?
I think they're just holding it above their head.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, you see what I mean? Like, it seems like really down and on to the... I mean, look how high above the garbage can behind the monitor we are now.
Ah. Although at least we know that these people are very patriotic. Nice American flags.
Good. Better than that.
God, I love the detail of all the clack and brass on the ground in the sound design. I appreciate the little details.
There you go, Far. There's a brand name for your artwork.
But
Little Details.
thanks,
I'm
Sam.
sorry, what was it?
Thanks.
I'm sorry, that's a brand name for Far's art. Little Details.
No. No, Far doesn't want a
Really
brand analogous to
appreciate that.
Precious Moments. No. I mean, she could if she wants. I'm just telling her, don't do it, you know. Kimberly, thank you for the 650. You like surprises? Bullshit! I did. As soon as I saw that first line, you like surprises? Well, how about I tell you that, you know. You like chaos and bad taste. Surprises become a sideshow, an escalating commentary consisting of fuck you, fuck them, and my favorite, oh, fuck all of you. She really delighted how angry that mansion she sent us made us.
You know, I ended up telling my mom about that mansion and even showing her, like...
I
like,
showed my
pictures of
dad.
I've
Yep.
showed my mum after like, she's like, yeah, what the fuck?
I sent him the listing, right? I sent him the listing, and I was like, just look through this. And I sat opposite while he was scrolling through on his phone, and I could see him getting progressively more and more annoyed, just the same way we were.
Okay.
And he got, and he goes, they got an indoor gun range. Oh, and then scrolls on. It's like.
I was just showing her choice pieces of it. I'm just because like I knew the gun range wouldn't get her. She'd probably just be more like, yeah, okay, America with that one, right? But I was like showing other things like the dressing room being like 2 stories.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. The
And
display
I was showing
cabinet
her
for the
shit like
wedding
that.
dress. Fuck.
Yeah, like I was showing her all that shit and like the go kart in the back, specifically the go kart thing in the back, and how much space that actually took up. I made mention of the basketball court. Like, I didn't show her a lot of it, but enough for it to be like, okay, yeah, this is just obnoxiously rich fuck people.
Yeah. Guinevere will never be satisfied. It doesn't matter how much
She will
Rupert
never
spends.
be satisfied.
Guinevere and Rupert. I'd almost forgotten.
That was epic lore, man. Are you kidding me?
Oh, God, right.
So I showed it to my dad
Rupert.
too. I wonder who.
Yeah?
Okay. I find it interesting that we both deliberately showed our parents the go-kart course. That's what I wanted to show my dad. More than the range.
Yeah.
It was that because him being an engineer, retired now, but engineer, I thought it was going to get to him, and it did. It's when I realized that certain sayings that happen online have come about organically. My dad is not an internet guy at all. Just kept going, wait, what? But why? But why? I'm laughing. He's like, "What are you showing me this just to piss me off?" I'm like, "No, I'm laughing at your reaction to it." And you sound like one of us online. And he's like, "What does that mean?" Oh, never mind. Just
There is a certain sector of language that transcends generations.
yeah. That's
really
exactly
does.
what I was thinking. It's like this is all actually very organic. You know what I mean? The use of these words in this way. It's
You know, my mom actually does use oof in text. She knows exactly how to use it too. And I'm pretty sure that's because I kept doing it and she just picked up on it.
Uh-huh. That's how it happens. Well, it's how language evolves.
I
Oh,
take
there's
great
the
delight that my
flags.
60-year-old mother is like texting and going like oof in the appropriate context. And she knows what yeet means.
Yeet's impressive. She uses it right. Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, she knows what yeet means and she agrees with me that is probably one of the best internet slang terms for a
crap.
thing ever. Because it's just so nice to say and quick and easy.
Yeah.
Just yeet.
Its meaning can be a little elusive. I remember trying to describe it to somebody, and it was, wow.
It's just throwing something.
It is to yobbishly expel, exclude, or throw something. That's my background.
Yeah, but it ends up being a plot.
I just say it's like just to throw something.
But,
And then like any other context.
okay, but think about it for a second. There's ways that it can be used that make perfect sense if you understand its like subtlety of meaning, but would be hard to describe how throwing something also means to unalive yourself, to self-yeet. Why?
Throw
Because you're
away.
rapidly being removed from the circumstance.
To
Yeah,
yeet
but you can
oneself
gather
is
that from
to-
the context of saying that though.
Okay,
To-
right, but but think about what you just said. Okay, from the context of using it, you're allowing the situational clues to fill you in on its meaning. That's how we understand words. Try and definitionally describe that to somebody and encapsulate it in just 2 sentences. That's what I'm saying is hard.
To throw away, or dispense with.
And that's it? Like it doesn't imply rapid to you guys?
No.
No?
I mean, it does to me, but like that's like
Suppose.
I don't know, personal definition, I guess. But it's still like
Well,
when
in the same way
when
that
it comes down to it, it's just throwing something, really.
it's like it's like it's fucking antonym. I mean, like yoink. You know, a yoink doesn't
Yeah.
simply mean to take something. That means to grab it and quickly.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah, yoink is closer to what I'm saying than yeet is. Yeah.
Well, yoink is proper onomatopoeia, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I always think of a Hanna-Barbera
I
cartoon.
spy a young cowboy
With this song playing in the background.
in white rain. Shucks, I wouldn't put it on unless I was good at it.
I wish Chad had been there to hear our fucking several conversations about that song.
Oh.
I legitimately went looking to find a recording that Sammy Davis had put out of him singing Laredo. Couldn't find
Yeah,
one.
like the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't find one.
I'm still looking, man.
He's what he's really doing there is just not mindlessly. What I'm looking for here.
Absent-mindedly.
Thank you. Yes. He's absent-mindedly humming a classic Western yodeler song. You know what I mean? That while he's spinning a gun. Perfect track for him to be doing that with. But if you listen to a lot of the people that have recorded it, and a whole bunch have, because it's a classic of Western songbook, they don't sing it like that. It's twangy, tempo's a lot faster. And so it doesn't have the same vibe. Like, I want to sing it like he's singing it while rolling a cigarette, staring longfully at the horizon. Like, you know.
The way I sort of picture him, like, if I was going to direct the music video, for him singing that song today, it would be him in pretty much the same, style of dress, sat up or laid up against a tree in summer, in the shade, with a little guitar or something like that, and just, strumming the guitar for the chords there and singing along to it. That's how I'd portray it.
And
with that same tempo.
Doing my looking around, I did come across a track that gets it that vibe, though it's not the same song as Laredo.
Yeah.
It I believe Rio Bravo, Dean Martin, cowboy, sitting back. Yeah, he's got his hat tipped down over his eyes, singing absentmindedly while smoking a cigarette. And he's singing, "Here I am with my three good friends, just my rifle, my pony, and me." And that gets there. And I was like, this reminds me of that track that I was like, yeah, it fits that vibe. Tempo's right.
It's lulling, isn't it? I think is the word.
Okay, Gamer Valine, thank you for the 950. I didn't know you showed your dad the only way I could be happier right now. To actually hear your dad react after how you described the stereotype he is. Yeah, it was when I was. So I'm at Walmart and I got my earbuds and I'm talking to these guys over in Eve's chat. And that's when we were having the conversation about how hilarious Blaine thought it was, our reaction. Fuck you! We definitely got mad at that home designer, if not the homeowner. Yeah, it was a few days after that ended up showing to my Dad, let me show you something. Because he mentioned something about a waste of space. Some guy had wasted space on his property. Let me show you what wasted space looks like. Is that just that go-kart, man? Go-kart track, rather. Fuck. Far until you mentioned it, I totally forgot about the covered basketball court.
How could you
There was
forget about that?
so much going. Well, there was just so much.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, okay, fair.
An
But
absolute
yeah,
compound.
that one just stuck with me though, because it was yet another example though of how many people are you expecting over for this? Because it had full seating.
Yeah. The room in the barbecue pit was nuts. That was the true reveal. This isn't a giant home for one person. You are expecting to entertain a fuck ton of people at once, like conference style. Everyone's flown in, blah, blah,
Or your Mormons.
Or Mormons, of course.
But there was no room for the wives.
That we saw.
But there was just no wife room, where it had weird.
That's what all the
weird
repeated
things
hot
written on
tubs
the
and shit were
windows.
for.
Yeah.
That were really more viewing tubs than they were tubs to sit in, with the disappearing edges, the infinity pools, and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, when you're a Mormon, you have to keep your wives well marinated.
Okay, so moving on. Art capture, there we go. I just, when you said, like, at least we know they're patriotic, I can see the little desaturated flags up here.
Yeah, they're quite
Holy shit, they
faded
might
out.
actually be Republicans.
That was a good guess. Whoa.
I thought those were stone for a second, but then I realized that's carpet. That's carpet. It just looks very
You can
Like my
rent
last
a
girlfriend.
carpet cleaner.
I was gonna say, like my
can,
last
and you
girlfriend.
probably should.
That's an ugly shag.
Why? Am I missing? Why is the railing on that side instead of on the
you'd think it'd be along the
wall?
wall.
That's a good question.
Like, why not on the left side where you don't need to have it go across this railing like that? You see what I mean? I don't.
Yeah, like it usually is on the wall though, right? Like
In my experience,
why
yeah, that's
is
the
it-
thing I caught my thumb in when I broke my hand falling down the stairs. It was on the wall. My thumb got
Every
stuck
time
in between
you-
the wall and the rail.
Every time you relate that story, I get the phantom pain in my hand from it. 'Cause I've fucking done that before. Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
the classic example, or the classic thing that people say: if you start falling, go limp. That's your best bet. Go limp.
You will look hilarious doing it, but yes, go limp.
True. You'll jiggle, not jiggle physics. that's
Oh, I'm
totally
falling.
different. Ragdoll physics all the way down. Oh no! It was the act of trying to stop myself from falling that resulted in the broken bones, man. So
You know what it is. You know what it is when I think of going limp. Yeah, is Jim Parsons as Sheldon. You know when he faints in The Big Bang Theory. The dramatic, the comically dramatic way that he just flops. Usually preceded by oh. That.
Wait a minute, what are downward facing stairs?
What?
Oh,
aren't they all?
God.
What?
Well, you see, Polly, if I was a rich man, right, I'd build a great big house in the middle of town.
Far.
I'd have 2 staircases, only going up, and another only coming down.
You know what?
Or
If
an
I had 2 stairwells that were relatively close to each other, going up and down from like a lower floor, right?
Yeah.
I would fuck with people with that. I would. No, whoa! The downward ones are over there.
Oh, you have to though. You have to control the flow of traffic.
What do you mean? You can't go down on those
You
stairs.
put
man.
up
Those are.
signs.
Look at them.
You put up signs saying exit only.
Yeah. Put it on them to clue in. I'm willing to bet under the right social pressure, correctly applied.
Yeah, they just do it.
Yeah, they'll go along with it. Dude, look at them. Do those look like upward facing stairs to you? Fuck, man. Yeah, and I bet you most people would turn and go, oh yeah. Yeah, I do. They'll see
Dude,
it.
did you not read the sign? It says exit only.
You're right. There are 5
God.
lights. Never mind. And they'll just go do it.
I will say there are certainly some stairs that it is easier to run up than to run down.
Yeah, that is a thing, but
How many fires have these people been expecting?
enough.
There is a reason for it.
Oh God, why are you being so ominous?
It's funny when you said wait for it, and when I said they're moving, are they in the act of moving? You said wait for it. I'm like, are we going to get to one section of this house and it's completely burned out? And that was before I noticed the fire extinguishers. Are we going to get to a burned out? It's like, did they have a meth lab that went terribly wrong?
I couldn't possibly tell you.
Is this a meth house?
Weird ceiling angles?
Yeah.
I guess that is the good place for the skylight, but I gotta ask, like, I know skylights are much valued and so on, and I guess they're nice and whatever, but do you guys chat in general? Do they matter?
No.
Does it?
Polly, are you asking philosophically, or are you talking from a point of view of like keeping the place warm and well lit? What angle are we approaching this from here?
Clearly, I was asking philosophically. Do they have a intrinsic metaphysical value beyond?
I mean, does anything really? Hold on. Where's my beret? I need to do this properly.
Right? Yeah. That's good. It's a rare stream where you get to mention Sartre and putting on a beret to discuss philosophy. No, do they matter? I guess I'm saying, like, so people will pay a serious pretty penny to have contractors come and cut a hole in their ceiling and put a fucking skylight in. And yeah, okay, warm, I guess. Light, sure. I'd be more interested in fucking windows with good blinds on them than I would be a hole in my roof, personally.
Well, here's the fun part, Polly. It's both.
Yeah, but I don't want it facing the sky.
It's a hole in your roof with a window in it.
What are you claiming, that a skylight is some kind of what, roof window?
Oh yeah. Yeah, see, it's all the rage these days, right? Because it's got angles and shit.
Kids love angles, it's true.
They do.
But I'm not Spider-Man. Unfortunately, I don't need a skylight to, spirit my way to the roof and escape without my neighbors noticing.
It's so that you can remember that there is in fact a sky.
Is this a touch grass thing?
Touch grass.
Yes.
I can grow grass indoors, Sam. I looked into it.
No, see. This is a joke here about pubic trimming, but I've not quite worked out the details yet. I'll come back to it. Anyway, no, I think there is a certain value to them in so much as, like, windows these days, especially in places like where this is. You're going to have neighbors very, very close by. And your windows are going to be looking at their houses. And, like, do you really want to remember the fact that you have neighbors? I don't. So it's nice to have windows that don't look at neighbors.
Huh.
Yeah, but I don't want to look at the sky either.
There's an interesting artifact of the English language. Windows that look at neighbors. It's a correct sentence. And yet...
We think windows don't have eyes? What are you getting at?
Well, yeah, the windows don't look at all. They don't do anything. They're inanimate.
Uh-huh.
They look out onto. The patio doors that look out onto the garden. You can also say
windows face so-and-so. It doesn't mean they've got eyes, lips, and a hairline.
Yeah, well, yes, it's not so much that the face is the referring back to the part of the anatomy, Polly. It is unusual that they still face things as if they could do anything other.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's unusual.
I don't want to stand in the hallway naked while getting dressed. Why would you put a closet there?
I do, to assert my dominance.
Oh, it's so funny to me about a person who just deliberately and awkwardly gets naked throughout their house. Just my house.
Right. I don't even stand in the one place while I'm getting dressed, Polly. I walk around.
My tie closet's downstairs, right off the kitchen. See what happens when my daughter's friends come over. I don't give a fuck.
Right. You better hope I've got my socks on before you see me first thing in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a stretcher.
Okay, Sam.
Yes.
2 fire extinguishers and
yeah, that's another one.
Another metal door that looks like a smoke door, like that shuts and seals vapor-wise one room from the other.
Fuck?
What is this place?
Is it beginning to make sense?
No.
No. I mean, my meth lab suggestion is still valid, but
It will.
Is
All
this
I
a
ask-
medical facility?
All I ask is a little faith.
This is an ex-church.
Well, fuck faith, I want to know.
It would explain those windows.
Oh.
That's a well-stocked laundry closet. Holy shit.
Yeah. And wow, okay, it actually fits in there too. Huh.
Like, really well. Like it was designed for it or something.
Yeah.
Actually, there's something I don't know. You know the the water lines that run to the back of a washer, for example. And then the large diameter, conduit that comes off the back of a dryer. Is it difficult to run an auxiliary line for those if you want to put a washer and dryer somewhere where they weren't designed to go? Or is that a pain in the ass? I have no idea.
Water lines, not so much. The exhaust duct of a dryer, that's a little more complicated depending on where it is you want to put it.
Just because it's big and wide?
Big and wide, and you've also got to consider the fact that they do periodically need to be cleaned out because lint fires are a thing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because they're ready for some serious laundification here. Or at least set up to not have to restock for the conceivable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But you kind of have to, though. Because like, if you don't close the doors, you can't access these 2 other rooms.
Which is ironic when you think about it.
Why?
You have to close the doors to access the other rooms.
It's to make you think theologically.
Mm-hmm.
God doesn't open one door without closing another. It's a church. Know it.
Mm-hmm. Vice versa.
At least the railing is explained. Not really, but I mean, you'll find this weird.
Kind of, yeah.
Hmm. Oh!
I'm just absorbing.
Yeah, no, I kind of am too.
This is the saddest ceiling fan.
And whiskey.
It really is.
It looks depressed and fading from life.
Yeah! Yeah, I was about to say, that looks like a ceiling fan with some major depression.
Yeah. Gamer Valine, thank you
He's
for
not.
450. California is next to the ocean. Why are there so many fire extinguishers?
Because they don't
think
trust
you
the
know.
fire hydrant outside?
You remember the recent wildfires, right, in California? The closeness to the ocean.
Yeah, they stocked up.
Yeah, it didn't help them.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I don't think he's much of a fan of anything anymore. Poor guy.
You know. Okay, wait a minute. Why do you have a wind chime inside?
It's for when the fan goes off, so you can feel like you're really outside.
Oh.
I say that jokingly, but that's probably exactly why it's right there.
I find, okay, so you have this embedded shelf unit here, like embedded in the wall.
Yeah.
And then over here, you got like this really janky, we just put it up yesterday, shelf set up, right? It looks like a repurposed board from something else and just some rack mounts that are there. That's great. Christmas wreath over the balcony door?
It looks that way.
A wreath of some kind.
I look like some more janky shells with just boxes full of childhood memories or something. I don't know.
Are you sure that's an inbuilt shelf up there and that's not just a boarded off window?
Oh, over here.
Yeah.
It looks like they just took the fucking drywall away from the partition.
Oh man, maybe I was overthinking. They have just cut that hole, and yeah, it's not embedded at all. Like I'm picturing this is like nice hardwood back there, and it's like, nah, man, that's just the wall showing through.
Yeah, does any of this place look like it has nice hardwood?
Admittedly, no.
You know what? I'm not making that joke. You guys can make your own fun.
Look at that old desk lamp. Everyone loves these or recognizes at least these brass and green banker's lamps, man.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they so popular?
And you can say banker's lamp and people will know. You say Tiffany lamp and people are like, oh, what?
We had a running theme of Tiffany lamps on the Zillows, didn't we?
Yeah.
For a good while.
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5 weeks in a row, I think.
For a certain, I think we've come to understand, probably everyone already gets this, but we see the evidence. Home decoration definitely runs in trends.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
And there's clearly a point in time where people were all about their Tiffany lamps because they thought it added a certain je ne sais quoi and just ran with it.
But the really important question is like, do lampshades matter?
Fuck, Sam.
No, I think they insist upon themselves.
Up top, far. Well done. That's for the last AAA I was on, Polly.
God, more. It's just another angle of the crab.
If possible, and it
And some
apparently
kids'
is,
art on
that
the
ceiling
wall.
fan is even sadder in this picture. It's even saggier.
Yeah.
What is all this stuff on this shelf? Like, it looks like it's all part of the same collection. Like, what is this, crafting materials?
I don't think it is part of the same collection. I think it's just a bunch of miscellaneous garbage.
Okay.
Like, there's some cat stuff. There's some bottles on the bottom. What looks like a couple of cans.
You get the feeling this
Some
is...
rocks.
I thought this was a bed back here, so this was somebody's bedroom, but I don't think so.
No, yeah, I thought it was too, but no.
Because there's more fishing rods, an old-timey phone on the wall, for some reason. Oh, okay, and 2 more fishing rods right here in the foreground.
There's more there. I thought it was like a saw or something, like a chainsaw thing.
Have you noticed the coolers?
3 of them, yeah.
on the floor there, yeah.
Yeah.
Giant camping water jugs next to a power drill. This seems to, I think, Far, you're right. This is just random collection room storage. Hence the boxes and whatnot, the Home Depot boxes and.
No, the bed's relevant.
So there is a bed back there, you think?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
How do you see a bed under there?
There's
Sam?
a lot of alcohol boxes.
It's underneath an awful lot of ramel, but yeah.
Have you noticed the amount of alcohol boxes around?
No, has there been?
Yeah, there's one right next to the Coleman's thing there in the background. If you go to the previous picture, there's another one on top of the cabinet thing there.
Alcohol boxes.
Like, you know, yeah, like it's bottles. It's got bottles on the box. Obviously, like some kind of brand thing.
Okay.
Oh, you mean like a crate of beers type box?
Yeah.
Beer cases. It's a weird mixture of stuff that doesn't look like it belongs to an individual, but an organization. Like 3 giant camping water jugs or whatever those are, power drills, a whole bunch of fishing rods. But then there's all like personal articles of clothing. You know, like, weird mixture of organization stuff.
Female
plus
articles
stuff.
of clothing, by the looks of it too.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, like female articles of clothing as well, by the looks of it. Like that looks, as much as it is just mishmash shapes there.
Yeah.
It looks like the kind of quality you'd see on women's clothing. So you have that going on. You have the wreaths.
Yeah, the wreaths. The randomness continues. I love how they've used it.
You have like the kid's picture on the wall as well. Again, in the previous shot.
Kid's picture on the wall? Oh, right here. The kids.
Yeah.
Or you don't know, Far. Careful. This might have been an adult's craft. And
I'm choosing to believe it was a child.
It's a child's craft. Whether or not it's been made by an adult is that is questionable.
The hanging pot that's held up by a shelving unit rack mount thing. I love that. That's so DIY trash, man. Fuck. It's just a lot of stuff. Like every little space is got stuff cornered and piled. For rent. Nice sign to have just in there's bedroom.
Is that so? That cutout in the wall, it's not. It's on an angle.
Yeah. It's the roof's on an angle. It's just following the roof.
No, it's not following the roof. It's going the opposite direction.
What are you talking about?
Look at the bottom. That's not.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I meant the top of it.
Yeah.
We were talking about...
the bottom of it too.
I just about called it a parallelogram, which is obviously not because the sides aren't parallel. What is that?
Trapezoid.
Trapezoid. Thank you. There's another lampshade back there, just sitting. I'm glad they kept that. What a valuable resource.
Yeah, wow.
You know, I say shit like that, and if I went through, every now and then I do a culling. That's what I call it, where I'll go through my stuff, and it's like, fuck, I don't need this, or this, or this. And why the last time I was culling did I keep any of this? Just the things that I have in storage, mostly.
Thank you very much, Valine, for the $5. She says, you kept saying Republican. I wish I sent the house I saw earlier. It's in Washington, a.k.a. Cloudy, California. Cloudifornia? Cloudy, California. I'll work on it.
I'm going to pretend I made that up later when you guys aren't here. Cloudifornia. Yeah, fine.
Well, it's too late, Polly. All the important people heard it.
I'd love to do a video series on the fucking values and nobilities of minimalism. If anything Zillow exploration has taught me is that minimalism is not just good, it's also morally correct. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
If you start wearing a dog collar and carrying a Bible around, Polly, I'm gonna punch you.
I just, man, it's like one of the best ways of, you know, organizing your shit is with simple taste. Get to the point quickly and quit. Stop. Don't fill the room with crap. Remember the chicken house where there was chickens in every fucking room? Okay, you like chickens, but you went insane. Not saying you shouldn't have a nice framed picture of a chicken if you like it, but stop with the framed picture of the chicken. Leave it at that. Every room doesn't need 15 chickens.
But Polly, maybe that's the house of that guy that was in that chat one time that, you know, he was a chicken.
Oh, the chicken guy. Yeah, sure.
Hey, chicken guy. Yeah.
I am a chicken.
I am a chicken. and he wasn't lying. His icon was that of a chicken. And his name was Chicken.
Far. Look, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but just because somebody has a picture set as their icon does not mean that that is necessarily a picture of them.
What?
I mean,
you really think someone would do that? They'd go on the internet and tell lies?
Well, not necessarily, but let's be pragmatic here. How is a chicken going to see over the desk to type?
Well, they're not sitting on the chair. They're on the desk. Looking at the screen, typing it out one thing at a time. It's why that's all they could say. That all they could say was I'm a chicken.
Let's say just hypothetically, okay, just say hypothetically that we concede that the chicken is in fact on the desk. How did it get in the house? We just need to establish some premises here, and then we can move forward. Ollie, I'm trying my best to do a Ben Shapiro here.
At which point it just sent it into the chair and hunt and pecked on the keyboard. What's the problem?
That is a preposterous suggestion, Polly. What evidence do you have to suggest that a chicken could get up to the skylight, let alone tumble through it?
Hunt and peck typing, Morton. I got there at the same moment.
Yeah. That was exactly what I was setting up for, damn it. I was trying to tell a short, shaggy chicken story.
Minimalism is for people who don't need their stuff. Or want to be able to actually get to the stuff they do have. I defy you to find something that's lost in this cacophony. If you look at just this corner, you might think this house is organized. Hey, a chicken.
Chicken! And is that a minion next to the chicken as well?
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
I don't think so, but I see. I that's how I locate it right away. I'm like, oh yeah, I see what
got there. That's not a little Reddit avatar, is it? No, I don't think it is.
No.
Is this an outside door with deadbolts and shit? Is that what's going on here?
Looks that way.
Yeah.
Going into the closet naturally. I'm feeling kind
When
of
you really
detective-y
want some
about this.
privacy.
I want to get this house before the reveal happens. Oh, damn it. I was hoping when I opened it in another tab, it was going to be a...
Somehow it's smaller in the other tab.
Yeah, I've got it
This
magnified
page is
in here to 130%.
Ah, okay.
Oh, Sam. I just, quick little aside. On my tablet, switched over to Opera. Fuck, Opera's a bang little browser on a tablet, man.
It sure is.
Oh, man. It's because it's lean and mean, right? Like, dude, it's so fast. Its features rock. I don't know what the problem is with other browsers that their read function, where, you know, it simplifies the page, simplified reading view.
Oh,
Opera's
but they
works
suck, right?
On every single page, Opera's works. Fuck, I love it. And it's not a must-have, but it's pretty fucking useful and handy on a tablet to have the read-only function. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Anyway, I've just been really impressed with Opera, man. It really works well.
Yeah, Opera Mini's pretty good.
I don't want to shower in here.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It looks, you know, not a place where clean things come out of.
Like the toilet in the back there, though.
You like that, huh? Okay.
Yeah. How it has no lid to it.
Oh, on
the
the
system,
it doesn't.
yeah.
You're right. Yeah, on the back there. Yeah.
Oh, hell, you know, that
Just
means
kind
Daddy
of
Polly.
Someone upper decked them. I like the privacy particle board that they've put over the bottom foot of the window.
I like how their collection of laundry detergent just continues in here.
Thank you for continues. Exactly. Like there's a lot of just. It seems like it's a collective ownership thing as opposed to an individual's home. You know it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a really tall pile of stuff.
It looks that way.
Is that on top of a desk or is that pile that fucking tall? You know?
Look at the size of that cup.
Oh shit, that's
That
a
is a
cup
big
on top
cup.
of all that shit. Yeah, I didn't really see the handle on it and stuff.
Like a sort of a camping cup with a lid on, you know?
Again, what is with the outside stuff indoors? Isn't this an outside security light right here?
Just a directable lamp, perhaps?
Yeah, it's a direct. Yeah.
Okay.
That's more what that looks like.
Yeah, but I mean, look at the state of that shower.
I'd like to say that, okay, clearly this isn't really used for showering a lot, but I don't know. There's 2 towels over the top of it drying. So
Yeah.
it's like, unfortunately, I think people are showering in the motorcycle room.
The motorcycle upper decker room.
Do you see this little bit right here?
Yeah. What the fuck is that?
I think if you panned the camera up, you'd see that the ceiling and all of its guts are completely exposed to the attic. That's a guess, but it doesn't look like there's a ceiling here.
Oh god.
I can
It
smell the
is an
cigarette
unsealed
smoke
ceiling.
from the screen. You know what? Yes, I know what you mean. This room looks like it's reeks like 20,000 cigarettes. Yeah. Whoa. I don't know what's nastier, that mirror or the fucking rust at the bottom of the sink.
It is a tough competition.
That looks like my dad sneezed on that mirror twice.
Is your dad Paul Bunyan? Come on, how that...
Yeah, you know what dad sneezes are like. There are like 7 orders of magnitude larger than anybody else's.
Well, okay, you're not wrong.
Like, I'm pretty sure I don't sneeze anywhere near the same sort of force as my old man does.
Look at the cement mixing bucket or giant industrial sized paint bucket. You know, you always see these at Home Depot and shit for the various industrial uses. And here it is again. More.
And there's just a random family photo on the top, not top, the bottom right there.
Bottom. Under the motorcycle?
No,
far right.
bottom right of the frame.
Oh, shit. This really desaturated picture here, right?
Yeah.
Family photo or victim? It's a memento.
Porque no los dos.
He's got his very best Hawaiian t-shirts, you know, in the steam room here, getting the wrinkles out. Have you ever done that, Sam?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Good,
Yeah, of course, yeah.
good. It totally works if you have it. If you got a dress shirt, don't iron it. Just hang it in the shower before you go in there, and yeah, you come out and fuck, it's like magic, man. Wrinkles gone. That's the poor man's cool steaming apparatus.
Don't get me wrong, I enjoy the crispness of an iron shirt. I do.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, when you got places to be, or you're in a hotel and I don't know, some bastards stolen the iron.
You know, it was a great 6 months. A friend of mine who had just recently graduated before he moved had as part of his expense account his dry cleaning covered in the dry cleaners that was at the bottom of the building that he worked at, like in the lobby of the building was the dry cleaners.
Sweet.
Yeah. And he's like, if you want to drop your stuff off there, that's fine. And I said, nah, man, I'm not going to, catch you up like that. You know what I mean? Like getting lunch on your expense account or something like that. I'm not going to do that. And he goes, no, man, listen, everybody gets a +2. And he's single, right? He's single. I don't care. Go ahead. And I was like, cool. So I got to experiment with all this stuff. Like, let's try it with light starching this time. I like the light starching. It's that's what reminded me of that when you said like a crisp shirt. Yeah, man. I just,
Mortimer, I wish to experiment with the light starching, if at all possible. Very good, sir.
Actually, I remember it's like, but not on the collar, right? And I was like, that is right. I was going to say that. I know things. Because as soon as he said that, I thought, yeah, right. Who would want a starched collar right next to your throat? That might be uncomfortable, but not on the collar, right? And I'm like, oh yeah.
Used to be a thing. Heavily starched collars.
Really?
Like back in the 60s. Oh yeah. Well, you've seen the fucking plane wings they used to have as collars back then, right?
Okay, yeah. You needed a little rigidity for some structural soundness. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so what is I keep getting my eyes keep getting drawn back to this. What is that? Like a hanging little design doodad? What is that?
Yeah, it looks like a doohickey.
Miscellaneous crap?
Doohickey crap thingy. Okay.
It seems to be reflected in the mirror, actually.
Yep.
I think the mirror itself is at a slight angle, allowing us to see more of the thing that's hanging.
Like it looks like it's hanging on a chain between the two lamps here. That's a doodad. Okay, Justin Wilson's confirmed.
Yeah. It's a thingamy-what.
You know what I hate about the rust at the bottom of that sink? There's any one
besides
of
everything.
Yeah, well, it is everything really, because how relatively easy it is to get rid of that.
Yeah.
Which is shit you could find out about like on the internet, for God's sake. How do I get rid of
vinegar and bicarb, right?
Yep.
That easy.
Salt on a half a lemon. Like, you know what I mean? Like 100 different fucking ways you get rid of that. You wouldn't have to look at it. Why would you want to brush your teeth over that sink or wash your hands in it? That's disgusting, man. Wrong with people. Like I'm not even a neat freak. That's just gross, though. Huh. They didn't even try and make it back in that corner to take pictures. Take a picture from here. Sorry, I'm just playing spot the thing here. Yep. Is it mattress or a pillow angled? Like, how long is it?
I think it is a pillow.
Yeah, I think it might be. I'm holding out. It might be a mattress.
Do you like this scale replica of a Cadillac? I think that is.
I was hoping it was the Batmobile, but the Batmobile didn't have white wall tires.
Mm.
Yeah. So I do like it, yes. Nobody uses that sink. Actually, I thought, you know what? Somebody obviously uses this sink. You know why? My guess, like all just the surrounding stuff around it, it looks like
Yeah.
human habitation. You got like this little container with a spoon set across the lid, like somebody's spooning the powder out of here or whatever. I don't know what the hell's in there, but so in other words, I see unfortunate evidence that this sink is in fact used, but I wish it weren't. Okay. We now have evidence of male habitation.
Great.
Got a hunting blaze orange vest and old man hat. A pillow still in its plastic from Walmart or wherever.
It's either a old man or a very butch lesbian.
Yeah. Sleeping bag. Where they belong, right?
Yeah, totally.
Holy shit.
Ooh, okay.
Da 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 da.
I see why you keep your saddest ceiling fan in here. That thing's sagging with 2 blades and 1 working bulb. You know the sad music that people
There is
would put
one
over...
working bulb.
What? Yeah. I
Yeah, there really is just one.
As soon as I saw that ceiling fan, I heard the music that YouTubers used to use where the screen would go like dark and rainy and wah, wah. Yeah.
Fans in this house talking to one another. Now, son, remember to try and put a brave face on today. But, Pops, I'm so depressed.
You turn the fan on, and because of its like missing blades, it's wobbling. And why did it happen to me? Basically,
There's nowhere to run.
I mean, sheer amount of crap. I mean, fucking Mardi Gras beads and paper towel loops.
You got a Huggies box in the crap pile.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not just supposed to say the nappies concern me. I'm like, I'm sure they're in here somewhere that I don't see them, but yeah, they have the Huggies box right there.
In more Home Depot boxes.
Oh, that'd be great if you could really zoom in on this bit.
There's just so much crap, just everywhere.
Yeah. This is why people, crack those jokes. Like the only way to fix this is kerosene and a book of matches.
Kira Soldier says, to be frank, Sam, this house is in Washington State, Depression. It's actually not. It's in California.
Yeah.
California love.
They really got to come to terms with where wind chimes don't belong.
Mm-hmm.
I can't decide if this is a better or a worse angle of this room. You know, like is it better or is it worse?
Where it's located is actually somewhat relevant. It's something of a clue in and of itself.
The house or this room?
The house.
Where was it located?
Okay.
I forget.
California.
Well, yeah, okay, but you don't mean where in California? Just California generally. Off to know.
Mm-hmm.
Without magnification, I don't know. This like I don't know. The killer from Seven that Kevin Spacey played. This is where he would live.
What? So disorganized as this?
Well, the apartment he lived in when they finally tracked him there was in one sense disorganized, in another sense had a complex organization that only a madman could have understood or come up with.
Yeah.
Like he had a bookshelf that had all of these handwritten books on it, handwritten notebooks on it that were absolutely full of his rantings with no discernible order, but all very precisely placed on the shelf. So disorganized and his own index system of insanity all the same. And that's what I see here. It all looks organized according to a crazy person, you know.
Mm-hmm. Schizo-friendly.
Holy shit. Where's the crap?
Actually clean.
Yeah. Well, it's not clean exactly.
I mean, sure, your trash can says, let's do this, but oh my god.
Oh, yes, I need a little motivational speech when I'm sat on the crapper looking at my waste paper bin in the fucking bathroom. Come on, buddy, you got this.
The sink is also pretty rusted, though.
Yeah, it is. I was like, I don't know where we should clean exactly. It's just not full of clutter at the moment.
It's not utterly
Look, I'll
defiled.
take it.
Yeah. That's a narrow bathroom.
Yeah.
And what is going on with that ceiling?
Yeah,
we got beams, we got flats, we got shelves, we got...
Is this like a lighting fixture? It's got
That's
a sideways
exposed?
facing light bulb?
I mean, yeah, we have those.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so, yeah. It's supposed to have like a glass bowl over top, right?
Is the globe or whatever missing off of it, the cover? Okay.
Probably, yeah. Like, we one of the lights in my house has that going on.
Mm-hmm.
Or, like, they're supposed to... Actually, no, I think it used to be my room that it wasn't. They just kind of fixed it, right? There's supposed to totally be a dome over it, but just for some reason the dome is not there. That's probably what this is.
The most consistent thing that I've noticed through this house are the DIY shelves from a hardware store. They're not shelves. They're just somebody bought boards and those L-shaped rack mount deals. And
They
a
must
lot of them.
spend an awful... Like, they must spend like an awful lot of time hanging around fucking, you know, Home Depot or whatever.
Yeah. Like, I think that garbage can is also one of them buckets.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Oh, look how tumescent those ceiling fan blades are, though, Polly.
Oh my god, they're absolutely turgid.
Right.
And more Huggies in the corner there.
What's going on? Like, have you nailed a 2x4 to your door?
It looks that way, doesn't it?
It's like a single nail in the center of that board, and if you turn it sideways, it prevents you from opening the door the wrong way. What am I don't.
I'm genuinely not sure.
Because
I mean, it opens, you know, yeah. I mean, it opens into the room.
Yeah, I don't get it. At least it's air conditioned. 2x door. When was this built? 1974. What has gone on here? Did they cut a hole in the wall?
Put an aircon unit in when there's a window right the fuck there.
Unit, right? They don't want to give up the window. And the windows are large size for one of these air conditioners. They cut a hole in the wall and then put this makeshift crap around it to kind of seal it in. I
don't know, man. Maybe they need to get out the, you know, maybe they're keeping the window clear in case they're gonna get the fuck out of town real quick, you know.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that door looks really skinny now with the fucking lens distortion. Wait, is that lens distortion though? Or is that just genuinely a skinny door?
I don't know. I mean, the ceiling angle's down, the doors are skinny. This looks like that fucking half floor in Being John Malkovich.
It's like the one corridor in fucking Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory. It gets thinner the further into the room you go. Both ways.
That's a closet. Okay. That is one of the few times I've actually seen a door that narrow, was going into closet.
Yeah.
It really is just a 2x4. I don't. Why do you keep taking pictures of people's crap in this room? Why is this coffee table turned sideways? I guess just to get it out of the way. Filthy mirrors are a way of life for these people, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. And yet, fresh loo roll. Untouched.
Oh, yeah.
Look, it's still got the little print line. Nary a sheet has been taken from that roll.
They're really not into fixing rust around the home, are they?
Yeah.
Is that rust or is it
I could be peeled away
just
paint.
paint? Yeah.
Okay. I'm starting to see how you get 7 bedrooms out of this place. Fuck. You remember it's 7 bedroom, 3 bath, which I thought was really odd. That sort of imbalance. But keep throwing fucking beds in rooms with their collection of fucking lampshades, and there you go. Why did you open the door and left it open to take this picture, but didn't open the blinds? What's on the other side of them blinds? It's when I see shit like that I think, what the fuck are you trying to hide?
Well, I mean, with places like this, it really is what they're not showing you, right?
Yeah. I mean, when they are willing to show you some of the complete disarray that they are showing you here, fuck, what are you not willing?
I mean, if you look here, right? So they made like a living room out of what was clearly a kitchen.
Yeah. And it seems like this house has multiple separate entrances, like it's set up for multiple habitation, because there's a number on the outside of that door, but it doesn't look like a front door. It looks like a side door. It's coming in off of a patio, but they've got it numbered like it's a front door. Okay. So this was supposed to be a kitchen front entrance living room.
Stole the things.
Being someone who's lived in multiple studio apartments, not supposed to be like this. I'm glad to see they got their fire extinguisher.
And someone's clearly sleeping on the sofa to the bottom left.
Oh, great.
Yep. 8 bedrooms. What is this?
It kind of looks like an aerial.
Yeah.
Tool for sheet music? No, wait.
What's with all the hooks on the wall?
Well, it was going to be Polly, but the sheet music idea kind of fell through.
What? I mean, okay, we've seen some makeshift hooks on walls in other rooms, but this is ridiculous. I don't know.
Yeah, like that's just a lot of hooks.
Well, that's throwing some shade. Is this your vacuum standing here?
I realize.
Oh, hey, it's one of them cat tower deals.
Hey!
More hooks, Far.
Oh boy! And
You know, so
some
they're not
Clorox
showing us-
spray.
Look at the person trying to hide from the mirror.
Yep. Around the door with their hands sticking out. That's kind of
right.
funny.
Oh no, they're crouched down. You can see their face behind the hands. Yeah, their left elbow on our right is up against the door frame in the reflection. The right hand side of the door frame in the reflection.
Carousel, that is not a clean mirror. Look at that.
Yeah, you can see the,
That's
the
not
spots
clean.
where it's like black. It's not good.
Yeah,
It's just less filthy than the other ones.
You know, on a relative level, it is clean. That Paul Bunyan sneeze, that was awful, man.
Yeah, like it's just cleaner.
Look who put this shelf all the way up here. How would someone like Valine ever reach that?
Easy. With the all-new shower trampoline. Buy it from JMF today.
Oh my god, that's so fucking just that would be so dangerous.
Yeah, that's many broken hips
Far-
resulted.
Fart, your opinion on the safety of trampolines is neither here nor there.
I don't know. I've been on one for long enough. What the fuck is going on? Why is there a Minecraft block suddenly?
Creeper. Oh man.
What? This is the door to the apartment 2 bedroom door.
What? But why is it? We've never seen this before. This is new.
Uh-huh.
When I glanced
the
through
fuck?
these pictures and saw this image, this is what fucking sold me on this being the one.
Is this where the chalk
fuck?
outlines are? Are they hiding the bodies? This is a murder house?
I think a pretty poor job of it if they were.
Heck. Yeah, what's on the door though, and what's in the green box that they're so desperately hiding?
Minecraft zombie
badly
doing
hiding. Give me this photograph.
Yeah.
Like, okay, why'd you even use this photograph if you're so worried about showing this room? And if you are,
This is
why
very-
don't you just give it to someone like me to Photoshop it out of there quickly and not have it look like this? I mean, it wouldn't look great, but it wouldn't look like this.
It's a very long-necked duck.
This is a very, very odd room to have suspiciously covered up like this. The room with the plushie and the
Yeah.
painting of Jesus on the wall and the cross. What the fuck?
Sam, I gotta ask. I've had this thought for a while now. Right? Is this a group home?
Ding, ding, ding.
It's a group home.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you know, because I've been thinking about it, right? It's like everything about this with the fire extinguishers, the separate rooms, right? The huggies, nappies I keep thinking about that, right? And then your comments when I said the child's art on the wall, right? And you're just like, oh, well, it's childish, but it might not be made by a child. It's a group home. So
It's not
is
just.
the reason. So
Okay.
is the reason why we have like the green block here because someone from the group home was still here? And that's them.
Is this their hand?
Yep, you're
The
bang on
same
money.
reason why there's another block going on here at the bottom. There's someone
Oh.
from the group home lying on there.
Is asleep
You are
on the
bang
couch
on the
or
money.
dead?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice this block
Oh,
because I was looking
boy.
around the room. Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, because they're
loud.
watching something on the TV as well.
Yeah. Okay, that's a first for us.
Yeah,
With all
that
that,
is a yeah.
We have never seen somebody in a room that just
Well-
wouldn't leave. You know,
Can
Yeah.
can you imagine why they'd need to actually put these blocks over a person in the room?
Oh no, they're naked.
they're
No.
dead.
No. No,
They-
they're very much alive. The TV's on for them.
They didn't want to. I mean, they didn't want to show them because it's California. They didn't want to have to get them to sign a release, so they just blocked them out.
Kinda.
They're illegal immigrants.
Ding, ding, ding.
Gotcha.
Oh my god.
This is a squat of illegal immigrants.
You mean they're not actually
Fucking
residing
Christ.
here? They're just here?
They're just here.
Fuck.
And they've been here long enough to acquire all of this shit.
I don't even know where you would acquire the
You know the orange
immigrants in Home
jacket.
Depot. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The clues were all there.
Oh my god.
The orange jacket and the old man hat.
Right, because
Yeah.
they're doing construction. Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's why all the repeated
Oh my god.
power tools and workman stuff.
Yep.
and-
Yeah.
Yep. Believe me, when you get to the description, it's it's a ride.
Okay, kitchenette. Okay, right. The hot plate. I'm like, what is this room? Okay, it's got the lawn. It's a really tight kitchenette
Mhm.
space. Okay.
But the sort of the Christian iconography and the American flags make a lot more sense now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of.
Oh.
What is going on with that toilet?
It's made of clear resin and there's
Oh,
stuff
it's one of those
suspended in it.
Yeah.
deals.
What
Okay.
the fuck?
I once had one with barbed wire in. I thought it was the
Oh,
coolest shit ever when I was like 15.
Oh my god.
I am just the absolute state of this
Nice
bathroom.
pill bottle.
Nice what?
Nice pill bottle.
Where?
To the right, in one of the buckets.
Oh.
It's just there.
Oh yeah, fucking hell. Yeah, big one.
Oh, right. Yeah. What is
Next to
this
the,
next to it?
fucking-
Is this a giant jar of ear foamies?
It
Yeah,
looks like it.
Yeah.
I mean, you find those on construction sites just a lot.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting how room after room after room has spray bottles of bleach and Clorox and
Yeah. Yeah, why though? Like, why are there so many of them?
like one would presume, right? It's because each person is cleaning up after themselves, but we know they're not though.
Yeah,
Well,
we've
it's one of
seen the
those-
mirrors.
Mhm. Think about it. If they get sick, they can't just toddle on down to a hospital. Well, I mean, they can in California probably, but
Yeah.
you get the idea. You get the idea.
Mm,
Some of them have got kids, so they've got to keep stuff, relatively clean.
Sure. I don't get the no drama sign on the bathroom. I don't want to know what colony of stuff's in that exfoliation
loofah, yeah.
spongy thing.
God, the missing tiles.
Is that where the soap dish was? Yeah.
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
That's not tub cleaner, guys. That's for a toilet.
Great. Great.
I mean, to be honest, I guess it would work to clean a tub, but clearly you're not interested in cleaning your tub. Look at it. I don't know why, but this has left me unsettled, this house. I feel like going and cleaning.
Yeah, right? I feel like going and just tossing everything I have.
I feel a lot
Now
better
you
about my
know.
minimalism, let me tell you.
Well, I mean, not to defend them too much, but, each family or, couple or individual is living in like 1.5 rooms.
Yeah, but still.
right. Let up. Come on. Thank you. Got 1.6 million.
Yep.
For that.
Yep.
Fuck.
Dream of Californication.
The exquisite landscaping makes sense.
All the pools in the entire neighborhood are fucking sparkling. Pristine.
Poor assholes. Holy shit.
So what's the description?
Yeah. Let's read this up here. Okay. Looking over that one.
Down a bit further.
There we go. What's special? Oh my. Calling all seasoned investors, stay away. This property is a diamond in the rough. Look beyond the clutter and mess and you'll be able to see the jewel of a home, which this property truly is. Located in a mature, highly sought after Orange County neighborhood, it's near shops and dining, and the property is less than a block away from El Toro High School with easy access to the amazing Sun and Sail Club, where you enjoy the pools, pickleball, basketball, gym, volleyball, tennis, and more. This two-story home offers 7 bedrooms and 5.5 baths with 3,200 square feet, one of the largest living square feet within the tract. The first 5 bedrooms are located upstairs in the main house. The other 2 separate living quarters are on the first level. It's attached to the main house. Each living unit has its own separate entryway with its own private kitchen / living room / bedroom / bedroom. Again, work completed without permits. The seller has no funds to repair or remodel before selling. This can be your opportunity to own Orange County property and make this house your own design and repair, remodel it just the way you would like it. Work was done without pulling the permit. Buyers, please do your own due diligence with all necessary inspection and your own research prior closing escrow. Yeah, they'll be selling this motherfucker as is.
Yep.
You know,
So basically what this was is a home owned by someone who didn't live in it, as you can probably imagine. And it was moved into.
Yeah.
And they tore out a lot of the fixtures and some of the stuff that you see distributed around each of the rooms was in the house already.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the other stuff was brought in by the people who moved in. Multiple families moved in and like I say, squatted here illegally. And
the constant the DIY shelving now makes all the sense in the world.
Exactly.
You don't own the home. What do you care if it matches anything else? And you need places to put all your stuff and stuff that you're absconding from your work site with.
Exactly. It's not confirmed for sure that like everyone that was there was illegal. But at least some were, and that's why some of those places aren't as full of things as they could be.
Yeah.
And some of them clearly haven't been lived in some time.
Look, what a commentary on Orange County, though, huh?
Mm-hmm. But I mean, consider they're asking what 1.6 million for this.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't pay fucking 500,000. Location means a lot, sure, but look at the damage that's been done to this place.
Yeah, I mean, not being like a real estate guy myself, it would take a very particular eye with somebody who's investing, and no, they're not.
Mm-hmm.
They don't ever think about the money they're dropping because it's largely happening through a mortgage that they're going to carry for a short amount of time, and they're doing 3 or 4 of them per year. That type of situation where you're buying it to turn around and resell it in such a way. But none of what we saw explains these windows. Nothing.
Just the design of the house, really.
Nah, I don't get it. This has not helped at all with my perspectives on California.
We just think that's what, so 7 beds and all that kind of thing. So anywhere between like 4 and 7 families living in a $1.6 million estimated value California house.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it there because, well, otherwise we'll delve into the politics, and let's not do that. But yeah,
I mean, like I said, you can't call this like a hovel. Like, it's not some shack out in the middle of the woods. Not at all.
but it's been treated like one.
Yes, it has. Because, well, the tragedy of the commons when you don't own the thing.
You don't care for the thing. I mean, they've not treated it like a complete dive. Like, they've not torn out all the walls and all that kind of shit, right? They've not done that.
They're a rock star in a hotel room for the night. No, but like
Because they do still clearly live here.
Yeah.
Or abide here, I should say.
Yeah, but they show the signs of somebody who might leave and carry on and who gives a fuck, and that kind of explains the rust.
In
Like, why
short
would I want
order.
to return this bathroom to a state of like perfect cleanliness just as long as the water's running, you know?
Yeah. It's like, cheap motel bathroom, right?
Can I get you to just stand up for a second off the couch? I just want to take a picture. Okay? Stand up, O. L camera. Okay? Fuck, never mind.
Patty in chat says the only house in California with built-in landscapers.
Jesus. Wow, Sam, that was a unique find. Not a good
Yeah,
unique find, but a unique
not a
one.
good one, but like I say, once it dawned on me what was going on here and with a little bit of the backstory, I was like, oh yeah, this is the one.
Yeah, especially the one, and it looks like someone's sleeping on that couch too. Yeah, just kept going. The amount of living space inserted into every space possible. Must have looked like, wow, that's a really big family next door. There's people constantly coming and going every hour of the day.
Oh, it'll have been one of those situations where it's it's an open secret.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Get rid of the landscapers and pool cleaners and handymen and nah, this is California. This is Orange County.
What are you saying? They were basically racketeering them into, like, it'd be nice if my lawn got cleaned up.
I would say so.
Because, if I don't get my lawn properly edged and my garden taken care of, that I'm sure will be planted within the next week by somebody who knows what they're doing in terms of landscaping and be beautiful like your yard is beautiful. Otherwise, I'm going to have to call for an inspection before I get my garden installed. And we know the first thing that's going to happen is ice will show up. For reasons I don't know. Hell, I don't know how permits work, but they always do show up. So,
I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that are quite happy to, not necessarily look the other way, but maybe turn their head a little,
I still can't get over the price of this house. I really can't.
Yeah.
The housing market sucks. Fuck. I don't want to start complaining about illegal immigration or not mass immigration, so I won't. But damn, 1.6 million for that. It's so depressing.
Zach and Camel in chat are having it. Policia, la migra.
Well, okay, take a guess at the fire extinguishers then. They're all put up like on wall-mounted racks, like the ones that they come with when you buy them for such a purpose, right? Okay. Who installed them? The people who live there? Like you said, the house is owned by, that's the kind of thing that's usually installed by the homeowner, but you're saying the homeowner owns this house. So, like, foreign Chinese investment for houses that they don't occupy just to park their money offshore or whatever. Okay. Who installed the fire extinguisher in every fucking room?
I would have assumed the sort of the people that first sort of started squatting here, because it's often the case that you get like one person or one family moves into a squat, and then in these situations they shall we say invite others in once they're established. They're very community oriented
that kind
in
of
that regard.
approach, where it's like the most important thing would be the multiple rapid access exterior exits because Polizia, you know.
Well, I mean, consider though, like if one of them has a house fire, or has a kitchen fire.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's in this sort of the micro community's interest to prevent that kind of thing. Because what are they going to do? Call the fire department? No.
True. Well, it's got an interesting point. I've never seen a squat where the power's on. I understand your point, yeah. I'm sure the story behind that house would be a little crazy. It tells me it's like 2 or 3 things. It was college kids who were supposed to move in, and then somebody, and then it ended up as a squat for a while, and then wasn't, and you know, most of that stuff has just been left there. But there's still people, person there, either dead or asleep on the couch. They couldn't even get them to get up for the picture. Holy shit. Or didn't want to. Didn't care to. The only thing that'll matter, I mean, they'll have to get out of here when the house is sold. So.
I mean, there is...
I'm a realtor, not a fucking security guard. So fuck that. Why would you even ask them to get it? Okay.
Well, it's... the backstory on it as such is not super detailed or what have you, and I mean, so it's not clear whether the homeowner knew that these people were here or what. And you know what California's like with like all these people have been here for longer than 6 months, so you know, difficulty in removing them from the land, yada yada yada, right. Proceedings, court, etc etc etc. Oh well, they're living here, so they need to have access to power and running water, that sort of thing. Necessities.
I didn't even think of that. You cannot shut
that
off
would be my
power
guess.
And water to a place that has human habitation.
That's inhabited. Yeah. Especially if there's children there, right?
And it was probably like this over the course of COVID, which would explain all the Clorox cleaner in every room. But it wouldn't explain the state of those mirrors. Yeah.
That's just soap scum that's built up, isn't it? Splashing of soapy water. And then it's just been left there.
The build up, yeah. That's a long period of time. Look, I gotta wipe my mirror down if I get toothbrush spray on it. I'm starting to feel like I'm OCD, and it's like, no, man. I think most people are like that.
You just don't look. You don't want your place to look like a fucking illegal immigrant squat. No, that's all.
No. It doesn't go with my aesthetics. All right, everyone. I can hear the birds chirping outdoors. And, I mean, sun ain't up yet. What are they doing?
They are invoking the power of the sun, Polly. That's what's happening.
Night owl. You ain't no owls. That brings us to the end of the last call here in Noir Bar, live from the Chase District in Noir City. I'd like everyone for coming out tonight for our own little brand of 1940s booze-filled banter. I'd like to thank Far and Sam for keeping me company at the bar. Thanks, guys.
All good, dude. Much as always.
Woohoo! And finally, I'd like to thank all the various generous people who tip the bartender. That's me, because that's how we keep the mirrors clean, the toilets unplugged,
and those goddamn rusty sinks scrubbed up.
You know, the fire's burning, the candles on, and the cost paid off.
Amen.
Thank you very much, guys. The generosity is sincerely appreciated. Okay,
thanks very much.
Far and Sam, how goes your Far? How'd your gaming content go? Gaming content go the other night? English.
It went fine.
You know what? You should fire me the link. I'll put it your channel link. I don't think I actually have it in the description. Why don't I?
Oh.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be able to tell you why.
Yeah, you could just copy and paste it to me. That'd be good. Sam, same thing. I'll put you guys' links below. Sam, how's your streaming going?
Well,
yeah, it's been going pretty well. You know, obviously I had the little interruption earlier on this week, but yeah, we're fully mended now. So Polly, you should just be able to just put that in the descriptione there.
Cool.
and that should work.
Yeah, I'll do it when I
do
close the stream.
believe.
I'll do it like right now. If you guys you're listening in the future and you look, it'll be down there.
Yeah. But yeah, coming up to I'm obviously Sunday is another one of my stream days. So it'll be Sunday evening about 5 p.m. PDT, with Pacific Daylight Time, which is what 4 hours behind Eastern. Yeah, 4 hours behind Eastern.
What?
No,
3.
Hold on, 3. Definitely 3.
Closer 3 apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Alaska's 4 hours behind.
And some places are 4.5. Weirdos.
Yeah, right. Like, pick a lane, guys.
And then there's
Jeez.
Arizona that won't play ball with anyone. What the fuck?
No, we're gonna get rid of daylight savings times. Also, our trees are named Joshua.
Now, don't get me started on the Western Australians. Fuck.
Love you, Blaine.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Yeah, look below for the description. Thank you again. And next time, in the meantime, like we always say about this time, you don't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. Have a good night, everyone.
Good
Good night.
Hmm.